Welcome, everybody. I am Lorcana Villain, and this is Cuddy Cards. No, welcome, everybody. Joe Curley here. I'm with Baker, and we have got the top 32 of the CCQ in Cardiff, and the first game is just moments away. And we've got a spicy Amber Emerald deck to kick things off in the top 32.
It has been so good to be back in the booth, in the seat. Season 2 of Lorcana is underway. CCQ here, the winner of today's event, will be taking home an invitation to the European Championships. Other CCQs happening across the world. We've got the Stockholm that's been happening. An event in France is all kicking off, Joe.
Yeah, it is a great time to be a Lorcana fan with Bologna on the horizon. I'm sure many of the top players that are going to be competing in Italy are going to be tuned into the stream today to see how the meta develops. This tournament and the other CCQs really going to be setting the tone ahead of Bologna. Of course, a lot of people aren't going to want to change decks on such short notice, but some of the top players, they won't mind. If they see a deck that they like the look of, I'm sure that some of the top players can cram in enough testing to bring that next week.
Yeah, I mean, this is our last set of data before, as you say, going into Bologna next week. So I definitely think people will have their eyes on this event and the other CCQs happening around. And hey, if there's some innovation or maybe a way that we can counter the meta, then I think the most dedicated players will spend the next week or however long they've got until they leave basically practicing in and out. So setting the tone for the DLC season here. I'm excited. We have cut to a top 32. Yesterday we had 9 rounds of Swiss, a right old slog, and yeah, today is single elimination, top 32. The winner will be taking home that invitation to the European Championship. There are non-foil DLC promos up for grabs. The winner will also be taking home 1 box of every single set that we've had released so far, and we have the Infinity side event that's happening today, and we'll be showing the finals for that on stream.
Yeah, which I'm really excited to see. The Infinity format, of course, sets 1 through 9. Every single set in Disney Lorcana is legal. Every single card in Disney Lorcana is also legal in that, if I'm not mistaken,
Certainly
including Hiram Flavisham. The one exception is Bucky. It's still legal, but it's the errated version of the card, of course, not that original Bucky.
No, not anymore. That Bucky had his time to squeak and shine, but yes, he has been errata, but yeah, you can still play the likes of Hiram Flavisham, everyone's favourite toy. Well, I say favourite toy. Is he your favourite toy maker?
No. I also watched The Great Mouse Detective recently.
Yes,
so
my man, there you go.
I enjoyed that. Olivia Flavisham is actually my new favourite toy maker.
Okay.
I mean, she's not exactly a toy maker, but she's part of the family.
I'm sure she's learnt from her father. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So what did you think of Basil, very quickly? Did you enjoy the film?
I did.
Good. Okay, correct answer.
I did enjoy it. I think that Fidget was my favourite character.
Absolutely reasonable. He's a good one. You gotta love some Ratigan though. But yeah, exciting weekend. We'll be going over to our feature match shortly. And did you say that we've got some Amber Emerald for our first match?
Yeah, so it's going to be open deck list.
Okay. So what does that mean, Joe, for the people that may not know? Yeah,
so the players on day 1, when you sit across the table from your opponent, you don't know what they're playing. You only find out what they're playing when they start inking cards. They put a card into their ink where it's Emerald, they play an Amethyst card, and suddenly you know they're playing Emerald Amethyst. This is very different because they're in an open deck list format, which is often the case on a Top Cup. Before the game starts, you get your opponent's deck list. You can scour through it, seeing the exact amount of cards in the deck, of course, the color pairing, but also the amount of every single card. So, for example, if you're playing against Amber Emerald, you see that they're playing 3 Emerald Chromacons, and you see that they've already played 2 and 1's gone in the discard, you know that you don't have to worry about a 4th.
Yeah, or if there's some like unique text that might be for matchup specific. In some of the Emerald Sapphire decks, we saw the Floodborn Basil coming into play, which has the ability to make our opponent discard whenever they ink. So things like this are important. I really like open deck lists. Like, don't get me wrong, there's certainly a lot of skill expression to closed and just kind of like you having to use your knowledge of the meta and deck list to like get you through. But having the exact counts, knowing exactly what's coming and being able to prepare accordingly, I think there's a lot of skill expression there. So it's going to be really exciting. We should give a shout out to Firestorm Games. We are here in Cardiff, Wales. Firestorm Games, an incredible store. Literally one of the best stores that I've ever been to. It's straight up. It's huge. So much going on here. So a huge shout out to them. The staff have been absolutely amazing. We've got, you mentioned earlier as you were signing off, the kitchen staff keeping us going throughout the day. So a huge shout out to them. A shout out to the entire Ravensburger team. Have to give a special shout out to to Ben, who is one of the main reasons that we are here today, but of course also Kawa, who is doing the work of a million men behind the scenes, bringing us this production. So we hope that you enjoyed yesterday's stream, but it's not over yet. We've got a whole day of Lorcana yet to come.
Yeah, we've also got Kimberly on the broadcast team with us, and she's going to, of course, be in Bologna next week. And there might even be some special guest appearances from Kawa and Jan Moy from Podcana as well.
Exciting.
We'll see if we can squeeze them in at some point. But we do have now the players sat down and ready. We've got Atlantis Ray versus Jamie Peddle. Jamie Peddle, a player that we did see on stream yesterday, playing Amber and Emerald. And the only Amber Emerald player left in the tournament, Baker. And Atlantis, a player that I am familiar with seeing across the UK at these Disney Lorcana events, and tends to do pretty well.
She's very dedicated. Yeah, I've known her for a long time, and she's a very dedicated, very talented player. So I'm really looking forward to that. And let's also mention our Amber Emerald player. We watched them have a banger of a match yesterday, a really tense one. You said it was your favourite match of the day, and I can't hold that against you. So since there is only one Amber Emerald Dogs deck in the top cut, we're showing you that first. Of course, maybe our dogs... Maybe they go all the way. Maybe they're the winner and we get to see them more. But if they are eliminated, and that's that in combination off the table. So we want to make sure that we get to feature that. We want to show you as many types of decks as we possibly can.
No, absolutely. It is going to be Amber Emerald on the play.
Ooh.
So that is going to be a big deal. They're the highest seed. So in a top cut, usually in Disney Lorcana, if you secure yourself a higher seeding, in other words, you have a better record than your opponent, you will have a slight advantage in being able to choose whether you go first or second. And in Disney Lorcana, you're going to choose to go first every single time. And I have to say, on paper, we saw yesterday this matchup play out on stream, Amber and Emerald versus Sapphire Amethyst, but it was the other way around. It was the Amber and Emerald player going second. They lost 2-1, but they felt favoured, didn't they?
Yeah.
So you'd imagine going first, the Amber Emerald is going to be the favourite for this one.
The aggressor, yeah. It was a very swingy match. Dogs definitely has the ability to come back on the draw. It's definitely one of the better position decks for that. But yeah, it's going to be very fast, very aggressive. Will Atlantine have the tools to be able to interrupt this? But I'm really excited to see it. You just mentioned about like playing for higher seed. You get to that point in a tournament yesterday where after like maybe round 7, a couple of players knew that they could ID their way into top cut, which is perfectly reasonable. But are you an idea, or are you the sort of person that wants to play it out, get that higher seed so that in your top cut games you can be on the play? Because being on the play is pretty good.
Baker, I am the worst person to ask about IDs because I always do the wrong thing.
What?
I have ID'd recently in a set champs in the penultimate round thinking it was the last round. So there was 2 rounds to go. I was top seed, undefeated.
Nice.
I ID'd, and then I found out there was one more round, and I had to play my last round and lost.
Oh, dear.
And then there's been other times where I've ID'd and finished 9th.
Wow.
So I'm not the person to ask.
Feels bad. Okay, so maybe you just stop IDing, Joe. Maybe you just play it out all the time. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see, like, well, I'll talk about that in a moment. We're getting straight into the game. There is the fist bump, and we have Amber Emerald, as we said, on the play. Jamie, who we watched yesterday, piloting this deck expertly, but Atlantis is an incredible player herself. I am very excited for this banger.
Yeah, we've got that Mufasa playmat versus the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Of course, the new playmats from the latest set, Fabled. So, Jamie, Amber Emerald, we've seen the deck. It's open deck lists. It's aggressive, sure. It's quick at questing. But what we found out yesterday is thanks to the Emerald Chromacon, which is this 3-cost uninkable item. I wonder if we could get it pulled up on screen for those that aren't familiar. It seemed to be the star of the show, really, for Jamie against Blurple in particular. You can see the Emerald Chromacon here. During your opponent's turn, whenever one of your characters is banished, you may return chosen character to their player's hand. So we saw Jamie bouncing back their opponent's Elsa about 10 times yesterday.
Elsa coming into play is pretty good, but it is pretty negative tempo if you're spending turn after turn doing that. But yeah, this is the premier item seemingly at the moment in Lorcana. And it's pretty safe. The only item removal you're really seeing in meta is that 1-drop Clarabelle, who, of course, you can pay 2 ink to banish an item. In days past, you might have seen things like Benja, who is legal, he was rotated, but not really seeing it in top cut deck lists. And in the past, you would have had things like Hideaway and Kuzco in these Sapphire decks.
Emerald now has access to a couple as well in the form of Fred and Archimedes, but those haven't really caught on. Those kinds of cards can be really good in a item dominated meta. But right now, because there aren't many other items seeing play, it makes the Emerald Chromacon a lot better as a result. We're now doing the altar phase. You can see that Jamie has an abundance of 1-drops. We do need to be careful, of course, that we don't reveal too much information because the players are not close to us, but they could technically be within earshot. But we can see a wide range of cards for both players. Jamie going to be looking for a lot of 1-drops, early curve. Going to also be looking for that Emerald Chromacon because I think there's 3 copies in the deck, Baker.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty important card in this matchup to be able to just, you know, stay ahead in the tempo race. The Dogs deck looking to play a lot of aggressive, high questing characters. They do have access to things like the Tramp Street Smart Dog. So you want to build your wall, you want to build up as many characters as you can so you're paying less for the Tramp, and then the Tramp allows you to draw cards for every other character on the board. So maybe you draw 3, 4, 5. You do have to then discard that many cards, but it helps you to sort of like filter through, tailor your hand to be exactly what you want, plus the Lady Miss Park Avenue that can find characters from the discard. A lot of synergy there.
Yeah, definitely. And for Atlantis, it's just going to be about trying to find a good curve as well. Find a 1-drop. That's going to be particularly important. Maybe a Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. She's going to be looking for Sail the Azure at Sea, maybe into another, or something like a Rafiki, Basil, these kinds of cards. And then just get up to Elsa as quickly as possible. But Hades seems to be a particularly important card. We do have a little bit of a malfunction at the stream table, but we'll get that fixed for you.
Just zooming in on Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo Mat just to show this off. Yes, these came out in set 9 Fabled, and they are absolutely beautiful. Do go and pick one up. But yeah, I'm really excited for this match. You just mentioned about the Blurple deck, that turn 2 ramp. I don't think I saw a single game yesterday where it was missed. Maybe it did happen.
It did actually happen a couple of times.
Okay, I missed that completely, but it is so important to hit that. Your deck feels instantly 50% worse if you don't get that turn 2 ramp, especially against this Dogs deck that is not going to waste any time. They're going to be playing things like Daisy Duck that quest for 2. They're going to be playing the a couple of 1-cost ladies, one of which is a 0/3 and can quest for 3 potentially if she's got 3 strength, and the other one that quests for 1 but quests for 2 if there's a Tramp on board. Atlantine, the Blurple decks are kind of slow. You're really going to want to get that turn 1. Maybe she's running Rafiki, maybe she's running the Royal Guard. If we miss 1-drop, I will be very scared for Atlantine.
Yeah. No, absolutely. The 1-drops can be really good, but particularly like the Octopus Soldier with that 1/2 stat line that can get bigger and bigger and bigger, that can put in so much worse work. Basil's not bad. It's obviously a very good card to give support, but realistically, she's going to need to be challenging with those 1-drops early on, and Basil only having 1 willpower means it's probably just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, whereas something like an Octopus Royal Guard Soldier could get a 2-for-1 trade. Yeah,
I mean, just that, even though it only has 1 strength, if it's being challenged, that can be relevant for certain characters. So, yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger for the Dogs deck. Like, how do you think this match plays up in terms of, like, the late game? Obviously, we're going to favor Blurple, right? When we've got Hades, when we've got Elsa's, things like that. We saw Elsa, like, really be quite a pivotal card yesterday, like, just buying yourself a little bit of space to just quest ahead and make sure you're winning the race. But the early game is definitely going to benefit the Dogs player a lot more, especially if Atlantine has a suboptimal start. So I'm excited for this one, man. Kicking us off, top 32. Let's go.
Yeah, and we also saw like a really nice play yesterday to get around the Emerald Chromacon is if you use Hades and Into the Unknown to remove a threat, you're not banishing them, you're putting them into the Inkwell, and that does not trigger the Emerald Chromacon. The other thing is with the Emerald Chromacon, a very fascinating dynamic is you're going to play Emerald Chromacon as the Amber Emerald player, but then you don't have to make really that many more decisions with the Emerald Chromacon. You just have to decide when to trigger it. So whenever one of your characters is banished, you can bounce back something to your opponent's hand. But it's actually going to be Atlantis who is playing against the Emerald Chromacon that is going to have to make all the decisions related to that card. The sequencing is really, really crucial. Like, you have to plan out your whole turn right from the beginning, because if you, for example, we saw many times, like, someone had a Genie and an Elsa down, they challenged with Elsa, and then their opponent with the Emerald Chromacon bounced the Genie back to hand, and then you just wasted 2 lore because you didn't quest. There's loads of really, really fascinating dynamics. Like, even with the Basil, right? Let's imagine you have a 1-cost Basil on the board. You challenge with Elsa, then they bounce back your Basil to hand. You could have quested for 1, but maybe if you quest for 1 with the Basil, the Emerald Chromacon trigger comes through, and they decide not to even bounce it back because they can trade into it favorably next turn. So the Emerald Chromacon basically puts the Amber Emerald Dogs player in the position where they can sit back and make all their opponent do the hard work. And they ask all the questions, and their opponent has to answer them.
Yeah, and if you're at that point, like, what the danger of Chromicon is that if your opponent kind of already has a board or is ahead in lore, they can just kind of say, all right, well, I'm not challenging, I'm just going to turn them sideways. But the Dogs deck is a lot better at that. But that Emerald Chromicon, being an uninkable, can get a little cloggy. Yesterday, we saw people in Emerald decks playing things like Bobby, which I haven't seen the list yet for the Dogs deck, but it might be in there. That's a nice way of, like, getting these uninkables out of your hand, finding ink, finding key pieces. So Emerald Chromicon, definitely a really important tool. It can be slow, so I'm very, very interested to see how that will pay off today. But as you mentioned, we saw it pay off in spades yesterday in the Blurpool versus Dogs matchup that we saw. So it's going to be a banger. I'm super excited. Also, there's the Tramp, the Dapper Rascal, who is 2 strength, and whenever one of your characters is banished, you may draw a card. I'm not sure if that's going to be in the deck. That's a shift card as well. And of course, the Tramp Enterprising Dog, who when you play, you increase the strength of a character by 1 for each other character on board, which can allow you to make some challenges if you feel the need, but also can boost up that lady, so suddenly she's questing for 3. So yeah, this is very much all gas, no brakes, yada mean. We're just sorting out the tech stuff, and then we'll send you right back over to the match.
Yeah,
checking out a deck. Checking out a deck.
Looking at the list, so with the Amber Emerald deck, there is Bobby in the mix. There's some Merryweathers as well, which is a really interesting option to be able to add extra strength to one of your characters. You've also got that 2-cost Tramp. So there's a couple of ways of an Improvise as well. We did see yesterday the Amber Emerald player utilizing Improvise to make a really favorable trade. So again, Atlantis being able to see this deck list, maybe cards like Merryweather, the Improvise become a little bit worse because Atlantis has to play around them. But the interesting dynamic of an open deck list format is, okay, Atlantis knows Improvise is there, so she plays around it, she respects it.
Yeah.
But that also means that the Improvise is still getting a little bit of value even without needing to play it. And then suddenly, okay, I'll just ink it. You didn't gain your 1 lore because you're worried about my Improvise. It's done its job, and now I can ink it.
Yeah, no, it's that thing of, like, forcing your opponent to have to respect and play around things anyway, and that Improvise is also going to be very important for things that Atlantis might play, like Iago.
There is no Iago. It's literally what I just went to go check.
Iagos. Interesting. I'm probably respecting the fact that a lot more people are playing these things like Improvise. I've even seen things like Helping Hand being played, and of course Hypnotic Strength is a bit of a staple in Amethyst decks at the moment. So there are a lot of cards that really target down this Iago with that big, bulky 4/6 stat line and the evasive keyword. So that's interesting.
The spiciest card I'm seeing in Atlantis deck is actually 4 copies, which is a lot of They Never Come Back.
Interesting.
Which is the one where it's 3 costs?
It's 3 costs, and you select 2 characters that are exerted, and they can't ready at the start of their next turn. Also,
and you draw.
And you draw a card. Yeah, great point. And also that card, They Never Come Back, one of the creepiest moments in a Disney film ever from Pinocchio. Have you seen Pinocchio? That is...
A long time ago.
A long time ago, yeah. that is a scary scene, but a really interesting card we actually saw yesterday. A Ruby Amethyst player on stream. I wasn't casting it, but was utilizing a very aggressive, version of the deck, playing They Never Come Back, and these things like White Rose and all this like uninteractable lore gain. Unfortunately, no Ruby Amethyst making it to top cut this time. We'll get them next time, maybe, sort of, kind of, I guess. 5
different decks that made the top cut, and it was the 5 most represented. Blurple's about 50% of the top cut.
It is.
It was about, I think, it was about a third of the tournament, but about 50% of the top cut is Blurple. So Blurple, definitely the biggest winner of the weekend. Even though it was the most represented deck, it is the best represented deck in top cut, which you'd expect. But it's like a really, really good conversion. But here we're ready to go. We can see the 4-cost Genie into the ink, Bobby, the Spray Cheese Kid, and it's discarding the Lilo. It's the Jamie Pedal special. The turn 1 Bobby discarding Lilo. We saw them do this twice yesterday. Now they've done it for a 3rd time. But we do apologize about the technical issues. We are working on getting that all sorted, and apologies to the players.
One thing that I was going to mention in that list, and we actually saw it in Jamie's opening hand there, was the Merryweather, one of the the worst fairies, the good fairies who can increase the strength of a character by 2. I think you pay 1 to increase the strength of a character. That, again, can be... Because sometimes Dogs doesn't really want to be doing too much challenging. You want to be the quester, but in a mirror or even against Amber Steel, there might be times where you need to try and make a favorable challenge. So things like Merryweather, again, similar effect to the Enterprising Dog Tramp, can certainly boost that strength. And again, another way that you can boost up the lady so that she's questing for 3. A 1-drop questing for 3 is kind of insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really love the lady card, but it is also a weird one where if your lady is questing for 3, it also means that like a card like Merryweather or the Tramp is just giving that extra strength and you're not taking that challenge.
Yeah.
But that's why I really like the inclusion of the Merryweather, because suddenly, rather than just having 4 of the 2-cost Tramps that can give extra strength, you've got 4 of the Tramps, which are the better card probably, but then you've also got those Merryweathers as a backup, right? Merryweather, give the lady an extra bit of strength, either take a nice challenge or quest for 3. I think that makes a big difference. And
Have you played much dogs?
I have played a little bit.
It seems like a kind of you deck.
Yeah. Do you know what? You're
like
not going to be
some aggro.
surprised to hear this. I, last set, theory crafted a discard dogs deck.
Of course you did.
And I play tested it a little bit.
Of course
I had
you did.
I had Prince John,
Yeah.
I had Curse Merfolks, and I had Tramp, the 2-cost, and Bare Necessity Sudden Chill. So I would try and go turn 2, Tramp, like give Lady extra strength and play like a Merfolk.
Sure.
And then turn 3, it would be Prince John and sing Bare Necessities with the 2-cost Tramp.
You disgust me. You absolutely disgust me. But hey, if it's winning your games, then I can't hold it against you. But that you will see no Prince John. Well, we are showing the Infinity Final later.
We are.
So maybe there'll be a Prince John in there. I've just got my heart set on a Ruby deck making its way into the finals of that Infinity. That's where we thrive a little bit more than standard constructed.
I played a lot of Ruby this set, Baker, and it is
Ruby
difficult.
Emerald, right?
Yeah, I played Ruby Sapphire mainly.
Okay.
Ruby Sapphire this set, so I played a lot of Robin
You like the
Hood.
Robin, I was going to say you like the Robin Hood.
Yeah, and do you know what? It can do some really, really good things. And there's actually a lot of decent Ruby cards. I mean, obviously, Maui Half Shark is still the standout performer.
Sure.
And of course, when combined with Sapphire, you can get it done a little bit sooner. You can be replaying things like Develop Your Brain. But the biggest thing for me, having played Ruby more than any other ink color actually this set, that Ruby really struggles with, it really struggles now to deal with ready characters.
Yeah.
Previously, you had Brawl, you had Medusa, you had Lady Tremaine, of course, B-Prep being the big one. But now you've got B-King Undisputed, you've got Shift Mulan, and I even started playing like the 5-cost Temptuous Lion Scar that was the set champs promo. Which, like, it's fun, it's cool, it's an uninkable 5-cost, 4/2 stat line that quests for 3. You have to put 2 damage on one of your characters to put 2 damage on one of your opponents, and you have to do it. It's not something you can decline. And it feels quite satisfying when you do this, and then your opponent plays Bell in Amethyst, which is a 5-cost inkable, which moves damage counters, and you're like, it feels like Amethyst right now is doing Ruby things better than Ruby can.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that at all. That is literally what's happening right now. Ruby kind of having a bit of identity crisis at the moment. We do have the Daring Visitor Sisu. That's another piece of removal, which is actually important for things like Tiana. Like, that's why I kind of like Ruby Amethyst into Amethyst, into Amber Steel. But let's go back into the matchup. The first play from Jamie was to ink the new Genie, the Emerald Genie, who's evasive, and when he's exerted, your characters get +2 strength. We played the Bobby to discard the Lilo, which is Joe's favourite move of the weekend, and now we're over to Atlantis.
Yeah, and we see Jamie really make use of this Bobby on turn 1 to put Lilo in the discard.
Sure.
Because this Lilo for Jamie, Lilo's been a bit of an underperformer in general, as we see the Basil as the turn 1 play for Atlantis. Because a lot of the time you summon Lilo from your discard and it just gets removed. But the synergy with the Emerald Chromacon and Lilo is really, really extraordinary, because every time Atlantis removes one of Jamie's characters, Jamie can somewhat remove one of Atlantis' characters by bouncing it back to hand. So every time that Jamie is able to summon this Lilo out, it's kind of trading it with an Elsa. And it really puts in so much work as long as Jamie finds that Chromacon.
Dapper Rascal into the Inkwell. We do have a Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, who is going to come down along with a gift to Hercules, Pegasus. This will be the participation promo for the DLC season. If you are going to a DLC and playing in the main event, you will get yourself an alt art of this Pegasus. And here it is, seeing play in the top 32 cut of our CCQ.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about with the Basil as well. Maybe the Octopus Soldier could challenge the Bobby here and remain on the board.
Sure.
If Basil's going to do so, it will be a trade.
This Daisy Duck, obviously, is super, super aggressive, questing for 2. She's got a 1/4 stat line. 4 can be a tough number to hit. It's one of the reasons you see people playing things like Hypnotic Strength. We're going to ink, we're going to play Tipo. We do have that ever so important turn 2 ramp, and Atlantis does choose to take that trade into Bobby. What do you think about that, Joe?
Yeah, I think it's a decision that they're forced to take. I'm not sure it's necessarily something they want to do, but I think you've got to do it.
You know the opposing deck is super aggressive. Every lore counts, so let's just get rid of it. And we're going to respond from Jamie with a couple of ladies. And the Pegasus and the Daisy are going to go on quests. That will trigger the Daisy ability to look at the top card of Atlantis' deck. It's to develop your brain. We were looking for a character, so that non-character will go back to the bottom of the deck.
Yep, develop your brain. Often it's putting a card into hand and onto the bottom, but in this case, develop your brain goes to the bottom itself because of that Daisy Duck. A couple of Into the Unknowns in hand for Atlantis. Dumbo into the ink, and it's going to be Genie that comes through. Of course, Atlantis then going to draw a card, but those Into the Unknowns definitely can help gain back some tempo soon. Jamie, no Chromacon down yet. Of course, only at 2 ink, despite having so many characters.
Playing it on this next turn would be huge because you got to think this Genie wants to... Oh, yeah, you got... Oh, yeah, because the Genie's only just been played, but obviously can be an answer to this Pegasus eventually. This is a really aggressive start. Can we get a tramp down? Because that would increase the lure of these ladies. It's going to be the Street Smart Dog paying a cost of just 3, and then we're going to draw 4 cards and discard 4. And this is where this deck really starts to get its motor going. Just filtering out, finding key pieces, tailoring our hand a little bit. And of course, this Stapper Rascal, sorry, Street Smart Dog, questing for 2 and a big old bulky boy, 6 willpower, Joe.
Yeah, and it quests for 2, but as you mentioned, that Lady,
yep, she
Elegant
will gain lore.
Spaniel, also now suddenly going to be questing for 2. So it's a huge moment. But let's not forget about the consistency that this tramp is also providing Jamie, being able to add a bunch of cards into hand and then discard that same amount. Okay, it's not drawing you cards, but it can give you access to the cards that you need. Jamie, we talked about yesterday how many Chromacons is the right amount. 3 seems to probably be the reasonable amount of Emerald Chromacon, as it is an uninkable card. But
you want to make sure you're seeing it, right? And again, we've got the bobbies to hopefully discard any extra copies that we might have. But yeah, look at this, just 3 ink. And look at this wide board from Jamie. This is exactly the sort of start that he wants. Atlantis is going into a 5 ink turn. So you've got to expect an Elsa to be the play here if Atlantis has access to it.
Yeah,
Needs to tidy up this board.
Jamie has already spent that ink on this tramp as well. The 7 cost character, just costing 3. So not going to be able to play any other cards this turn as they did ink already.
Jamie just deciding here how he wants to go about his questing. Again, we'll be fully aware that the Elsa could come down on the next turn. And this is top 32, a slight extension to the time limit.
Yeah, this is the perfect moment for Jamie to just be slowing down and making a decision. He's playing a pretty quick deck and actually decides not to quest. So it's a big moment in this game. Could have, of course, quested for a total of 7, but decides instead to leave all of his characters ready. And perhaps because they have a card in hand that they want to get down, maybe that Emerald Chromacon is the last card left in hand. Of course, Tramp.
Yeah, good point.
Tramp drew a bunch of cards and then discarded a bunch.
Yep.
This is actually like one of the most crucial decisions that you make as a aggro style deck. There's like one turn where you just decide to start questing, and Jamie's actually made a very high level decision here to delay the quest. The problem is sometimes these high level decisions, you can almost overthink them. Sometimes the obvious answer is the correct one, but I think I'm really, really fascinated by what card Jamie has in hand, because that's certainly going to impact the decision-making here on whether or not he quested. I would wager it's probably a Chromacon.
I actually think that's a really good prediction. That makes a lot of sense with not questing here. We are going to see that Elsa 5th Spirit come down and exert the Street Smart Dog, and Genie is going to give his best rendition of Into the Unknown to send it straight into the Inkwell. Really interesting play that could come into play at some point here is playing the Tramp to boost up the Pegasus to take out the opposing Genie would feel like a pretty high-value turn. Again, this deck doesn't really want to be doing too much challenging, but it will if it needs to.
Yeah, and this Into the Unknown was just absolutely brilliant value. Jamie only with 1 card in hand, so probably not going to be able to make too much use of that ink. Right now, he's considering whether he wants to pay 2 for Lilo. He has to decide before he draws. He decides not to do so. But that Into the Unknown, not only removing that 7 cost tramp, but it's also meaning that these ladies now only quest for 1. There is the Emerald Chromacon. Daisy will quest for 2. Pegasus and the ladies, though, only questing to 1 because there is no tramp left on the board. The Daisy trigger, I didn't quite catch.
I'm not sure. I assume it's going to have happened, but this Emerald Chromacon will be on the board for the remainder of the game. Sapphire does have access to item removal, but not expecting Atlantis to be playing any. We can double check that on the list, but I very much doubt it. So this Chromacon is here to stay.
Yep, and the Daisy Trigger did go through.
Got it.
It's going to be Elsa added to hand.
Pretty good. It's a pretty good card to find. Atlantis with some decisions to make here. You were talking before the game, Joe, about how important the sequencing is here when you're playing against this Emerald Chromacon. If you spend all your income, oh, we're going to shift the Spirit of Winter. She's going to freeze the Lady and the Pegasus, and we're just going to start turning sideways. Yeah, that looks good to me.
Yep, that Lady and Daisy are still exerted, I think, just being turned that way just to remind the players that they are frozen for the turn and shouldn't be ready, but that upside down Daisy and upside down Lady are in fact exerted, just so everyone who's probably a little bit confused by that is aware.
They're frozen upside down, but as long as our players are aware of what's going on, yeah, we're just going to turn them sideways now. Pegasus and Lady gonna go on a couple of quests. There are no tramps on the board, so these ladies are just questing for one. But Jamie already zooming ahead to 11 lore. I'm not sure if Atlantis is going to win this race as it stands. Maybe if we can find another Spirit of Winter, maybe we can assure that we're winning this race. Atlantis puts her hand down and is going to take a moment to think about this. Again, this is top 32. The winner of today's event will go home with an invitation to the European Championship. That's a big prize up for grabs, Joe. So let's take our time here.
Yeah, and this is where, for Atlantis, the Emerald Chromacon is really coming into play, and the decisions become very, very tricky. You have to plan ahead the whole turn right now. Because as soon as you make one decision, and then you're like, oh, wait, against the Emerald Chromacon, things could go wrong very, very quickly. Jamie's still with one card left in hand. He's 9 lore away, and his board is currently going to quest for 7. So he's only threatening to get up to 18, but all it would take is a single tramp card, and suddenly that is going to jump up to 20. So Atlantis might need to challenge one character, or instead, they might make a really bold decision here and say, if you have tramp in your hand, you win the game, but if you don't, then I find a window of opportunity. I don't have to respect your Chromacon. So it's going to be a really interesting moment and decision for Atlantis on exactly what they go for. It's going to be Elsa, and it is going to exert Daisy Duck and then challenge a Lady. Now the Emerald Chromacon can come through, and it's going to bounce back the big legendary Elsa as now Basil joins the party.
So Basil replacing this Elsa, so now Atlantis has the potential to quest to 19, but we could shift that Spirit of Winter on top of our 5th Spirit, and that would be game. So Jamie needs to do something to interact here. We're going to return the Lilo before we draw a card, paying a cost of 2. Yep. There we go. Yep. Nice tidy board state. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and Atlantis has done a really good job here because they're also threatening to win the game on the next turn. While the board only quests for 5, they do have that Elsa in hand, which could shift down and therefore get to 20.
Ursa the Deceiver, 2-cost character. You look at your opponent's hand and you may discard a song. Blurple only tends to play into the unknown as its songs these days.
Yeah, Jamie has now spent all the ink, and that Elsa shift threat is just proposing so much lore. So Jamie's now in a position where they can't quest to win the game. They're going to have to take some challenges. Remember, Atlantis at 14 lore. The board currently quests for 5, but with that Elsa shift, it's really questing for 7.
Jamie needs to remove 2 lore from the board here, because obviously the Spirit of Winter would shift and quest for 3 up to 17, Genie to 19, and then 1 lore each for Tipo and Basil. So Jamie needs to take 2 lore off the board here.
And I don't think it's possible. Jamie's going to go ahead and quest.
So it just came down.
He's going to quest with his whole board. That's going to go to the bottom. That's going to go to the bottom. But with the Elsa shift here, Atlantis is going to do the business.
And here we saw an example of ignoring the Chromacon, Joe, and just saying, no, I have the potential to just zoom ahead of you in the race here. Is that Jamie just saying, yep, I can't do anything about it, but let's play it out?
Yep, I think that's exactly it. The Elsa shift comes through, and Atlantis takes game number 1.
On the draw.
And look at the card that was in hand. It was the Tramp Dapper Rascal. Too expensive, actually, to have been played.
Yeah.
But Atlantis did such a good job mitigating the questing power of Jamie. This Elsa into the unknown combo which is honestly one of the best plays that Blurple has access to against aggro decks. It's something that we see Blurple players use against Tiana very often, but it was unbelievably good there. Like Jamie's decision not to take that big quest with that wide board, those ladies could have quested for 2, and then suddenly Atlantis with the surprise Elsa into the unknown with the tramp. Now the ladies only questing for 1. That was the key moment in this game. And Atlantis' decision to just not even challenge on that final turn, not trigger the Chromacon, that was the big difference, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just identifying, no, I have the potential to win this race, but still super impressive on the draw. We were saying Jamie felt pretty favored being on the play with the super aggressive deck, but Atlantis breaking serve, so Jamie will get to be on the play again. But if we go to game 3, then we will see Blurple on the play for the first time today. Already a great match to open day 2, top cuts of the CCQ here in Cardiff, Wales at Firestorm Games. What a weekend of Lorcana.
Yeah, we got to interview Jamie yesterday, and Jamie said that he didn't expect to get this far in the tournament. So huge shout out to him. He has had a great run so far, and he's going to want it to continue for a little bit longer. We did see Jamie getting exceptionally close to winning this matchup yesterday when going second, so it is definitely not over, but Atlantis, she's going to feel like she needed that first game win.
She's going to feel a lot of the pressure falling off her shoulders there, but this is not the time to relax. You've got 1, maybe 2 more games to get through, and a long old slog of top cut. So we move into game 2. These are open deck lists. I see a couple of people in chat that have just joined us asking. Yes, this is open deck list. Oh, a nice view of Atlantis' hand there. This is pre-mulligan, pre-alter. But Jamie being on the play will alter first. That is the sort of one advantage you get to going second, is you get the knowledge of how many cards your opponent has altered, which can certainly determine how aggressive you want to alter. But Blurple, if it misses ramp, is generally probably altering quite a lot of cards.
Yeah. And that's it. Atlantis doing what we like to call the Ed stare, just looking at their opponent, trying to get as much information as possible.
I respect it.
And, you know, if I'm Atlantis and I'm about to mulligan 7 cards, I would definitely want to wait and hide that information from my opponent while they alter.
Yeah, like, it's game-changing, right? Like, I've had hands where I'm like, oh, I think I'm just going to throw back 1 or 2, but then my opponent goes 7, and I go, okay, well, if that's the case, I'll alter a few more. I'll take a bit of a risk.
6 cards for Atlantis, with I think the 1 card kept that 1-cost Basil as a guaranteed way of challenging the early board of Jamie.
So hopefully we're hitting turn 2 ramp here from this altar.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Most of the time with Blurple, we see them mulligan 7 if you miss ramp. We talked yesterday about the Sapphire Emerald decks and how there's an argument to keep the legendary Clarabelle in some hands when you're altering. And in this case, Atlantis also deciding actually that this 1-cost character is so important for her when going second that it's worth risking missing ramp in order to keep it.
Well, in game 1, if I'm not mistaken by my maths, Jamie had the potential to go to 19 but couldn't beat Atlantis, which just goes to show that that Basil challenging the Bobby was actually really, really important. That 1 lore denied could have made that seemingly made all the difference. So I respect wanting to keep hold of the 1 drop against this aggressive deck. Jamie had a very fast start as well with the triple 1 drops by turn 2.
Yeah, and it's like you mentioned earlier, Baker, how this Emerald Chromacon is working so well because Jamie's got so much lore early on, and it forces Atlantis to challenge. But Jamie's just that little bit too slow in this previous game, and Atlantis just maneuvered her way through that one so well, so she could suddenly ignore the Chromacon. We're going to see Lady into the ink and Lady onto the board for Jamie to kick off game number 2, and it's on over to Atlantis, and ramp has been found.
Excellent. Yeah, inking that family dog, the 3-cost, and down comes our Decisive dog. Whenever you play a character, she gets +1 strength, and while she has 3 strength or more, she quests for 3. And here's Rafiki, Mystical Fighter Joe. He's a 0-2 with Challenger 3, and of course that also important ability to take no damage against hyenas. One day, Joe, one day it will be very relevant.
Banzai's quite good right now. Like I told you yesterday, I think my Banzai was taken out by Rafiki, and when Rafiki stayed on the board, I was gobsmacked. So it's definitely something you don't see often, but when it does come up, it makes a big difference. Jamie not playing any Banzais in his list, though.
You never know. It could come up in the future. One day the ancient skills will be put to good use.
I'm sure there's going to be some more good hyenas at some
Absolutely,
point. Like
100%.
a hyena that costs 1 and quests for 2. I wouldn't mind that.
You love a cost one quest for 2,
It's
don't you,
true.
Joe?
You know what else I like? Triple 1-drop by turn 2.
Technically, because this tramp you get to pay 1 less to play him if you have a lady in play. So, yeah, looks good. And this lady questing for 1 more if there's a tramp in play. I love the synergy between lady and tramp. It's no surprise. They are a classic Disney couple, and it's great to see them working so well together here in our core constructed event. Passing back over to Atlantis, who's just got that Rafiki. You got to think going to want to take out this lady, and thankfully the 0 strength from lady means that Rafiki will live to tell the tale. We're going to play that Sail the Azure at Sea, draw a card, and we can inconditional time this turn.
Yeah, and Jamie already at 3 lore because this lady was given that extra strength by Tramp. And when that character has 3 strength or more, it quests for 3. But that strength only during Jamie's turn, which does mean that Rafiki is ready and waiting to take that lady out swiftly while receiving no damage in return. Sail was played. Atlantis currently deciding which card to ink.
It's going to be currently filtering a Dumbo and a Finders Keepers. Finders Keepers pretty slow. Not a card that I expect to see played in this matchup. The Dumbo, of course, is the elephant in the room that's been taking the meta by storm. We've seen a lot of him over the weekend. Yep, it's going to be the Dumbo going into the Inkwell. And down comes that Basil.
Yeah, and this Basil was kept in the opening hand. This is the perfect opening for Atlantis going second. Rafiki or the Octopus Soldier on turn 1, because the Octopus Soldier also would have been 3 strength here thanks to the sail. And then another 1-drop thanks to that sail. And Atlantis' mulligan to keep that Basil in the opening hand has paid off on this occasion. But that is a big, aggressive start from Jamie with the lady into the Lilo as their 3-ink play.
Yep, this family dog, she's a 2/2 quest for 2, and on play, you may play a character of 2 cost or less for free. My favorite price in Disney Lorcana trading card game, Joe. And this Lilo, the escape artist, in game 1, we saw it thrown into the discard courtesy of Bobby. Didn't get that play this time, Joe, but she's on the board now, so she will probably be an ever-present character in this game. Is that a couple of challenges?
Yeah, Rafiki getting taken down.
I respect it.
Again, Jamie wanting really to quest in this position, but that Rafiki has already put in so much work. It took out a lady, and okay, now it's been traded out for free, but that denied a significant amount of lore. That was 3 lore that Jamie just missed out on to take that challenge into double challenge into Rafiki.
Inking the Elephant, which also can be a pretty good card in this matchup against aggro, which can move up to 2 damage counters from itself to another character at the beginning of the turn. Obviously, a lot of these dog characters in the Amber Emerald deck are pretty fragile, pretty small. The Basil is going to trade into that lady, get her off the board. Let's deny as much lore as we possibly can. Atlantis knows that as she gets to the mid to late part of the game and she has access to Elsa and Hades and into the unknown, it's a lot more in her favor. She just needs to keep Jamie as low as possible in terms of lore.
It's going to be a lady shift for 3.
Very nice.
And you can return 2 characters with cost 2 or less to hand. Jamie had exactly 2 characters in the discard with that stipulation, and it's going to be a quest for 3 with the Tramp and the Lilo. And it looks like Lady will be joining in on the fun for a quest of 5 up to 8 now for Jamie. 8 lore to 0. All 3 ink was spent on that shift.
Mm-hmm.
It's now 3 or 4 cards in hand for Jamie, but did not ink this turn. Something we've seen them do a couple of times is just stay at 3 ink.
You don't seem to need a lot more than that, especially with certain cards like Tramp being able to be played cheaper if you have a lady on board. And this lady, Miss Park Avenue, actually one of the stronger characters in the deck in terms of actual strength. That 4/4 stat line is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that now this lady, Miss Park Avenue, become more of a 4/of staple.
Yeah.
When you had Chernobog and Lady, there's a lot of uninkables in your deck. There's also a little bit of anti-synergy between the 2 cards. But now that Chernobog is gone, like Lady is really shining. As soon as I saw this card, I think it was the first dual ink card that was revealed. I was just blown away by how good it is. And it's been one of the standout performers for me in this deck. It isn't drawing you cards, but it is replacing itself and adding 1 extra card to your hand. And there's a lot of really good options, even like Go-Go being such a phenomenal option in the late game for lady as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that as another card that is in this Emerald Amber deck list that we didn't talk about right at the beginning, which on play, you can pay 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on a character. We saw that a couple of times yesterday, Joe, come down and really be a difference maker. The Elsa's going to come down, and she's going to remove the Escape Artist, and we're going to sing into the Inkwell with this Genie to get rid of that Miss Park Avenue. Like I said, the 4 strength, one of the higher amounts of strength in this deck. We are going to return the Lilo Escape Artist in the set stage of Ready, Set, Draw.
Yeah, and Jamie's decision not to ink in the previous turn is looking brilliant right now, perhaps anticipating an Into the Unknown on that shifted lady, giving him 2 extra ink without having to put cards from his hand into his inkwell. So Jamie's decision not to ink in the last turn, a really fascinating decision, which is seeming to pay off already. Now, 2 ink has already been spent on that Lilo, and there is still 3 ink available for Jamie and an abundance of cards in hand.
Yeah, like we said, like you mentioned, Joe, when you're against Blurple, it's pretty safe to say that they're going to ramp you at some point, and especially if, in that instance, you get 2 cards to go into your inkwell because of the shifted lady. So pretty heads-up play from Jamie, who is taking his time thinking about this turn. Again, we've got plenty of time. This is top 32, top cut, day 2 here at the CCQ in Cardiff, Wales. If you're just joining us, welcome. Yes, Becky in the house, day 2. That's us, Joe.
Okay, we're Becky.
That's us. We're Becky.
There's a nice little tower of dice, and you can see off the camera there, and the hand camera as well. Very nicely done.
Was that Kim? I feel like that was Kim.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Like that was probably Kim. Jamie really taking his time.
As they should. This is a
absolutely
really, really good skill. We've talked about a lot this weekend of that clock management. And at this stage, you've got 44 minutes. There's nothing worse than getting 2-0'd, and you've still got like 30 minutes left on the clock, and you think, oh, if I just took my time a little bit more on this one key decision, I could have won that game. We're going to see lady into lady. So 3 ink spent on that. That's all 5 of Jamie's ink having been spent. 2 on Lilo, 3 on that lady play. Didn't yet ink for turn, so there is the opportunity to still do that and utilize that last ink. But right now, no ink available for Jamie.
Yeah, no, probably favoring just keeping cards in hand is going to be respecting the opponent's 5th Spirit, Spirit of Winter, etc. So we want to be able to redeploy to the board where necessary. We're going to pass over to Atlantis, who's going to ready, set, draw. 3 cards in hand for, I believe, maybe 4.
Yeah, and this tramp didn't quest, which is worth noting. There's that Finders Keepers.
I actually said I'd be surprised to see this, but I guess if you don't have the cards to combat the board, then you've got to take the turn off to just draw some cards, Joe.
Yeah, there was that huge decision earlier, wasn't there, on what to ink, whether it was Finders Keepers or Dumbo.
Yep.
And Dumbo was the card which was inked, and it's looking like a pretty good decision at this moment in time. I think Dumbo wasn't doing too much here.
Nope. We did find a Spirit of Winter off of that Develop Your Brain. I think it was Spirit of Winter and They Can Never Come Back, I believe, were the 2 options. And Spirit of Winter put straight into the hand. Of course, we can shift onto the 5th Spirit and freeze a couple of characters. Genie going to go on a quest here, Joe, as opposed to taking out the Lilo, because the Elsa is going to do the job. Makes sense. Quest for 2 with your Genie. I like it.
Yeah, but still no sign of the Emerald Chromicon for Jamie, and his characters are being banished. Has that decision before he draws a card on whether or not he wants to pay 2 to summon the Lilo from the discard. I didn't actually catch whether or not Jamie drew for turn already. I have a feeling they might have, though, but we'll see soon enough. Of course, that Lilo card, you do have to activate the effect during the set phase. It's ready, set. That's when you have to trigger the Lilo ability and then draw.
Absolutely.
So you don't know what you're going to draw into when you decide on Lilo. Bobby is going to be the card played, so Lilo is not going to be triggered on this occasion. You pay 1 to play Bobby, and then you can draw a card to discard a card, and it'll be Pegasus going into the discard, starting to populate the discard for cards like that 5-cost lady. Here comes the Dapper Rascal, the shift for 4, and now every time one of Jamie's characters is banished, which includes Tramp, Jamie will draw a card.
And questing for a total of 6. The Dapper Rascal quest for 2. The lady's going to quest for 2 because there is a Tramp on board. And, of course, the Family Dog always questing for 2, taking Jamie up to 14 lore, is representing game next turn. So Atlantis will need to respond to this, but it shouldn't be too tricky to take out the 2 ladies at the very least.
Yeah, and while you can't banish the Tramp, you'd have to draw. The Inkwell is not banishing that. Hades dealing with it, and suddenly no cards being drawn for Jamie, and all that is left is the Spray Cheese Kid looking rather lonely.
Ooh, drew a card. Is there not? Is the Lilo not in the discard?
It is.
Yep. So choosing not to take that this turn. Again, as Joe was just saying, if you have drawn a card for turn, you have missed the trigger to bring back the escape artist. So we're going to play a couple of ladies to sit next to our Bobby. So this lady could potentially quest for 3 if we can get her strength up. So that's 3, 4, and 5, 6 for the other lady if we can find a tramp. But I think Jamie left with nothing in hand. He just played it all out, right?
Yep. Jamie only had 1 card in hand. He drew for turn and played it down. Of course, Jamie might have just been thinking, I need to draw exactly lady at this moment in time, like the 5 cost.
Sure.
And I want to play it. I don't want to shift it.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think this might have been an occasion on that Lilo just being a little bit tricky to always remember the trigger for before you draw. You're so used to just drawing for turn, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Elsa is going to be shifted in. The deep freeze comes through on 2 ladies.
Yeah, this deep freeze is very powerful. It's going to lock down a couple of ladies. We're not going to challenge, though. We're just going to start zooming ahead in the quest race. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on board, so a 2-turn clock that Atlantis is providing, but you've got to think she'll take out these 2 ladies on her next turn.
Yeah, and still no Lilo trigger from Jamie. Draws into that 5-cost lady, so really rewarded for that decision.
That's pretty good, Joe. Is that a look of... Oh, there's a Lilo in here.
Yeah, in the discard, there's a Lilo, there's a Pegasus, and there's 1 other card.
I think it's another lady.
I think you might be right. A 1-cost lady, I think.
I do believe so.
With 2 ink available, I mean, the decision here for Jamie is, does he play... Oh, it's the 3-cost lady that's in the discard, I think.
Ah, okay. So that one you cannot bring back courtesy of Miss Park Avenue, but that was a heck of a top deck there.
Oh, no, there is. Look, there's
okay.
There's enough. There's the Pegasus and a 1-cost lady in the discard. So there's still a Lilo in the discard as well for Jamie to possibly play next turn. And it is a big moment in this game. Atlantis took that last turn so quickly, but now so many decisions to make. Can you stop Jamie from questing to win on the next turn? This lady was the perfect top deck for Jamie.
It really was. Yeah, we can take out the Bobby and the lady, and the 2 ladies, no problem. We have the characters for that. But what we need to be scared of is the Miss Park Avenue questing for 2, the Pegasus for 1, and then if we find a tramp, then this other ready lady will quest for 2, which would be game. So Atlantis really with a tough decision what to do here. If she's got an Elsa, then you've got to think we're going to see it here, or a Hades to remove like the Miss Park Avenue, for an example. What does she have?
I don't think there's many cards available for Atlantis either.
No, looks like just 1 and top of the screen there, top left. Is Jamie going to take this one? I felt like Blurple had this wrapped up, but that Miss Park Avenue was game-changing, Joe.
Yeah, such a good card. We're going to see Hades challenge the lady. There's no Chromacon, so no Chromacon effects. There's no card draw for Jamie. This is really his last roll of the dice. And Atlantis just trying to stop every single little bit of lore. Hades comes through, and go. Jamie's not happy to see that, that's for certain. Because suddenly, Jamie's board only questing for 3, and is 5 lore away.
Yeah, he's capped at at the moment, as you say, questing for 3. If we find the tramp, we are capped at 4, which is not enough to get us to 20. Atlantis going to 12, going to quest with that Elsa, and we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 lore on board, so Atlantis is representing game here. Is the Pegasus going to have to go into the Genie? Does it matter? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yes, that would matter. Okay, if we take out the Genie, then we're left with just 7 lore on board, which would take Atlantis to 19.
Yep, no Lilo trigger from Jamie, who shook his head when he drew that card, perhaps regretting that decision. That's the thing with Lilo. You don't know if it's the right call to play the Lilo until you draw your card, but you have to decide before you draw your card. So sometimes you're going to play the Lilo, and then you're going to draw a really expensive card and say, I wish I didn't play the Lilo. And then there's other times you draw a 1 cost, and you're like, I really wish I played that Lilo. But you just don't know.
Absolutely.
And there's no perfect answer then. You just find out after you make the decision.
Yeah, Jamie with 8 ink on board, so you got to wonder, maybe what was the thought trail of, what we were looking for to pay at cost? Maybe the Street Smart Dog, something like that. Even that, though, you would only be paying a cost of 4. So,
Dapper Rascal is 8 costs, or right?
7 cost, I believe, but it's a shift.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I'll double check that.
It's definitely shift 4. It might be a 6 cost, I think.
You might be right.
It's definitely shift 4. I think it might only actually cost 6.
I think it's 7. We'll find out. We'll find out.
I went from 8 to 7, so 8 to 6. So it's one of the 3, isn't it?
We're talking about the Dapper Rascal or the Street Smart Dog?
The Dapper Rascal.
The Dapper Rascal. Let's find out. You were right. It's a 6 cost, Joe. You got me.
Well, I said 8 initially, so.
But yeah, but you settled on the correct answer. We take. I'm not going to lock you into your first incorrect answer.
Yeah, so Pegasus is probably going to be challenging the Genie. You would imagine.
Yeah, I think it has to. I mean, there is a. We can't even take out the Elsa. She's got 3 willpower left, unless we tripled into her, which sounds awful.
Jamie actually looking at his discard. Is there another lady available for him here? It's going to be a shift. It's going to be a shift lady, returning 2 cards to hand. Jamie again finding the right top deck, and it's 2 more ladies to join the party. Another twist in the tale.
Got to take out that Genie, though, because Atlantis is representing game. So I've got to think it's going to be the Pegasus going into it. My math is right, like 3, 4, 7. So she can't be capped at 19. The only, I'm not sure if she's running a Baymax. I didn't see it in the deck list. You will sometimes see that in a Blurple deck list, which can certainly catch people off guard. Shout out to Zenulus, who's very much been popularizing that over in the States.
I think Atlantis, it looks like 4 cards in hand right now based off the dice. So draws a card for turn. Imagine what's this card called? The 3 cost that doesn't ready characters. Like you can't.
They never come back. They never come back. Yeah.
Imagine that right now.
That would be big. She's running a few copies.
Elsa!
Oh, that's another good way of freezing down characters. And you see Jamie with the body language there. That's very frustrating play.
Yeah, and I looked at Atlantis list earlier. 3 copies of this Spirit of Winter, which is a lot more than we're used to seeing. But right now, that is looking like the perfect amount to deal with the onslaught of the dogs. There is 1 card there in the glare, which I believe is the 5-cost lady, the 4/4.
Little conversation.
But let's not forget about the deep freeze. 2 of those characters aren't going to be readying.
Absolutely not. So no chance of any law on the next turn. Even if we shifted lady onto lady, she would still indeed be exerted. Atlantis is going to take that law, courtesy of Hades. And I think this is going to be the final 2 turns of the game. We find a Bobby.
Yeah, and there was no Lilo trigger either.
No Lilo trigger. Oh, discard. Yep, there you go. So, yeah, this Bobby does, if you trigger the ability, it is a May, but if you draw a card, you must discard a card.
Yeah, but look, Jamie can quest only for 1 to get to 19, and Atlantis gets the game. What a performance. Atlantis Ray taking down the Amber Emerald player 2 games to 0 on the draw.
That's very impressive.
Really good stuff.
Kawa doing a little, that's how impressed he was. You got Kawa dancing. What a match on the draw for Atlantine. Absolutely fantastic. And she's a fantastic player. Really glad to see her doing well. But commiserations to Jamie, the only dogs deck in top cut. We were very keen to see it. He was on the play. Didn't go his way this time. A couple of Lilo I think it would be dishonest for us to not say, I think there were a couple of Lilos absolutely forgotten in that. But, hey, I've done worse. I have done far worse in the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
I've double-inked. Many times as well, on camera.
And how did that go?
I think, yeah. I think, one thing that's worth thinking about is looking at this Amber Emerald deck, right? We talked about the count of the Chromacons a lot.
Yes.
3 copies, which I think is the reasonable amount.
Yeah, I agree.
Based off these games, I wonder if you're just supposed to bite the bullet and play the 4th. Listen, it's uninkable, it's clunky, it's going to be really annoying in some hands, but the power level in the deck from when it does have the Chromacon and doesn't have the Chromacon is so big.
Yep, it's huge.
When there was no Chromacon here, the Amber Emerald deck just running out of steam even when going first.
It's hard. With those Bobbies, I think you're right. I think Bobby allows you to kind of play a couple more uninkables to get them out of your hand. And again, you don't need to ink that high with this particular deck. And as we saw an example of in that match against Blurple, which is a lot of the metagame at the moment, it's safe to assume they are going to ramp you. They're going to Hades or into the unknown on your shifted lady. So I actually think you might be right. We did see the Chromacon come down in game 1, but Atlantis identifying that she had the potential to just kind of ignore it and just keep questing up and up. And here she is. And Joe's going to jump out for a second. Thanks. Come on, let's seat you down.
My one question is about the ink on Dumbo or
or Fighters Keepers? All right, we'll get to that. Atlantine, good to see you, mate.
Hi, nice
How
to
you
meet
doing? How you feeling?
I
You stealing packs? Oh, he's stealing my phone.
I can't believe I won that.
On the draw, so impressive. Is that how you expected that to go, realistically?
No, so once I knew I was on the stream match, and you were telling me yesterday that you really wanted to see dogs play, I was like, oh no, I'm against dogs. and
We
then
can't deny the people the only copy of a deck in Top Cut. We got to see it do something.
and I've tried the matchup a lot through like testing and stuff like
Sure.
that, and most of the time I lose. And I realized that when I was doing for my testing, which was kind of like an experience that I had for most decks, it's like the 8-cost Elsa is just so important.
Yes, absolutely. You're running
So
3, right?
I'm running 3.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice.
Yeah, I cut 1 for second star, which I'm kind of hit and miss on at the minute. I might prefer to go back to 4 Elsa because I just think that's right.
Is it just 1 second star?
Just the 1 second
And
star.
has that come up much over your weekend?
It's kind of been more of a hindrance than a benefit.
Got it. So the extra Elsa probably would have been the right
'Cause
call.
You don't win that matchup unless you shift Elsa and lock things down and then just start
Sure,
questing.
sure. The other one I want to ask you about, which we're not seeing in all Blurple decks, is they never come back. That's a creepy card, but it's a very powerful card, and it's been. How's it been for you, like over the course of the run?
It's probably won me 4 games today in Swiss by itself. So a lot of the issues that you have is obviously Hypnotic Strength's really good into Amber Steel.
Sure.
But I'm playing super top heavy, so I don't need to rely on that as much. And then Hypnotic Strength basically does nothing in the mirror. It just makes your winning positions better because you can like give an Elsa +2 and smack into a Genie.
Sure.
But probably you're already controlling the air at that point. Whereas they never come back is a really good, nice tempo because when 7 mana, instead of going Hades, I can lock 2 things down, develop my own Genie, gain 2 cards from that interaction. I now have a 2-quester, and you can kind of go more to that tempo play and just start questing.
Sure, sure. Because I mean, like Blurple, like we think of as a control deck, but there's like it can be very aggressive, right? It's got the Genies, it's got the Elsas, the Hades, that quest for an awful lot when you get to that mid game, and we saw that in game 1 when the opponent played the Emerald Chromacon, and we thought it was a pretty heads-up play for him. He had that turn where he had like 4 characters, chose to turn nothing sideways because he wanted to get that Chromacon down before, which as understandable, you want to get advantage off of that, but you were able to just go, okay, well I can just ignore you now, and I can just start questing for game.
I think a lot of people build Blurple to be like this super control deck where I'm going to take all of your pieces off the board and then quest, and I think that's wrong. The way that Blurple wants to play is, at the end of the day, it's still a tempo deck. It just has control elements. So if you slam down Elsa, if you slam like they never come back and stuff like that, and you just start questing, my Elsa's quest for 3. So if I got 2 of them, that's 6.
That's
and
pretty
then it's
good.
12, and then
Let me ask you Joe's question before I forget. He was very fascinated by the turn where I think you just played Sail and you were trying to work out if you wanted to ink the Dumbo or the Finders Keepers. Now, I will admit, like when we were at the beginning of game 2, we were talking about the Finders Keepers, and I said I would be very surprised to see that played in this game. It's very slow against this aggressive deck. You did find time to play it there, but could you talk us through your thought trail there, like behind what you were thinking between the Dumbo and the Keepers?
So I was thinking in any other matchup, I'd keep Dumbo. But in this matchup, because I'm so focused on trying to like keep them down until the point that I can get Elsa on the field and shift it, I was never going to get the Dumbo triggers anyway.
Okay.
Because in order to do the Dumbo triggers, I have to take the gas off and put my people sideways.
Yep.
And that only benefits him because it means he gets more quest triggers and stuff. So Dumbo would have just been another thing that was hitting. I already had something I could play on for, which was Genie that replaced itself. So I was like, nope, Dumbo's got to go. And then if I find room for this Finders Keepers, I'll play it. If not, I can always link it later. But the
Amazing.
Dumbo trigger was just, I felt like if I played it, I was going to lose if I took any of its triggers.
I respect it. No, really, like a masterclass in piloting that. And I want to talk a little bit about, again, we've got a lot of new players jumping onto the game since Fabled. So I know that you've been playing the game for a long, long time. Can you give us an overview of what the last season looked like for you?
So I was, you casted my game in Lille.
I remember, yeah.
I was top 32 in Lille, and then I lost that one. I built my deck to beat everything in the meta except for Blue Steel, and then hit the only one in Tom Cut, and I was like, no.
Fun, there you go.
And I got beat 2-0 on stream. That was terrible.
Still a good performance. Like, you certainly tip your hat to that.
And then I did Birmingham, and I didn't have such a great performance. I listened to a lot of people that were telling me how to like build the deck and stuff because I was still quite new to the game.
Sure.
At that point, I was just taking over people's decks and trying it. And then I made some changes to the decks per people's recommendations, and it just didn't work, and so that fell apart. And then I did Axion, and I had a really good running at Axion, did the LCQ, nearly got in again, nearly got into the qualifiers again. So I've got to the finish line twice and not made it. So I'm trying to get there this season. hopefully.
But even just getting to the finish line multiple times is a fantastic accomplishment, and this is the first CCQ here in the United Kingdom. You're now in top 16 again. Like, you've got to feel on top of the world, like, after winning that matchup on the draw.
I think that's going to be the hardest matchup I play today.
Okay.
Obviously, being on the draw all day is not great, but yes,
Sure.
I think a part of myself, I think reality is kind of setting in because I've only ever done 4 big tournaments in my life, and 3 of them I've top coded. So
pretty good.
Yeah, I think if I can keep the momentum going, it'd be great.
Love that. Amazing. If you could give any advice to anyone out there that maybe is a newer player or maybe is a little intimidated to coming into like a large-scale event like this, just any words of wisdom that you could provide. I think you've got a voice that will definitely mean something to people in the community. So any advice like about people who want to get into the game or how to just anything that you could recommend?
Well, yeah, I'm quite privileged in the sense that I have an amazing partner.
Excellent.
He supports me for everything. He finances all of this for me.
Love to hear
He takes
that.
care of me.
Good on him.
And when I'm feeling bad and stuff like that, he's really supportive. So get your support networks in place because they're your rock. They're what get you forward. And then the second thing as a personal thing would probably just be like a set milestone. So like go to a set champion, beat the set champions, do that. Then maybe go to like a local winner box, do the winner box. Then you can do a CCQ, then you can do a DLC, and then next year world champion.
There you go. So there you go. Atlantean, only 4 big events in her life, but still some incredible success. Before we let you go, any shout-outs, any thank yous, or anything you'd like to say to the community?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone that's been watching me and giving me support and stuff. Obviously, my partner, BJ, everyone from the Liverpool crew that's been taking care of me, and then all of the friends that I've met today.
Yeah, I've seen you talking with like some of the best players like in the country, discussing the DLC season to come and all this testing that you're doing. So I'm really excited to see what the next season is going to be like for you. I wish you the best of luck. I know we will see you up on the main stage again in the future, but I think we're going to go on a very, very short break, but it won't be a long one. We will be back with more Disney Lorcana action very, very Good run, bro. Good run. It happens, man. Can't games.
All right. All right. How was that for you then?
Rough.
Yeah, it was tight.
It was very tight. It was
I'm
very
just going to bring you this way.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, no, it was very tight. Yeah, it was it was a different kind of blurple build than I was expecting. The Shift Elsa.
And there was 3 copies in there, I think, wasn't there?
3 copies, and I was it just so she just had the Shift Elsa, and then she in the interview they even said that not the interview, sorry, the when we were kind of talking, but
post game, pre game.
They said that their top end was super heavy. So in my head I was thinking, well, if I can just get enough out of the gate and enough bodies on board,
sure,
then that might win me the game. But I just couldn't quite get over the finish line, and it was just but yeah, they played it brilliantly. So yeah.
There was like one big decision you had to make in game 1.
Yeah.
Where you had a couple of ladies on the board, right?
Yeah.
And you decided, do I quest, do I not quest? And one thing I really loved was how you really slowed down at that moment, because it's a huge decision, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about that decision? You got punished, right, with the Elsa in the unknown.
Yeah. That was devastating, basically.
Yeah.
The Into the Unknown was another one as well. They just being able to just kind of exert seeing but still take something out. It was just kind of, they could just clear my board so much. And obviously, even when it's coming, if it's going into the Inkwell, there's no way of me pulling it back out.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, there's times like it is an aggro deck, but it's like any aggro deck. You can't necessarily just turn sideways.
You have to pick your moment, right?
Yeah. You have to pick it. And I was kind of like, there was another turn as well where I was kind of like, I was holding on to the Chromicon, and it was just kind of like,
I think it was that turn almost.
Yeah, and it was kind of in my head. I was thinking, well, I've got the Chromicon.
Yep.
It would be better if I could basically put that down, then quest.
Yes.
Because then I can, in theory, bounce.
You're all good.
Yeah. But it happens. It's fine. Yeah, if they played it really well.
No, they played very well. It was a really good game.
Yeah.
We enjoyed it a lot.
It was that's good as long as it was.
No,
I
we
mean,
really enjoyed it.
It was a fun game to play.
And
But,
I think
yeah.
that decision, because it was like, we were talking about it a lot when it happened. It was such a difficult decision. And I actually really liked the look of it, because we were like, okay, probably Chromicon in hand.
Yeah.
But then it was as soon as I'm seeing the Elsa and the Instant Unknown, I'm like, okay, that is like the worst thing that they could have had,
Yeah,
right? That
yeah.
was the
It
ultimate punish.
It was the ultimate punish. The shift Elsa. In fairness, all the other Blurples that I played on Swiss were not a lot of them had as many shift Elsas.
Sure.
So it was very unlikely that they had the shift Elsa in hand as well.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, no, they always had it, and yeah,
But it's a great run.
Yeah,
So
I'm really
If-
pleased. Yeah,
if people are looking to play Amber Emerald themselves,
Yes.
what advice would you give them?
It's very good. It
It's a weird deck, isn't
it's
it?
such a weird deck. There's a lot of ways you can build it. You can kind of go into the dogs thing. There's a lot of interaction with the discard in Emerald,
Yes.
and that's the kind of thing that I like. So
Mm-hmm.
there's like the Bobby's great,
Yep.
Bobby, and the Tramp is good. And there's another build that I've been working on with the Circle of Life
Yep.
and stuff. That's really good as well.
Mhm.
But it wasn't quite there for this
Sure.
meta,
Mhm.
but hopefully the next set. But yeah, but I mean, I think it's a really good build if you want to play something that isn't steel, and because I mean, a lot of the steel works in a different way, but obviously you've got access to things like Chromicon, you've got Ursula, so
Mhm.
that's quite good. You can kind of snatch so it has a lot more fighting for it. There's a lot of disruption.
Yep.
So it's a really fun deck to play, and I would very much encourage people to try it out.
Awesome. I think I'm going to have to try it out as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how it gets on in Bologna next weekend. Will we be seeing you in Bologna?
I will not be in Bologna, unfortunately, but I would have loved to have gone. But this is my first big event, actually. So
What a great performance.
yeah,
then.
I'm pleased. I couldn't have probably asked for a better performance,
Yeah.
really. So yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
sure also like the experience of playing on stream is one that's going to be really good, and being able to watch back your game and all that sort of stuff as well is going to be a really good
exactly.
opportunity to
Yeah.
improve and keep going.
Yeah, the Purple Steel one I played yesterday, I haven't watched it back yet, but
Mhm.
I would like to go back and see if there's something I could have done
Mhm.
differently. You
Sure.
know? So yeah.
So is Disney Lorcana your first trading card game?
It is.
And how long have you been playing for?
Since set one.
Mhm.
Yeah, I started collecting the set one, and then me and my wife played quite a bit.
Mhm.
And then I think set two, I started playing a bit more competitively.
Sure.
You know, kind of going to locals, and then since then it's just kind of ramped up.
Amazing.
So now I'm here.
And my last question for you: who is your favorite Disney character?
Favorite Disney character?
That's always a tough question, isn't it? Or Disney film, your choice.
Favorite Disney Tarzan.
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 Why's Tarzan your favorite?
I mean, I'll be honest. A lot of it is the Phil Collins soundtrack.
Okay,
Unbelievable.
amazing.
And it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those films that just, when you watched it as a kid,
Yeah.
it just clicked, and then it's just, yeah. it's
Fantastic.
awesome. Yeah.
All right, well, thanks so much for joining us. We're going
Thank
to go
you.
to a quick break. When we're back, everybody, we're going to have the top 16. The players are still finishing up the top 32 rounds, so don't go anywhere because we'll be back very soon with the top 16.
Lumineers, welcome back. We are about to bring you the top 16 here at the Cardiff CCQ. Baker, how excited are you? Because I'm excited.
I'm extremely excited. It's always exciting when it's Lorcana action. What a top 32 game we watched on stream just a moment ago. Atlantine on Blurple, defeating Jamie, the only Amber Emerald Dogs player in top cut. He was on the play as well, so it was very much an uphill battle for Atlantine, but she was able to take that dub 2-0. We had a couple of interviews. I did go up to Jamie after the match. I was like, straight up, did you forget the Lilo? And he said, oh yeah. Like, absolutely, like, every time.
100%.
Like, as far as I was concerned, it wasn't even in my deck.
Yeah.
So, that happens, man. I've done a lot worse. And again, it's these high-pressure situations as well. You're on camera. You're in top cut. He said to me personally, like, he got much further than he was ever expecting to be, and he said he's happy.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what we're looking for. So commiserations to Jamie, but congratulations to Atlantine. Great to have a lovely Lorcana girlie in the top cut. We love to see it.
Absolutely, I believe we have two Lorcana girlies that
Mate,
made
we're
it
spoiled.
into the top 16, I believe. One Emerald Sapphire player, and then Atlantis.
And Blurple.
We just saw Blurple taking over that top
Absolutely.
32, and
I'm
18
for
of them in the top cut, and probably quite a few, I imagine, going through into the top 16.
Yeah, it was a large percentage of our meta share overall, and indeed for top cut in particular. But it's no surprise, Blurple is the deck that seems to have changed the least post-rotation. Don't get me wrong, they've got some new tools. The Dumbo, obviously, is a fine addition, but Hades and Elsa being reprinted, staples in that deck. We've got, like, the Genie, like, everyone knew when they announced rotation that Genie was just going to be, like, one of the best cards in the game. We still have our turn 2 Inkable ramp, whereas in the past, Blurple was a rogue deck. It still saw success over results of the course of the year, but it was absolutely like a bit of a rogue deck, but now it is the top tier deck. But yes, the wonderful Kawa has prepared for us a metagame breakdown. Kim, talk us through this.
So obviously we've seen our Amber Emerald leading the way. We said, well, if he gets knocked out, we have to show you something different. And it was our Dogs deck. Unfortunately, he's not going to make it through the top 16. But this is your top 32 breakdown. Obviously, Blurple, a large majority of that. Were you expecting a lot of Blurple in the room this weekend? I expected a lot. Yeah, so we've got
100%.
18 Amethyst Sapphire leading the way. We managed to get 4 Amber Steels, 6 Emerald Sapphire, 3 Amethyst Steels, and just the 1 Amber Emerald.
Just the one, but it is now gone. We have had our top 32. We're proceeding into top 16 now. That Dogs deck is gone, and I believe there's only 1 Amethyst Steel deck left as well. I will double check that, but as far as my information, I've been told only 1 of them made it through to top 16. So I do believe we're going to try to prioritize seeing that match. I have a specific question for you, though, Kim. You have been playing a lot. I know in the past you were a red-blue connoisseur, a ruby sapphire enthusiast. I know that you've been playing some Amber Steel lately and enjoying that. You had some great success with that at the recent Content Creator Set Championships, and congratulations. But my question is, are you surprised with only 4 Amber Steels making it into top cut this weekend?
Do you know what? Going into this, I expected to see a lot of like my prediction for this weekend, purely because I just wanted to sing a lot of Under the Sea, was Emerald Sapphire.
Yep.
But I did expect, because we've seen Amber Steel have a lot of success, and not only Amber Steel, I expected to see a lot more Amethyst Steel. At previous tournaments that we've been watching over the last couple of weekends, we saw both Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel do quite well the last couple of weeks. I was a bit shocked myself to see only 4 Amber Steel made it into the top cut here today. But the Blurple is just dominating the field today.
Yeah, no surprises to see Blurple taking top tier, and it's bizarre, right? Because Amber Steel was so hyped coming into post-rotation, and obviously people paying a lot of attention to Tiana, who in a world without Brawl, without Medusa, without Big Sisu, she is pretty strong. Obviously, the Daring Visitor Sisu is the 3 cost is an answer, but you've got to have some people actually playing Ruby decks to have that be an answer. So yeah, Amber Steel has felt really strong. It was the winner winner of a CCQ over in the United States. A shout out to Sky, who was the first player ever to qualify for the North American Championships. Took it home with Amber Steel, and it was actually a mirror match, like the first and second place. And Sky really kind of bringing this, I don't want to say it's like a new way of playing it, because we've seen this card for a while, but including the Troubadours, which a lot of Amber Steel players had cut out of their decks, obviously without something like a Long Came Zeus. Maybe less need for it. In the past, you might have seen a count of Troubadour and the Ursula Vanessa, just because Zeus is a heck of a card, but now the only song that deck really plays is Strength for a Raging Fire. But Sky said it is still worth including this Troubadour. You don't want a lot of your 3-cost characters to be singing Strength. Pete is fine, but other 3-cost characters in the deck, like Lady, you want them to be questing, really. So Troubadour is a quest for 1 character, so we're perfectly happy to sing Strength. But I think more importantly, on the draw, it allows you the potential to play Strength for a Raging Fire before your opponent if you can establish that Troubadour. So I think that's a really nice piece. All that said, the increase of meta share in Emerald Sapphire decks over the past couple of weeks, it was the worst kept secret for a little while, and then it's suddenly everywhere, all under the sea. And I think this is a big contributing factor towards Amber Steel maybe being slightly pushed out. Don't get me wrong, like it's not a auto win by any means, but the Amber Emerald deck with the under the sea, the ability to ramp into those high cost cards quite quickly can be very annoying for the Amber Steel decks. Absolutely. Would you say that's a contributing factor?
Absolutely, I would say. And because a lot of Amber Steel players are cutting down on the number of Peats, I myself, I know I was playing 3. If you're against the Emerald Sapphire deck and you manage to get the Peat out at the right moment, you can stop the Under the Sea, but you can only have a Peat there for so long. And then if they play a Basil and bounce back your Peat, they're most likely not going to do that because you're going to shut off their Under the Sea. I can imagine, and I did talk to a lot of Emerald Sapphire players this weekend, and they did say they faced a lot of Blurple in the room, and they were just basically outpaced them. They ran that race. They quested up to that 20 lore, and unfortunately they just weren't able to get it back, unfortunately. And then I do imagine that because Amber Steel is such like an aggro based, well, not like more aggro, but if you've got your turn 1, you've got your turn 2, you've got your turn 3. If you're able to get your Troubadour out in turn 2, and then he's able to sing it strengths, and you're able to clear the high cost characters. But then again, like, you only have Fire the Cannons and you only have Strength of a Raging Fire. There's only so much you can do against the likes of Clarabelle and the Basil and the John Silver, giving Reckless to the opposing characters, basically.
Yeah, no, so maybe the lack of Pete is a contributing factor there. It'd be interesting to look at these Amber Steel decks and see how many of them are playing Pete and what the counts are, because obviously the Under the Sea, as you just say, is like that's one card that it's very nice to be able to shut that down. But against the Blurple matchup, Into the Unknown is often the perfect response to the Tiana. Yeah. You might wait to play the Tiana and then wait until you've got down something like a Pluto Guard Dog. So Into the Unknown can be really good, but if you've got the Pete, maybe you play off curve slightly and you go Tiana into like Pete +1 drop or something like that, so that you can shut down that play and assure that Tiana is getting her value. But yeah, only 4 making it to top cut. We need to get confirmation on how many made it through to top 16. Hopefully at least 1. It would be nice to show you at least 1 Amber Steel matchup today, But yeah, we're going to keep an eye on how things are going. I think we're still waiting for the players to be sent to the table. So, Kim,
let's go.
First one of the day.
Okay, first one of the day.
Well, I've just given you a pack. Are you going to keep that one? Are you going to trust me, or are you going to pick your own?
Let's trade.
Oh, man, if I've just handed her a Be King Undisputed Epic or an Iconic,
like because
I'm going to cry.
It was the villain, you kept that for yourself, so...
I mean, my first pack choice yesterday was pretty good. I'm just saying.
It was pretty good.
If you missed that, first pack of the day, Enchanted Aerial, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go.
Okay, so 1 card at a time. I've got a Kuzco. He's the king of the world. Shout out to Breezy. Yeah,
we're going to go one at a time.
One at one time.
It's the Rose Lantern. There was, I have to mention, there's been some great cosplayers here this weekend, and I love nothing more than cosplay.
Of course.
I do a lot of that myself, and there was an amazing Belle accomplished mystic in the building this weekend. There's quite a few Belles, but there was one in particular that stood out, and I just have to, all the cosplayers this weekend, everyone who was Disney bounding, just made it.
Shout out to you.
Brought the vibes, brought those Disney vibes, and it was beautiful.
Adding to the Disney atmosphere of the room, you love to see it. So yeah, we've got the King of the World Kuzco here, the Queen. Everyone bow down.
Pluto.
Pluto, not the guard dog, not one
the
that's
guard
seeing
dog,
play,
no,
but
no,
you
no.
never know. And then I'll put another post rotation. We've got Agrabah Arabian Nights.
Arabian
What we got? What we got?
We've got PJ
Yep.
Pete.
Big Pete.
Caught up in the music.
Caught up in the music. I love to see it. We've got Tinkerbell from first chapter.
I've got Verana.
Varana. That's
Varana.
Raya and the Last Dragon, right?
Yeah, it is Ryan the
Yeah,
Last
there
Dragon.
you go. I need to watch that one again. We got Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil.
If she doesn't
Scare you, no evil thing will.
We also got a one jump
Ahead of the bread line.
One sing
Ahead of the sword.
I steal only what I can afford, and that's everything.
Do you know what action I'm waiting to come to Lorcana? We've all got swords. You know, the
Yes.
moment against Naboo.
Yes.
We've got to get that as an action at some point. We've
That would
all,
be so
you
good.
idiots, we've all got swords. Next up, we've got Eeyore, beautiful boy.
I got Prince Naveen.
Very cool. I thought you said Prince Ali then. We've got
Prince
Donald
Naveen.
Duck, perfect gentleman who is seeing play in these Emerald Sapphire decks. Really synergizes well what that deck wants to do. Whoa, look
Snap.
at twinsies.
Look at that.
Snap.
Aw,
There we
snap.
go. Love to see it. We've got, this is a
Find 'em
a Flatten 'em,
Platinum.
mate. I love this song. The Encanto's got a
A
goated
big,
soundtrack.
a big Encanto. fan.
The soundtrack,
It's such a
more than
vibe.
anything, it is a lovely story, but the soundtrack is an absolute vibe, and Bruno is just top tier character.
Absolutely.
What have you got? Oh, you got Li
Li
Shang.
Shang, Li Shang, Li Shang.
Okay, is it my turn or your turn?
Yeah, your turn.
My
Go.
turn. Okay, so we've got Judy,
Judy Hobbs. I was only talking about this earlier to Moyen.
Is this your next cosplay?
when no, not, but maybe. But when
Maybe.
we were talking about item removal earlier on, you and Baker were discussing removing the Emerald Chromicon on screen, and I was like, just bring back Judy Hobbs.
Bring back Judy Hobbs.
Bring back Judy Hobbs.
Let
Here
them
she
draw a
is.
card, but we're
Let
going to be
them draw a card,
we're
but-
going to be seeing her detective form in Whispers in the Well, which I'm so excited for, mate. We got Robin Hood, Quest for 4. I think Joe's going to steal this from me if he sees it.
That's fair. That's fair. Sounds like him.
Thanks.
I got Ursula's shell necklace.
We got Prince Philip. This is actually a pretty interesting card. On play, you can banish all characters with damage counters. I know I was just going to say, I know Kara and Joe were talking yesterday about the Chief Bogo synergy with this card. We don't have Bogo anymore, but maybe Prince Philip will find his time to shine.
Yeah, maybe we'll get Chief Bogo in the next set with all the new detectives we'll hopefully be getting.
Heck yeah, and I think this is my last card. A foil Merfolk. I will absolutely take a foil Merfolk.
We got a Max Goof.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? I'm ready.
Oh.
I'm ready.
Poor unfortunate souls in pain, in need.
This one wanted to be thinner, that one wants to get the girl, and do
we
I help them? No.
Yes, indeed.
No, we don't. We
Oh,
never
yeah,
help.
we do.
That's
We
fine.
do. We're helpful.
Well,
It's Disney.
only in exchange for your voice. That's how I did it. I made a contract for a voice a long time ago.
That's do you know what? Everything makes sense now.
While Moyen appeared.
We've got a Mayan in the building. Jan Boy.
I think our players are just getting situated. We're getting the lists.
We're getting the
Excellent.
list. We're getting. The
We're
players
getting
are
deck
getting
lists.
ready for you.
Getting ready. Should
It
we
was
do
good.
another?
I think we should just do
Should
another.
we just do another? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I've got into the flow now.
I'm channeling
Oh, you're channeling.
I'm
What are you channeling?
channeling. because it's an I2I.
Okay.
I want an
The
enchanted,
enchanted
I2I.
Mate, we had a lot of fun a couple of weeks ago cosplaying as characters from
Yes,
a
we
Goofy
did. Getting to recreate. We'll have to getting to recreate the music video, the addition to the
It's become a bit of a tradition in
Absolutely,
Lorcana
I
at large
think-
events. Started over in America, getting everyone to do a bit of a sing-song, and then we did the same thing. I like it. Let's keep that going.
absolutely. I think we will have to think of the next sequel to the I2I video.
I mean,
So I2I was the sequel of the original, but we're gonna have to just
it
think of
depends
another song.
depends what's in Whispers in the Well, I guess, whichever
I
is
think
the. I mean,
so.
we know it's going to be detectives, but we'll find
But
something.
whatever new music song
You go
comes
first
out.
this
Okay,
time.
you ready? I'm stuck.
And I've got Poor Unfortunate Souls.
Oh, that's so fitting. We ended with Poor
There you
Unfortunate
go.
Souls.
We
We're
are
gonna begin with
we
Poor
are
Unfortunate Souls.
so in sync, mate. Mad.
Mulan, Free Spirit. I did see a really spicy deck yesterday, and they were actually meant to be on stream, but unfortunately, with the name mix-ups, and got a bit of confusion. But there was an Amber Steel list yesterday running a bit of spice, and they are around the top tables for the good first few rounds. Unfortunately, lost a few, but they were playing the Mulan Free Spirit, which I thought was
Pretty
quite
interesting.
quite interesting.
I like it. We've got here. No, it's not here. I don't know. Yeah, it was Hill has been hurt. I should have gone with my
yeah.
instinct.
Trust your gut, Baker. Trust your gut.
I didn't trust my gut.
We've got Powerline taking the stage.
Is that the Singer Fall?
Yes, it is.
Nice. Love the addition of Powerline. What's going on, mate? We are so in sync. This is madness.
This is wild.
Yo, we should be like a tag team.
This is insane.
Lorcana tag teams. That's what I want to see.
We've got this. We've got. Would you do it at the same time?
Yeah. All right. Same time. Let's go. Tinkerbell.
Enchantress.
Couple of quests for 2s. Next is Maid Marian.
Jasmine.
And Jasmine. Another Eeyore for me.
Tiana.
Not the one that's seeing play, but love to see Tiana.
Mickey Mouse, true friend.
Madam Obi, or Mama Odie. Yeah, Mama Odie. Next card is
Magic Mirror. Bobby Wazowski. Spray Cheese Kid. Look at that leaning tower of cheese.
Have you been playing Lorcana long enough to remember triggering a magic mirror to draw 1 card? First chapter,
you know what?
first chapter meta, mate.
You know what? I never played Amethyst.
Fair. What was your chapter 1 deck then?
It was. My multiplayer deck now was Amethyst.
Okay.
Sapphire.
Okay.
Always been a Sapphire girl. Amber. Definitely into set 2. Amber, Sapphire. It was like a Maximus bodyguard deck. And it
With
was,
the Maleficent, the 3/6 quest for 2.
Yeah, and I had Clogsworth down on the board, give everything, resist, and it was beautiful.
Oh, so Rise of the Floodborn was a
That
very
was a
impactful
powerful
set.
time.
Next card is going to be, when I was a lad, I ate 4 dozen eggs every morning to help me get large. And then I stopped as I got older, so that's why I'm skinny.
That's fair. I've got a Roxanne.
Roxanne, that's pretty good. John Silver, I'm a big fan of this card. Gets resist 1 and an extra lore pit for every location in play. Really nice reprint.
Absolutely, and I got an Ariel.
Ah.
I would love to see more of John Silver if we get more locations. Maybe we haven't seen new locations in a while. We got a few reprints. I'd love to see more John Silver and more locations take the stage.
Yeah, I think I remember Steve Warner saying, like, we will get them back. They just took a bit of a break from them in Fable. But again, you got to think they wouldn't be reprinting cards like John Silver. And also we got the new Goofy. Oh, we got a legendary. We got the new Goofy who can move a character to location. So you got to think that we're going to get more. Give us the Possum Park, the concert stadium.
Lester's Possum Park.
All right, let me finish mine
Go,
because
go,
I
go.
think yours
This
is
might
already
be good.
I already think yours is better. Second star to the right.
Second
I will
Oh, give that
absolutely
to Spessy.
take a foil Robin
Where's
Hood.
Spessy?
I will give it to Spessy. Spessy alone. I'm checking. There you go. The foil Robin Hood. Right, you've got a good one.
Get ready, guys.
It's
a
the circle
of life,
We changed key there.
and it moves us all. I just had to hold it like, yeah, okay.
Pretty cool card. And our final is
Queen of Hearts.
foil Queen of Hearts. Yo, that's a pretty good pack for you.
But that was really beautiful.
I was playing some multiplayer with a couple of from like JDZ and Garrick's Lorcana Lair, and indeed Color, who was absolutely putting a lot of work with that Circle of Life. So super fun card. I miss Mufasa, man. I miss Mufasa. I miss it. But it has been already been confirmed. Like if you look at the starter decks that of the marketing image that was released for the next starter decks, there's a Simba on the side of it that has kind of like a somewhat similar ability, including that new having a card underneath a card mechanic, which we don't know a lot about.
Yes, and we don't. I can't wait to learn more.
You put it on marketing art Ravensburger, so I'm going to talk about it, and you can't stop.
People are going to zoom in.
They could stop me, to be fair,
We
but
could get.
please don't. I like my job. Oh!
Oh, he's after us! Run!
If you don't see me for the rest of the day,
You know why?
It's been fun. We've had a good run. Players are ready. That's what we love to see. Let's head over to the players' table and see who we've got sitting down. All right. So on the left-hand side of your screen, we have Ryan Walker, all the way from the United States. Great to have some people from outside of the UK coming over to this event. We had a bunch of people from Mexico, Austria, the list goes on and on. So great to have Ryan Walker over here from a podcast you may recognize, going up against Max Boyle, who is unknown to me.
Absolutely. We do know Ryan managed to squeeze in the 30-second spot, so we'll be going into this on the draw.
Good on him.
Yeah, but fair play to Ryan. Definitely played amazing yesterday. We saw him on stream yesterday. I love to see the players the day after. We got to watch his journey. We're going to continue it today. And we know he's playing Emerald Sapphire and going to be against, once again, another Amethyst Sapphire.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup a couple of times over the course of the weekend, and hey, I am all for it. These are two of the top decks in the meta right now. Great to see them going head-to-head, especially, Kim, as we are getting closer and closer to DLC Bologna and then Milwaukee in a few weeks. You've got to think that the eyes of the Lorcana community are on this event, and also the results from Stockholm and the French event, looking for any sort of edge that we can find. As someone innovated deck construction, as someone found a meta breaker, in the immortal words of the ultimate specimen, Joe Curley. This is the time to find out. Ryan going to be on the play. So this Emerald Sapphire deck, let's give a quick overview of the basic script. We are running, of course, Sapphire, so we're always going to be prioritizing looking for that turn 2 ramp in the form of Sail, the Azure at Sea, or Tipo. The biggest draw engine for this deck is, of course, the Clarabelle. We are likely playing 1-drops, and I'll need to confirm the list, but a lot of these Emerald Sapphire decks also running the 3-drop Contented Wallflower, who allows you to draw a card on play if your opponent has more cards than you, which is hopefully likely if we played our Tipo. That being said, the Blurple player will also be able to Tipo, but because of the fact that Ryan is on the play, so Max will have that one more card from the draw, pretty good odds that we could trigger this Clarabelle. There might be something like a Pleakley, but more importantly, the unfair cards, Kim, the Under the Sea, which puts all opposing characters of 2 strength or less at the bottom of their player's deck. Ryan may or may not be playing the Heads Held High. I know it's quite a common card in Emerald Sapphire. It decreases the strength of all opposing characters by 3, meaning that nearly everything suddenly is in Under the Sea range. You'll have to have at least 6 strength to be able to avoid that. So we'll see if that's a card in Ryan's deck. Probably also things like John Silver and Basil. But here we go. Max is going to ink a TikTok. This is my reveal card for set 9, and it's great to see it seeing some play. And down comes that Basil, who has been something of an MVP over this weekend.
Absolutely. I think between all of the Basil and teaming up, being able to support the Elsa coming in with 5 ink, being able to quest with your Basil, support the Elsa, giving Elsa the extra 2 strength to be able to go in and challenge the opposing characters on the other side of the board can definitely help out this with board clear, where we know especially in Blurple, they've got the Hades, but they've got to get to that 7 ink threshold before they're able to play the Hades. They do have some Into the Unknown, but we are going to see a Tipo turn 2 ramp coming in for Max. He's going to see Tipo going to put a card into his ink well, face down and exerted. The John Silver Alien Pirate going into the ink well for Ryan, and he's going to sail that Azurite Sea.
Absolutely. Shout out to Sailor, the ultimate sailor of the Azure Sea. But this John Silver, a fantastic 6-cost character, works really well in this deck, gives a reckless on play and on quest, but he is inkable. There are likely 4 of them, 4 Basils, 4 Clarabelle, and I would expect 4 Hades. Some decks may run 3. I think you should be running 4, but Ryan is here for a reason. If he's running 3, I'm sure there's a good reason for it. We are going to take a trade into Basil and just leaving a Tipo on board. The Growing Sun.
Yeah, Ryan going to ink a 1-drop Clarabelle. I do always love to see playing the Sail over the Tipo, as for instance, you can ink a card and then you can utilize that ink and play a 1-drop. But in this case, Ryan chose to ink a 1-drop. Maybe he did not have another inkable card in hand to be able to ink it and then play the 1-drop Clarabelle, setting up for the later on Clarabelle shift.
Yeah, inking that Royal Guard or the Octopus Soldier, as Joe's been putting it. which is pretty cute. I like it.
Yeah.
Is that another TikTok in hand? Ooh, time's a ticking.
Absolutely.
Inking it, you're welcome. This is a great tool in the... Oh, nothing to play with 4 ink. What on earth is in Ryan's hand that he would have nothing to play here? No 1-drops, no Tipos, no 3-drop Clarabelle, no Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. What is happening? Yeah, it's got to be clogged up with honey.
Clogged up. And unfortunately, he did have to ink the Clarabelle. Previous turn could have been able to play that and set up next turn, because we did see a Clarabelle shift in the hand. Very unfortunate for Ryan, where Max is going to play the Madam Mim Elephant and bounce the Tipo back to hand.
Yeah, this Elephant
Just
is hard to
being
remove.
able to set up a nice board today already. Unfortunate hand here for Ryan, especially being on the draw as well.
Yeah, no, Max seemingly in a pretty strong position here, was on the play. Apologies, I thought that Ryan was going to be on the play. I misheard. It was Max that kicked this thing off, and Yeah, like Ryan, I think that turn 4 or turn 3, because we ramped do nothing, was pretty bad. We're going to ink a Clarabelle. You said there was one already inked, so that's the second gone. But down comes the Donald Duck Focus Flatfoot, who's going to put the top card of the deck straight into the inkwell, which is lovely, ramping us up, but more importantly, establishing a body for the, well, we had a Basil, but he's long gone.
Absolutely. Ryan previously had to use his Basil that he had established on the board to challenge Max's Basil, but Max already having 3 characters on the board, and that Madam Mim Elephant having 7 willpower is already such a body.
She a big girl.
She's a big girl, and that Donald Duck is only a 3/4, but does quest for 2. Did help Ryan being able to put a extra card from his deck into his inkwell face down and exerted. But just 1 body on the board for Ryan. And he's going to have to deal with these quite evasive TikTok, evasive Genie. If we see a Dumbo coming down, Max here already has evasive characters established. So Dumbo here could be really nice to see coming out of the hand for Max.
Yeah, for sure. There is an Elsa in hand. We're going to ink that Disguised Detective Basil, who is pretty interesting. We're running the 1-drop anyway, so we can shift, and whenever you ink, you make your opponent discard. But finally, an impactful play. We are able to play Hades for a cost of 7, get rid of 1 character straight into the inkwell, and this detective, the Elsa coming down for a cost of 8, freezing the Hades and the Donald so they will not ready at the start of the next turn, then going on a little quest. And this is the thing, Kim, when we just had the Donald, I was about to say, I don't think you quest this because you want the bodies to sing Under the Sea, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
Under the Sea heads held high feels like one of the best moves you could make against this sort of board. Obviously, Under the Sea already gets rid of the Genie, but the Elsa and the Elephant, no such luck.
Absolutely, especially if he has characters on board that's able to sing the Under the Sea. He could use his ink to hard cast the heads held high, being able to get that minus strength, and he would have been able to clear the Elsa and Madam Mim. But it's going to be, there's another way to get rid of that Elsa. It's going to be Hades, Infernal Schemer, coming in to send that Elsa, Spirit of Winter, into the inkwell for Max. But still 2 bodies on the board, and Madam Mim Elephant and the Genie here, both great characters for Max on the board.
And it does seem, Kim, like that Elsa, Spirit of Winter, also froze Max's own face cam. So strong is her power. Her magic is unmatched. Max is playing musical statues at this point, but he's going to sing Into the Unknown. Oh, did we? No, we discarded it.
He's going to discard it, yeah, to ready that Monstro.
What does this Monstro do, Kim, for players that might be new?
We talked a lot about this Monstro yesterday, and I've absolutely been loving it. He is an 8-cost inkable, 6/8, such a monster of a Monstro.
Makes sense.
And he has Rush, meaning you can play him the turn he's played, and if you choose and discard a card, you can ready this character and you can challenge again. It's so extremely helpful in these, I feel like, in these Blurple decks.
Absolutely.
Being able to play such a big body, because you're ramping up and you're gaining so much ink so quickly. The 8 cost means nothing in these kind of decks. Sapphire knows how to utilize their ink to its biggest potential, and the Monstro such a big body, especially being used with cards like Bell. You can move the damage on that Monstro, especially if next turn, if this Monstro is able to stay on the board for Max, and the Max is able to bring out a Bell, he could clear up to 3 damage off the Monstro, moving it across the board, definitely making it more difficult for Ryan to keep many characters on his board.
Yeah, great analysis. Absolutely nailed it, this Monstro. Finding a place in a post-Maui world. Here comes the John Silver, who's going to use the Pick Your Fights ability. 1 character will be given Reckless. Reckless, an interesting keyword in Lorcana, Kim. It's a thing that has kind of you've always been able to play around it quite easily, courtesy of singing songs. Basically, that is a way that you can get around having to be forced to challenge. And we have lost some songs post-rotation, but there's still enough in the metagame, but also with the inclusion of Dumbo, who can give your evasive characters the ability to exert to game 1, draw 1, JDZ's favourite thing to do. So there are some outs to this Reckless ability, but if they don't have a way of getting around it, it can be super annoying, Kim.
Absolutely. Definitely John Silver, Alien Pirate, one of those cards that obviously has been reprinted this set. We saw it previously in set 1.
One of my favourite
I love to see it. He didn't previously get a chance to shine,
yep.
Exactly, in the previous. And he's going to sing Heads Held High.
Touch the sky.
And he's going to hard cast Under the Sea, and he's going to send both of Max's cards to the bottom of his deck.
What more is you looking for under the sea?
Oh, but it's going to be an Into the Unknown or an Into the Inkwell for that John Silver Alien Pirate. And Max is also going to bring the Dumbo in
do we have a
the
Hades?
elephant in the room, the Dumbo.
Yep.
Ninth Wonder of the Universe. Would definitely love to see a Hades coming in here for Ryan.
We've played 2 already. Like, this is a character that, like, it might, like, so I played Emerald Sapphire the other week at Set Championships, and I really was trying to hold on to my Hades for this Dumbos. You don't have a lot of ways to interact with it outside of that heads held high under the sea combination. We don't really play evasive characters. John Silver doesn't really do much because it can just use its ability to get around it. So Hades are so important for these Dumbos. The only silver lining here, Kim, is that there's only one evasive character on the board, being the Dumbo itself. If we already had like an Elsa or a TikTok, as you were mentioning earlier, then this would be much higher ceiling. But we're at 16 lore, Kim, to 0.
And we're going to see an Iago coming in, who's also an evasive character. If this is able to stick the board next turn, Max will also be able to use Dumbo's ability on Iago, as it's not only an illusion, but it is also evasive. But unfortunately, just a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman on the board for Ryan, and he did have to pass back to Max, and he was able to use the Dumbo's ability.
Yep, and they're both going to draw, courtesy of the Perfect Gentleman ability, which reads at the start of your turn, each player may draw a card. Even if Ryan didn't draw a card, Max has the choice if he wants to draw, and he is indeed going to take that. And again, this Donald works so well in this deck, Kim. Not only is it, you deplete your hand quite quickly, right, before your Clarabelle trigger. So you want to find these key pieces, you want to find ramp, you want to find the shift line, etc. But also you're giving your opponent more cards, which is then going to give your Clarabelle even more value. So Donald Duck, he's seen some fringe play in the past, not a lot, but he's found his place in our competitive meta game. But to go back to your prior point about this Iago, so well statted, 4-cost Ingable for a 4/6. People are playing TikTok, who's a 4/7 quest for 1 evasive, but a cost of 6. But so many players, Kim, teching for this Iago. So annoying it can be, playing those actions like Improvise. I've even seen Helping Hand in some of the Sapphire decks. And of course, things like Fire the Cannons are just going to immediately remove this giant spectral parrot.
Absolutely, and a card that we do see in Ryan's hand is that You're Welcome would help him get rid of this Dumbo, and that's what he's going to do. The Dumbo's going to get shuffled into Max's deck, and he's going to draw 2 cards. You're Welcome, another card that's also greatly used alongside Clarabelle. Giving your opponent more cards can help you draw back up to cards, and then you also have cards like Bend My Will, and then you can deplete your opponent's hand entirely.
Yeah, 100%. That Bend to My Will can be extremely tricky, especially if the Blurple player takes time to play something like Second Star to the Right. Not sure if that is in Max's deck, but we've seen them in quite a lot of them. Although the chat I was having with Atlantine after the last round, she said she was running 1, and it was a hindrance to her over the course of the day. So not the biggest fan, but we have seen it also put in a lot of work this weekend. That You're Welcome is going to resolve. It shuffled a character back into the deck and allows Max to draw 2 cards, hence You're Welcome. Love that thematically. And down comes another copy of the Alien Pirate.
Yeah, and he's going to choose the Iago and give it Reckless. Iago will not be able to quest next turn, but if Max is able to get a Dumbo out here on the board, could use Dumbo's ability, but I believe we do see a Hades in Max's hand. Could use the Hades on either the John Silver or the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman.
Hades is absolutely a nice card to have against this John Silver. At the same time, you've got to be aware of Clarabelles that can be a lot tricky. That being said, as soon as you play Clarabelle, you hopefully trigger the ability straight away. Here's that bell that you were talking about, Kim.
Absolutely. Iago going to challenge into that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, taking him back to 2 damage. But that bell is going to come in and move the damage off the Iago and onto the Donald Duck to just banish it.
This bell is so powerful. She was good pre-rotation, but now in a post-rotation world where the power level of our game seems to have lowered a little bit, this move 3 damage just seems a bit unreasonable, to be honest.
Absolutely. I think between Belle being able to move damage, we've also got Madam Mim Elephant being able to move damage. It's really the moving damage season is about to begin, but right now
it's the 3 that bothers me, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's up to 3.
There's a card called Panic, who is Belle but only 2 damage.
Yeah.
I think that's much more reasonable.
Absolutely. And we've got not only this Belle, but she came back as an enchanted. Yet to see many people flexing that in their deck, but she's absolutely
I wouldn't, mate. I wouldn't. I know. Full respect to enchanted hunters that like to bling out their decks. I would not be. My anxiety would be through the roof. But we're going wide here, Kim. Putting down a Royal Guard.
Absolutely. We did see a Hades come down, sending that Basil into the Inkwell for Ryan. Unfortunately, Max really taking control of the board once again, not letting Ryan's character stay around very long. Yeah, and it's going to be game 1 going to Max, and we're going to be going into game 2. This time, Ryan is going to be on the play.
Yeah, no, a fantastic game there, but I really do put a lot of that down to just the super... I don't even think unimpactful is the right word. Did nothing on turn 3 with 4 ring. Not a 1-drop, not a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, and I think just that little bit of space was just enough. But again, on the play, Blurple is already a heck of a beast. This is the thing, like, in my experience of Emerald Sapphire, if you don't get at least 1 trigger of a Clarabelle, the whole thing seems to fall apart. Like, even if you only get 1, that can be enough. If you can shift the Clarabelle, sing your welcome, draw up to like 5-6 cards, even if they immediately remove the Clarabelle, even better if they Hades and put it into your Inkwell along with the shift target, then you've got a full hand to be able to like reapply pressure. So in my experience, you just need that 1 Clarabelle trigger. If you can get more, great. If that doesn't happen, the deck just seems to kind of just fall apart. It just doesn't have the resource. Because again, it's a combo deck, right? It's another reason we're running things like Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. We're running Develop Your Brain and potentially Vision of the Future, because you've got to find the right pieces at the right time. So yeah, a really unfortunate slow start from Ryan, but we'll be on the play in this second game. Can he get a more optimal start? We shall see.
Absolutely. It was definitely just unfortunate. Ryan did manage to have his 1-drop. He did manage to hit his turn 2 ramp. Unfortunately, just didn't have a turn 3 play or a turn 4 play. Would definitely love to see things turn around this time. Have that 1-drop, have that ramp. Unfortunately, he did have to ink his 1-cost Clarabelle instead of being able to play sale and play his hand. Just unfortunately
seemed bricked up, under the sea, etc.
Just a bit uninkable. So I hope things change around. Ryan is going to be on the play this time. Hopefully he can beat Blurple. But like, both players are going to be trying to alter their hands, get that 1-drop, get that turn 2 ramp, and hopefully Ryan can. We'll see it go to game 3, and then that's all we hope for.
In the immortal words of Liam, we as commentators, we can't be biased. We never support one player, but we do support a game 3. That is what we hope for. But if Max has his way, he will happily take a 2-0 here, have himself a little break before proceeding to the top 8. So here we go, going into game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is top 16. This day started with a top 32 cut. We saw Blurple going up against the one and only Amber Emerald Dogs deck in the room. Atlantine piloting Blurple to victory in that case, and now we're on to top 16. Ryan Walker from over in the States on Emerald Sapphire is 1 game down against Max on Blurple. Can he bring it back this time? We are in Cardiff. We are at CCQ. This is Firestorm Games. I'm Baker. That's Kim. Spessie's here with us as well. We got Kawa, the man that's pulled a lot of this together, doing the work of a million men. What a weekend it's been, and we've got a full day for you, including Kim, later on, a little bit of Infinity.
Absolutely, and we're all rooting for a Ruby deck to make it, just so we can hear the all-important song that...
No idea what you're talking about. No
maybe
idea.
There might be some songs that we've missed, and we might get to have a little bit of...
I think thorough preparation is absolutely implied, but nonetheless...
Yeah, but nonetheless, this is top 16 in Core Constructed. At the end of this day, you're going to have your first qualifier into the EU Continentals, and I can't wait to see who it's going to be, what deck is going to come out on top. A lot of people watching this weekend is going to be looking at these decks saying, what will I bring to Bologna next week? What kind of spice will I add? Maybe they'll take one of these decks and say, add a bit of spice and just hope for something
special,
Again, something
like,
amazing. I'm excited to see what comes out.
As Spessie puts it, a meta breaker. Thank you to Kawa, who is back and forth. Apologies, but we will get that sorted as quick as possible and show you this top 16 game. But yeah, do not forget the main prize. I don't know why I'm shuffling puzzle pieces. The card game player, I can't stop shuffling cards. Main prize up for grabs this weekend is an invitation to the ball. I mean, to the European. That's basically the ball, right?
Into the ball. Let's go to the ball.
Yeah, I liked the shout out to DeCandio, one-time player, now part of the Ravensburger team, and I remember him once saying something on the lines of, "Yo, if you qualify for Euros or Worlds or something, send them a special promo invited to the ball." That sounds pretty cute,
that sounds
sweet.
pretty cute. I want an invitation. I want to be invited to the ball.
I don't know.
Sounds cute.
I mean, I will host the ball.
I'll host the ball.
Can
I host the ball?
I'll be the
I'll
MC.
make his costume.
I'll be the MC of the ball. I don't know. I don't know if I'm
I'll make the cape. But nonetheless, players that got to their top 32 today, even if they didn't make the top 16, they're going to take themselves home a 2025 convention playmat.
Which I still don't have. I got the last year's one. I need to get that playmat. But yeah, again, and they went through 9 grueling rounds of Swish yesterday. Definitely good practice for those that are going to be going into DLCs. And I think we can take a moment to talk about that. A little bit of change in format, in production for the second season of DLC, going back to best of 3, where 2-game format was the format used for the majority of the season, and it's been made clear by Cooper that we are sunsetting that for the time being. They're going to continue to explore that behind the scenes, and who knows, maybe in the future we return to it. Maybe there's an adaptation, possibly.
We might see a new format altogether. Who knows?
Best of 7, mate. Every game.
Why not?
But at the moment, we are going to be going back into best of 3, which I think a lot of the community are very happy about. But the thing that I am even happier about, more rounds of Swiss, Kim. Day 1 is going to be 8 rounds of Swiss, followed by an additional 4 rounds on the following day. So 12 rounds total, and a cut to top 32 as opposed to top 64. That's another piece of feedback that I've heard a lot from the Lorcana community. It says, let us play more rounds.
Let us play more rounds.
Let us play more rounds of Swiss. Again, like, there's a lot safer bet that, like, your top cut then is really, like, the creme de la creme. The people that are, like, have really gone all the way. So I'm so excited for the new DLC season. Some fantastic prizes up for grabs. Obviously, still golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailors to give out. We got 500 of them. So we got to get.
But not only that, for just even participating, you're going to get your hands on the Pegasus.
That is my favorite of the promos as well, by the way.
Excited.
I'm so excited that that's the participation one. But further than that, we've got the Mulan, the Ruby Steel one, which there's been a slight change to that as well. Originally, it was going to be 5 match wins required to win the Mulan over the course of the weekend, but that has been changed to 3 because because it's been confirmed there is a cut to play in day 2. You actually have to have a chance of making top cut to get there, so it will only go so far.
And not only that, if you just participate on the Sunday in the Infinity side event, you're going to get it for participating. Like, that is so exciting.
You get to play Infinity
You get
as
to
well.
play Infinity. Like, you get to bring your Hyrims and your Popsicles and your Fortispheres back out. I'm so excited.
Fortisphere may be a bit too far, but as you are right, there are currently no bans in Infinity format. Again, as Spetty said earlier, of course, the errata to Bucky, Squirrel Squeak Tutor. Thank the Illuminary. But other than that, everything is up for grabs. It's been stated by the Ravensburger team that they will keep an eye on Infinity format. If they feel like bans are needed, then they will do so. My prediction is...
But it's next week.
It's next week.
We're not going to see
I don't think nothing's going to happen.
So.
I would be very surprised if something happened before then. But of course, they'll be looking at the data. They'll be seeing what happens. I'm of the opinion of, like, let them play that. The only time I really want to see bans is if in the future, with the release of more sets, if we get more like OTKs, like cycle, like really easy combos that can be created.
If something comes along
to break the game,
to team up with Prince John, Kawa will be so unbelievably happy. I don't know how I feel.
Stop putting ward on characters that don't need to turn sideways.
Yeah,
that is my most passionate
just
opinion.
There. And not only does he have ward, he'd be fine. He'd be fine. But he quests for 2. We're gonna see him back again. Maybe we'll see him in today's final.
I don't want him.
I took a walk around Infinity earlier on, and there's a few green steals, few emerald steals around the place. I'm intrigued to see what's gonna make it today into the finals of Infinity, and we're gonna bring you that final just after we bring you this final once we get there.
We've got lots of
so
Lorcana action
Lorcana
still to come. Next weekend, Bologna, Milwaukee, a couple of weeks after that. We eating good, Lorcana fans at the moment. So, yeah, it's just an absolute pleasure to be here. What would you have played today if you were playing?
Oh.
Would it have been the Amber Steel? Were you still on that? Or did your tournament last week maybe change your mind about things?
No, I think I like Amber Steel.
Still like it?
I like it. It's been fun. I feel like I've had the most consistency into all the decks.
Nice.
I've jammed that deck so much. I've played a little bit of everything.
Sure.
But I've practiced Amber Steel.
Tried
everything.
Sorry, I had to. It was that. No, fair.
I have practiced that into all of the matchups where I can see the lines. I can know where to go with this Amber Steel matchup where I think I probably would have brought that. But then I'm like, maybe I become a Blurple player. Would you have brought, I know you played a bit of Emerald Sapphire last week, would you have brought that to this
If
today?
I can't wipe the board, I don't want it.
That's fair.
If I can't wipe a board, I don't want it. That is my first love. I need to be able to do it. So I played the Heads Held High and Under the Sea. Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed the deck very much. But I'll be honest, like as well as the fact that I was hoping to do well and I knew this was a good deck. In the past, I've sometimes used set championships to practice with decks so that I can cast it better, so I have a better understanding of the line. So that was a big part of the reason. But we are back into the action. Ryan was on the play, inked something, and did find that one-drop Clarabelle clumsy guest, followed by a Royal Guard. I keep wanting to call it Octopus Soldier. I need to have a word with specific.
Royal Guard.
Royal Guard. And there's that turn 2 ramp from Ryan. Seeing the T-Po, this would set up really nicely for a turn 3 Clarabelle. You could even go Sail, double ink Clarabelle, or even maybe there's a Pleakley. Again, I haven't seen any Pleakleys from Ryan, but I've been enjoying Pleakley.
Absolutely. There's definitely different ways to build this Emerald Sapphire deck, and I feel like that's why it's so fascinating and why I've loved getting to play it a little bit, where you can go the Pleakley version or you can go the no Pleakley version. I've also seen a little bit of a Belle of the Ball version going around when you play Belle of the Ball and you can give all of your characters a ward. I don't believe that's the version, right? But it just goes to show there's so many different ways that you can build your deck, and maybe players looking at this are going to build their deck. Maybe they'll sneak in a little spicy Belle of the Ball, but it's going to be...
And you never know what's going to become more playable in the
Absolutely.
future, right? As we get like different Floodborns, different shift targets, different actions, and cards that synergize with specific keywords or specific characterizations. So
Absolutely.
that's what I love about the game, right? And just in post-rotation, we've seen like a dramatic change from most decks, unless you're Blurple.
Yeah. Another song card that I see in Ryan Inc. here that I love to see utilized is Stopped Chaos in His Tracks, which I believe you can bounce 2 characters with 3 strength or less
3 strength or
back
less
to their hand. Another card I've loved seeing come back into the meta recently. I wasn't sure if Ryan was playing it, but he is. I saw it go into the Inkwell. I'd love to see him be able to even team this up with a Heads Held High and bounce maybe Madam Mim or something back to hand. But of course, he doesn't want to do that, because if he plays a Madam Mim, Max is going to be able to bounce something back to his hand.
Yeah, definitely want to wait until there's a more formidable board. This Elephant obviously is super good. And you saw Max on the previous turn getting a cheeky quest off with the Royal Guard, which is super interesting. Could have been taken out by the Clarabelle and the T-Po doubling in, but you have to fear like a clapback on the Clarabelle, like an Elsa or something like that. So I think that was a pretty heads-up safe quest from the Royal Guard there. Maybe trying to bait that Clarabelle into turning sideways, but we have seen the free drop come down, setting up these multiple lines. We spoke earlier, Kim, about how important it can be to just get that initial Clarabelle trigger, only if it's just one. And we know that Blurple has the tools to remove this Clarabelle in form of Elsa. So if you can get multiple shift lines down, that feels super, super good. We're going to see another Madam Mim Elephant coming down, returning the Royal Guard. So a couple of elephants sitting down. Down comes the Royal Guard again.
Yeah, we're going to see Max quest that Madam Mim Elephant. He's going to go up to 3 lore to 0. I have loved the inclusion of the Royal Guard, especially in these Amethyst decks. When they're drawing so many cards, it has the potential to get such a high strength.
So here's a question for you, Kim, and chat. I'm watching chat. Just one word answer. Rafiki or Royal Guard? Well, Royal Guard is 2 words, so you can just say Guard if you want. But what's your opinion, Kim? Rafiki or Royal Guard? If you had to pick one.
I think Guard.
You like the Guard?
Well, Guard. I like the Guard.
The high roll.
I like the potential.
Chat, let me know.
If you have other characters on the board, if you're going to sing Second Star to the Right, or you're going to play maybe a Finder's Keepers, you can just buff up his strength a little bit more. Or even play a Genie, draw a card. You're going to buff up your Royal Guard a little bit more. As much as I love Rafiki, why not play both?
Yo, Rebecca Quest in chat, another host of the DLC season. Great to see you. She's a Rafiki believer. We got a Royal Guard believer, Royal Guard, Rafiki Guard, Royal Guards, Rafiki. A bit of a mixed opinion.
Why not play both?
Why not both? Yeah, but if you were going to pick one, right?
If you had to pick one, what would you pick, Blaker? If you had to pick one?
So I'll be honest, I was a Royal Guard believer, and it was actually Garrick's Lorcana Lair that taught me round to the Rafiki. Again, I like the high roll of Royal Guard with like potentially getting up to a lot of strength, courtesy of if you play Finders Keepers or whatever, but the consistency of hitting for 3 with Rafiki is pretty good. I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer. You know, it's going to depend on your matchup, but it's interesting to get the opinion of the community of which they're prioritizing. But we see Ryan going very wide. We'd established the Donald Duck on the previous turn, which ramped us, and this Hades coming down to remove one of the Madam Mim Elephants, which again, I said to you, Kim, like sometimes you want to hold your Hades for the Dumbos, but no evasives on the board at the moment, and these elephants are pretty annoying. We're going to see a Hades from Max as well, the Infernal Schemer.
Infernal Schemer. Coming back out, he's going to send the Hades is going to send the other Hades into the Inkwell for Ryan, and into the unknown, also going into the Inkwell there for Max. And we're going to go back over to Ryan's turn. But creating such a wide board here, 2 Clarabelles on the board, definitely getting to the chance to set up 2 Clarabelles enables Ryan later on to, even if Max is able to play an Elsa, exert one of the Clarabelles and clear it off the board. There's still another Clarabelle there to enable Ryan to be able to shift the Clarabelle later on.
So this is an interesting play. It's a little bit negative tempo, but sometimes necessary. We're going to play You're Welcome on one of our own characters, the Tipo, just to draw a couple of cards. And this is again, I keep saying it, we haven't seen the big Clarabelle come down.
No,
so Ryan, with just 1 card in hand, hasn't been able to get that refuel. So this You're Welcome, super going to hopefully find some more impactful cards, find the Clarabelle, find some Hades, etc. Because this is a fantastic early board from Ryan, but without that Clarabelle light on her hooves, we're light on cards.
Absolutely, and You're Welcome not only being great for removing characters or items off your opponent's board,
very diverse,
but also you can use it to put your own characters back in your deck and draw 2 cards, and Ryan just searching, hopefully, maybe for this Clarabelle shift.
Yep, You're Welcome. Very thematic. I like a card that is diverse. There's multiple ways that you can gain advantage from it. Ryan taking a moment. Again, this is top 16 of the CCQ here in Cardiff, Wales at Firestorm Games. An invitation to the European Championships up for grabs. It will be the first one given out. Of course, there are other CCQs happening this weekend in Stockholm and France, but it will be the first one to come from a United Kingdom event.
Absolutely. And at the end of this weekend, there'll not only be one here in Cardiff, but 2 other people qualifying to the EU Continentals. At the end of this, we're going to see Elsa, 5th Spirit, coming in from Max. He's going to exert the Basil, challenge into the Basil and send it to the discard.
Interesting. So the Elsa comes down, exerts the Basil and challenges it, which I don't mind taking out the Basil here. Like, taking out 1 Clarabelle doesn't mean a whole lot while there's another one, and this Basil support can absolutely work. Like, in my head there, I wonder if I would have been tempted to put the Elephant into the Basil to take that 2 damage.
Absolutely.
To then potentially be able to move it on a subsequent turn. That would leave us with only 5 willpower, though, so a shift into Clarabelle would make that maybe a bit risky. So I think that's probably the reason why Max chose to just go in with the Elsa and take the 1 lore with Elephant. I respect it.
Absolutely, or even being able to, but it's going to be a bend to my will coming from Ryan. He's going to discard all of the cards in Max's hand, which is only 2, but one of those cards was a Finder's Keepers, which would have enabled Max to draw 3 cards.
Mate, that is only 2 cards, but some pretty good ones. A Genie and a Finder's Keepers. I wonder how many Keepers are in the deck. Yesterday, we saw someone play Bend to My Will, and it was immediately followed by a second star to the right with characters to sing it, so it was it was a moo point.
Absolutely, it's not going to be the case for Max there. It's going to be a Basil top deck, and he's going to play that Basil. I'm going to quest with those characters, and then we're back to Ryan. Still 2 Clarabelles on the board. I wonder if we will see the Clarabelle shift, but it's going to be a singing Heads Held High and an Under the Sea.
Let's go, Kim. Let's go. Man, I'm going to have you all singing by the end of the year.
Let's go.
Heads Held High, lowering the strength of all opposing characters by 3, and then Under the Sea, going to send them all under the deck in an order of Ryan's choice. The order can matter, right? Like, sometimes when you're putting cards to the bottom of the deck, it's irrelevant. You and your opponent both know that it's not going to matter. But in a Blurpool deck that's going to draw a lot of cards, potentially, in the Clarabelle deck, I think really good odds that you get through the deck with Clarabelle triggers, You're Welcome triggers, and again, playing things like Vision and Develop. An Enchanted into the Unknown is a beautiful card.
Absolutely. I did manage to pull myself one of these in a single blister booster pack that I managed to get in a shop just because I wanted some serotonin. And I said, I'm going to open this. And it was at UK Games Expo. And I was there with Moyen and we opened it and I was blown away. But it's going to be a Tipo top deck. Mom, look, I'm still growing. And it's just Tipo to 2 Clarabelles on the board. Nah.
Night, Mom. Nah. Such a good film, man. Emperor's New Groove is top tier.
And if you haven't watched Emperor's New Groove, it's okay.
You
can go watch it now.
It's okay.
We'll still be here for a while. We're only on top 16.
Get another screen up. Put it on in the background. Ryan taking his time here. Again, this is top 16. Max is 1 game up. This was Ryan's on the play game. Max was on the play for game 1, took it home. A very slow start from Ryan. Had the 1-drop Basil, had the turn 2 ramp, had no play for turn 3, just inked up to 4 and pass, which was kind of underwhelming. And this is Ryan's on the play game. Wasn't looking good. Max with a full board in 12 lore, but that under the sea heads held high has given Ryan the breathing space he needs to try and make a comeback here. That bend to my wall discarding the hand. We find an Elsa off the top, which is not a bad card to find. We remove 1 Clarabelle.
Yeah, and it was just going to be a double quest and pass there for Ryan. Really interested to know what he has in his hand. It's going to be Elsa, 5th Spirit coming in, going to clear off one of those Clarabelles. 1 Clarabelle left. If Ryan managed to get this Clarabelle shift, would be really help him be able to clear this cheapo off the board.
Not
at
even
least.
for cards, because Max has got an empty hand, but literally just to have like a big impactful body that you could put down. Alternatively, a Silver here would be nice, but you've got to know if we see a John Silver, Max's next card is Dumbo.
Absolutely, and Max already being on 13 lores, 13 lore to 6. Max having no cards in hand. 1 top deck of a Genie. Maybe he has another Finder's Keepers or even Second Star, but he would not be able to sing it right now.
No, we're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink, I believe, unless I'm missing one. So, and only 7 cost worth of characters on board. Here is that John Silver. He's going to pick his fights wisely and give Reckless to one of these characters, meaning will not be able to quest and must challenge if able. It's going to be the Tipo. Do we see the Dumbo off the top of the deck here, which is the ultimate response to this play?
Absolutely, especially with another evasive character already established on the board. Will it be a Dumbo? And then he would be immediately... No, it's going to be a Sail.
Okay, we have another chance.
But it's going to draw a card. Will we see the Dumbo coming in now?
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's always a chance. No,
okay,
he's going to quest.
No Dumbo then, because this would not be happening otherwise.
No. Could quite possibly... Oh, could
just a pass.
Yeah, just a pass.
Hades, maybe? Elsa?
Maybe a Hades. Could have been something. I did possibly think because he was questing first, maybe it could have been a Madam Mim Elephant, but of course we've already seen... Oh, it is a Hypnotic Strength coming in, hopefully.
I respect it because, like, in other instances, you might have just played this straight away just to dig, but this Challenger 2 can absolutely be relevant here to being able to take out this John Silver, which, like, even if you're 2 for 1ing into it, I think that's kind of reasonable just to slow Ryan back down and give you a chance to, like, you're ahead on lore. I think you can afford maybe a little bit of negative tempo, but there is another copy of Under the Sea. The seaweed is always greener on the bottom of your deck, and Max now down to no board and just a strength in hand. Hypnotic Strength, that is.
Strength could help him draw a card here depending on what he top decks.
I think he absolutely does that now. It made sense to hold it before when we could have had a response to the Silver, but here is that Hades off the top of the deck.
Absolutely not going to want to play that Hypnotic Strength. No, what a top deck. That Hades Infernal Schemer coming in. He's going to send that John Silver Alien Pirate into the Inkwell.
Oh, man, Ryan's got to be a bit heartbroken with that Hades, but keeping a straight face throughout the entirety of the game. Really hard to read is Ryan, which is like a skill in and of itself, right? Like, I don't know about you.
Being able to keep that poker face.
My face really gives away when I'm not happy with what's happened or whatever, but Ryan really keeping it calm.
Absolutely. Just trying to figure out what he wants to do here. Clearly hasn't come across the Clarabelle shift. He's going to be heads held high into the Inkwell. And a pass.
This is brutal. 2 cards in hand. Had 3. Inked the heads held high. We're going to Hypnotic Strength targeting the Clarabelle. It's not going to be relevant. It's Challenger, and this Hades isn't doing any challenging.
Genie is going to draw an additional card once again.
Mate, what a sequence of cards.
Absolutely. Ryan doing such a good job to gain control of Max's board. Was able to play Bend to My Will, get Max down to no cards.
This might be over. We need Hades here, or John Silver, or Basil, or it's over.
Absolutely. Max threatening
or
4 lore next turn. Even a Clarabelle would be able to take out the Hades.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. She's a 5/6. She's a 5/6. I know she wouldn't.
No, she
so
wouldn't.
it's got to be Hades. It's got to be John Silver. Or it's got to be Basil to bounce one of these characters. Or another Under the Sea, just to get rid of the Genie. That's also perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, but even a Basil will only bounce back to hand. Max would be able to clear it next turn.
Yeah, it just buys a turn, right? There is the Under the Sea, so
Absolutely.
At least...
Gets rid of the Genie.
We buy a turn.
By a turn, the Hades is still going to stick the board this turn. Max is going to be able to quest up to 18 lore.
Yeah, this doesn't feel good. And another Hades comes down. The Infernal Schemer putting that consent. There's the ship Clarabelle. And Ryan extends the hand. Max Boyle 2-0 on the play against Ryan and will proceed to top 8. Commiserations to Ryan, a fantastic player. He's had an amazing run. That second game, a bit heartbreaking, but the first game, I like that. I'm going to have to try and see if we can talk to Ryan and see like what was going on there, because it just it was just very too slow.
Both games, just unfortunately, Ryan just didn't have the
Clarabelle.
The great hand, like the cards he needed at the right time. First game we saw he didn't have a turn 3, didn't have a turn 4. This game, unfortunately, just majority of the times, unfortunately, he had to just quester, ink, and pass. Unfortunately, didn't have the Clarabelle until the very end.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the risky things about Green-Blue, right? Emerald Sapphire. The power level is so high. The potential to do unfair things is so high, but you miss certain key cards and it just all falls apart, especially when you're going up against Blurple, one of the best decks, if not arguably the best deck, or at least the most popular deck in our meta at the moment. So, yeah, commiserations to Ryan. Great to have him come over. A pleasure for us to receive him from the States here in Cardiff. A great run, made top 16. Will not be going home with that invitation to European Championships, but some prizes definitely for Ryan. And again, like, great to see him. I'm sure this was great practice for him for going into DLC season.
Absolutely.
But Max
we'll see Ryan again in Bologna next
Absolutely.
week. So great practice going into that, and
Sure.
and definitely will fine-tune his deck probably, and just maybe he won't bring this deck. He's not giving away anything.
Oh, we're
But
still practicing, right?
He played amazing the last 2 days. 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday. It was rough. He managed to squeeze in there. He took the 32nd spot in our top 32 here today.
Yep.
Unfortunately, not going to make it into a top 16, but played amazing. Unfortunately, just didn't have the cards when he needed it.
Didn't happen, and hey, that's card game. Sometimes it's going to go that way. But yeah, commiserations to our Blurple player going into top 8. And I see the chat kind of discussing that, you know, Emerald Sapphire, yeah, like the power level's so high, but like it can just fall apart so easily, as opposed to something like Blurple, which really can be pretty consistent in what it wants to do and just has this incredible power level, these high questing characters, ways to draw cards. So it seems like a very safe choice. So it'll be interesting to see what the meta breakdown is for this top 8, but yeah, fantastic Lorcana. I just wish we could have like seen a bit more of an actual match there from Ryan.
I always think it's really interesting, especially when Ryan was able to do an early heads held high under the sea. He was able to clear his opponent's board. He did a bend. Unfortunately, Amethyst just one of those inks that draws so many cards.
Purple cards are pretty good.
Purple cards are pretty good.
But purple cards are pretty good.
Purple cards are really good. Even with a bend to my will, Amethyst just one top deck of a genie. We saw a Hypnotic Strength.
Hades at the right
just
time.
Draw a card. Hades at the right time.
Man. Like after that huge heads held high under the sea on like a 5-character board, the Hypnotic Strength, obviously not a great card, but straight into Hades, straight into another genie. But again, the deck is consistent. It has this high power level of cards. The majority of the deck is between that 4 to 7, 8 ink threshold. So maybe it's not unrealistic to be expecting reasonable top decks, but still, if you're Ryan, it's got to feel bad. But nonetheless, commiserations, congratulations to our Blurple player. And I see a comment in chat here, which I think puts it really well from Joaquin. Green-Blue can beat anything except when it beats itself. And I think that's actually a really nice,
so
really good way of putting it. It does, again, it was part of the reason I brought it last week. Again, I wanted to learn it better, but I also felt like it had the toolkit to be able to compete with anything. I'm going to let you do this interview, Kim. I would love to have you have a chat with our winner. So I'm going to take a step back. Hello, sir. If you want to take a seat here and pop that on for us. Have a chat with Kim. I'll take that.
Congratulations, you're going forward. How does it feel? Unfortunately, we did see our green Emerald Sapphire player didn't have a great hand in game 1. Missed. Didn't have a card for his 3 ink or turn 4. Obviously felt good for you. You were able to regain control even after the bend to my will. Amethyst cards, what can we say? They're going to help you draw more cards.
Yeah, they just run well. I mean, that's the reason I think you're seeing so many people on Blurple. In theory, you have bad matchups if Amber Steel or Blue-Green in this instance get what they want. They can blow you out the water, but you're the Amethyst deck, you're always going to run well, and sometimes they're not. I think, yeah, my opponent definitely got the worst end of it, particularly in game 1. His starting hand was really diabolical. I didn't have too much of a game while I was able to just keep going, and that's the thing with Amethyst, right? Even after the bend, you find a genie and then you find something else, then you're able to just lead back into it. So Yeah, it's exciting to be. I didn't expect to get this far, so I was hoping to do some tourism on Cardiff on Sunday, but still in the tournament, still
Absolutely.
fighting.
You're still here. You're still playing. You're going to go forward into our top 8. Has to feel good. Did you face many Emerald Sapphire yesterday or maybe earlier on today?
Yeah, I faced several Emerald Sapphires yesterday. I feel I have a lot of practice into the matchup. But initially people said it's rough, but it's one of those ones. I think sometimes you ask the Emerald Sapphire players and they say, well, it's not that good for us, and you ask the Purple players and they say it's not that good for us. It can be grindy, but I think it's a close one. Big shout outs, I think, yesterday. He didn't show up today too much. But yesterday to Monstro definitely rescued me against a lot of the Emerald Sapphire players. When they go for that big turn where they do this thing together, then all their characters are sideways and you've got nothing at all on the board, then Monstro just comes down and out the field straight away.
Absolutely, especially when you're playing Amethyst and you have such an abundance of cards in your hand. One Monstro, discard a few cards, you're able to clear off the board. Can definitely probably help you. Did you face any wide Amber Steel matchups or anything like that? Did you place any dogs yesterday that Monstro was able to help you?
No, I dodged the dogs, thankfully. I think they'd have finished the game before I got Monstro on the field. I played one Amber Steel player and she absolutely flattened me. It was not even remotely close. She blew me out of the water.
Absolutely. Going forward into top 8 now, anything you're hoping? We know the Amber Emeralds got knocked out first round. There's only one into the top 32. The majority of Blurple decks made it into top 32. How are you feeling if you were to face a mirror? Have you practiced much of that?
I didn't actually play too much of the Blurple Mirror yesterday, and I would say I'm not. It depends on the build a lot of the times, I think, where people choose to expend their 2 to 6 sort of tech cards a little bit. I'm not super confident in the mirror as I'm only on 1 copy of Second Star to the Right. So in longer, grindier games, any players on 2 or 3 copies are likely to be able to draw more cards than me and keep going. However, I do have a reasonable top end. I didn't split the difference. I am on Monstros and Elsa 8 costs as well.
I'm intrigued to ask, and something that we've talked about a lot is players choosing to play Finders Keepers over Second Star. You did say you're playing 1 Second Star to the Right. We have seen players unfortunately brick with a few Second Stars if you can't sing it or don't have enough ink. What's your opinion on, like, are you playing more Finders Keepers? Obviously,
yes, I'm on a couple of
Finders Keepers. 3 and 1, and
I'm actually on 2 and 1. I think. Yeah, I think it's just a personal preference thing a lot of the time. I saw quite a lot of French lists that were doing well. French players, a lot of them were on 2 Finders and 1 Second Star, and that felt like the right ratio to me. You're right, I was just terrified of the bricks. I tested just 2 Second Stars to the Rights, and when 2 of them show up in your hand at once, you're just diabolical. And I feel like the only matchup that I really truly want it in is in the Blurple Mirror, and I will find my one of in that matchup. In other matchups, I'm glad not to see it showing up in my hand too much. Otherwise, I could get stuck. It's definitely, Tipo has been sending the Second Star away a lot of games.
Absolutely. We did see Finders Keepers in your hand when that Bent to My Will came, and I was a bit scared for you. The Finders Keepers had to go into the discard, but you were able to Hypnotic Strength. You drew a card into a sale. You drew another card. You were able to take it back. So congratulations to be going on to top 8, and thank you for coming to chat with us. And I wish you best of luck in the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So we'll be right back and hopefully bring you your top 8 match as quickly as possible.
everybody to the Disney Lorcana CCQ here in Cardiff, Wales. We have got the top 8 coming right up. I am Joe Cuddy Cards, and I'm joined by Jan Moy Moyen.
Guten Tag.
How do you do?
I'm very good. I'm happy to be casting Ollie again, who is the person that knocked me out of the tournament yesterday. We have the last Amber Steel that's still remaining in the tournament featured this round.
Yep. And what did they do against you? Were you impressed by their gameplay?
No, they played all right. They were the most interesting thing about the deck is kind of this 4-cost Elsa that is like 3/4 Challenger +3.
Right, we saw that on stream yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, and on surface level it doesn't seem that impressive, but then when it's just staring at you there, and as soon as you exert maybe your Hades, it just gets like challenged right away, and the Elsa survives. It can be quite annoying to deal
So
with.
it's a 3/4 with Challenger 3. So
Yeah.
when you're challenging, it's a 6/4 essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
And 6 strength is a pretty good threshold to have at the moment. There's cards like John Silver, Baymax with Clarabelle, Hades, Elsa, the legendary Elsa. So yeah, 6 strength is a really good number to have. So it's interesting to see that card. It was a first chapter card, I believe. It's never seen play.
Yeah,
Kind of fascinating that
basically until
now
now
it is.
It really highlights the beauty of what rotation can bring to a game where some underappreciated cards maybe get seen.
So we've got Amber Steel, the last Amber Steel player left in the building. Do we know what they're up against?
Against Sapphire Amethyst.
Okay, Sapphire Amethyst. And so this was the matchup. If you're playing Sapphire Amethyst, you're up against Amber Steel.
Yeah.
How on earth are you controlling the game? How do you deal with Tiana?
Well, Tiana, you need an Into the Unknown. Sometimes, like, Tiana's not always part of Amber Steel's best opening,
Okay.
but if they go for the Tiana opening, you often quickly lose the game unless you have the Into the Unknown.
Okay.
But if they go for it and you do end up having the Into the Unknown, that is a little bit of a slow opening than maybe Lady plus a 2-drop on the turn,
Sure.
which they could have done instead.
Is there any other tech cards which we might be looking out for in a Sapphire Amethyst deck, which might be aimed at helping them deal with Amber Steel?
In my opinion, the 2 main ways that you can like hedge your deck towards the matchup is what 1-drops do you play? I think the Buzzer is the much better 1-drop in the mirror, whereas cards like Rafiki, especially Rafiki, but also the Royal Guard, are better 1-drops against the aggressive Amber Steel decks. I think the other big card is the legendary Elsa, the Spirit of Winter. That's like one of the only cards that lets you deal with 2 ready characters while just being 1 card on its own. I think a lot of the time, if they present a lot of ready characters and you get into spots where you need to deal with multiple of them, and outside of Elsa, it's very difficult to do so.
Yeah, when I've tested this matchup as the Amber Steel player against the Sapphire Amethyst player, I found the most scary line to play against would be, the traditional 1-drop, ramp into Genie, for example, then Elsa, but then they sing Into the Unknown with the Genie, for example.
Right.
Using whatever Elsa exerted and putting it into the Inkwell, and then the following turn at 6 ink, shifting the Elsa, and I just found that to be impossible almost for Amber Steel to overcome. But it's really about that Elsa and Into the Unknown combo. We've seen it quite often today, particularly against the aggro decks. We saw it against the Chernodogs deck, the Amber Emerald deck, and it's definitely a play to look out for as well. We even see some players using that new 5-cost super rare Ursula as a 1 or 2 of. Not sure if I'm trying to pull up the deck list right now. My phone unfortunately ran out of battery at the worst moment, but we'll try and get a little look at the deck list. The players are sat down. They are looking at the deck list, and we are very soon going to be having your top 8 here in Cardiff. Don't forget, there's also all sorts of other side events going on throughout the building. There's some pods. There is some like 8-man constructed pods or 8-person constructed pods. There's some Infinity constructed main side event, which we're going to try and bring you the final of. And there is also a Pack Rush tournament going on as well. So lots of fun things happening here in Cardiff. If you haven't got yourself down to a CCQ yet, make sure you check out to see if there's any coming to your local area. They are a lot of fun, and it's a great way to play Disney Lorcana.
For sure.
And watch it as well. So thank you all for watching and checking it out. I wonder if we could go on over to the game board and see if our players are ready. They are. We've got Liam to the left. We've got Ollie to the right. Ollie has been on the stream before we saw them actually beat you, Jan, on stream yesterday, right?
Oh, did you?
I think so.
No, you didn't.
Okay, we didn't.
No, you. That was my final one before I dropped was against Ollie.
Okay.
But was that the Sapphire Amethyst Mirror on stream? I lost against Amber Steel.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we did see Ollie winning on stream yesterday with these Elsas. And we are now kicking things off with the altering phase. Ollie versus Liam. Liam with that one draw making the difference compared with one loss for Ollie. So Liam's going to be the higher seed and therefore will be going first in game number 1. Liam, if I'm not mistaken, having spoken with them, I believe coming over from America, or certainly based over in America, but I'll get that confirmed for you. Okay, I'm talking rubbish. Apparently that's not true.
Ollie opting to keep 4 cards here. One of them we could identify as that 4-cost Elsa.
Yep.
Which I think it might fill a similar role as maybe the Scrooge in other lists, but while being inkable, it's just like, it is a little bit easier to take out a 4 willpower, but not that much easier. And it's an inkable 4-cost that's very, very good at challenging. It being able to challenge for 6, it can even deal 3 damage when challenging into an exerted Tiana. And also, if they kept 3 more cards, I assume one of them will be a Tipo or Sale. Another one of them is likely to be a 1-cost character.
Makes sense to me. So what's the difference in your experience, Jan, as someone that's played in a lot of DLC top cuts? What is the difference between this sort of open decklist format, but particularly this open decklist format compared with the closed decklist? In Swiss yesterday, it's closed. That's what we're used to playing as Disney Lorcana players. But when you get to the top cut of these big tournaments, what are the skills you need to do when you're looking at open decklists? What are the challenges involved?
The biggest difference is when you play closed decklist, you have to kind of make these estimates of, like you kind of evaluate your plays as in how good is it if they have this, if they have that card. But you have to make these estimates of how much are they represented in the meta. Maybe you saw some of the cards that they played already. How often are they played in combination with each other? Whereas in open decklist, you really know what you will play around, and you can evaluate much clearer. Okay, they play 3 copies of this one drop. Maybe that changes what opening line I want to go for.
It's a strong opening for both players. We see Liam getting Aurora down there, ink Sven. Rafiki, the card for Ollie. Probably the best 1-cost character available for Ollie. This Basil would have just been trading with Aurora. But we are going to see, it's not, in fact, the Tiana, but for 0 cost, we see this 1-cost Mulan. It is a princess, and therefore Aurora reduced the cost of it down to 0 ink. And 0 ink, Jan, is not a lot of ink.
Yeah, and immediately showcasing their sequencing here, but deciding to, yes, cash in on that princess discount from Aurora, but also playing these Mulans before you ink. All of these game actions taking place before you have to decide, okay, what card do I actually want to be discarding, what card do I actually want to be inking.
We do see the second Mulan come down. Pete and Jafar, the cards discarded. Liam is yet to ink yet this turn. And, of course, still could play a 4th 1-drop character. 2 ink available on turn 2, but with that cost reduction of Aurora potentially playing 3 ink worth of cards. It's going to be Pete into the ink.
Also, here we immediately see one of the, like, usually Rafiki is the better 1-drop against Ember Steel because you can, like, take out Nala with 1 challenge if it doesn't have the resist from the penny. But the downside is, when it's challenged back into, it doesn't have that 1 strength. So this is actually a spot where the Royal Guard would have done much better, as the 1 strength that it leaves up wouldn't be, like, Liam wouldn't be able to challenge back into with the Mulan without the Mulan getting banished.
Not the quickest start for Liam, though. We haven't seen any card which requests for more than 1 from Liam. No Nala, no Daisy Ducks, no Tianas.
Right, and the Aurora, the biggest upside of it is like that it doesn't really cost you ink because you get that ink discount on the next turn. But while they were able to use it, they also left up 1 ink open.
Yep.
So really slow start here.
Ollie, of course, the player going second, is going to be looking to break serve, as I recently saw Frank Carson call it. 1 jump ahead from Ollie. I have so much respect for the inclusion of 1 jump ahead in a deck list. I'm sure there's going to be 4 T-pos, there's going to be 4 sales, but Ollie wanting that extra little bit of consistency with at least 1 copy of 1 jump ahead. I think there might be 2 in there.
Yeah, it is definitely two in there. I talked with them yesterday, and they really don't like missing ramp.
Yep.
And went the extra mile by including 2 additional copies of one jump, so they're playing 10 copies of ramp on turn 2.
I think that as we see the Lady into Nala come through, it's a big old wide board from Liam as we see the quest for 3 suddenly starting to turn up the heat. There was no characters which quested for more than 1 for Liam, but suddenly there is a Lady and a Nala. And we also saw Ollie with that 1 jump ahead play. I was so excited about the 1 jump ahead. I missed the fact Rafiki didn't even challenge.
Yeah, they might. This might just mean that they have an elephant in hand.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I think you want to minimize the lore as much as possible. But the upside of this is you have a character in play that would enable you to play the elephant without having to banish the elephant.
Right, so yeah, if Ollie is, in the previous turn when they played the 1 jump, they challenged Aurora, it invites Liam to trade out the Rafiki, and then suddenly Ollie's elephant isn't doing much. Why is elephant such a important card for Ollie in this matchup? As we see Rafiki challenge Aurora.
It's generally, it's even better on the play, but even on the draw, it can be fast enough because Liam had a little bit of a slower opening. And now Elephant doesn't just threaten to take out 1 character on challenge, but also as soon as it did that, you can't really take out the damaged Elephant as Amber Steel easily, and it will just threaten to take out 2 more characters on the next turn, 1 with the start of turn trigger, 1 with another challenge.
It's 4 lore to 0. Liam in the lead with 4 characters on the board. Just 1 for Ollie, but it's a good one in the form of the elephant. And of course, Ollie may be going to 5 ink next turn for that Elsa.
Also, to me, great recognition from Ollie. If they took that challenge, or by not taking that challenge, they technically ran the risk of, if I get Fire the Cannons, I just lost out on the value of the challenge I could have taken. But they saw their opponent left up 1 ink on their turn 2 play. So they really had that read. Their current hand doesn't include Fire the Cannons anyways.
Liam with 2 cards in hand. Of course, you would hope one of them to be Doc at this stage in the game. Doc, the main card draw tool that Liam has at their disposal, is going to be 3 ink for the bolt. It comes in exerted, but it quests for 4.
This is so tricky because why the elephant was so good at dealing with this wider board. You could argue they also had the Elsa, right? Maybe playing the Elsa instead could have you at least protected against something like a bolt. But also it depends. I currently don't know how many copies of bolt are in your opposing deck, and that's the beauty of open decklist. Depending on how many there are, that kind of determines if you should play around it or not.
Okay, I'm expecting to see Elsa at 5 ink here for Ollie, but instead he's going to kick things off with a vision of the future. 2 ink spent just to add a card to hand. I mean, it's a great card, but in this position, Liam's going to be particularly happy to see that. It's going to be Rafiki into the ink, and for 3, it's going to be a Enchanted into the Unknown. Getting rid of that bolt. How about another one, says Ollie.
Oh, the first one, I was like, okay, that's very important. Maybe even it's like comparable to Elsa, because Elsa would just help you take out, for example, the bolt together with the elephant, but now you took out 2 characters. But the second into the Unknown is so interesting to me because, yes, you took out 1 more lore, but also now your elephant isn't damaged.
And what a response from Liam, who needs Doc. No cards left in hand, but spends all 5 ink on that Tiana and the Prince. It's a 0/5 bodyguard. And it's going to be a scoop from Ollie. Ollie cannot keep up with the pace of Liam, and the Amber Steel aggro deck strikes first in this top 8 game. Did that go how you'd expect it to go?
Well, I've seen the game go like this.
Yep.
I know the game can go like this. I think in this case it might not have made a difference. I was slightly curious on that second into the Unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could argue you have to like set up 2 damage there, let them quest a little bit more. I wasn't keeping perfect track of the lore either. Maybe you just needed to do that to like survive the next
So
turn.
he paid 3 for Into the Unknown, paid 2 for the Vision, of course, already. That's all the ink. But then there was a big decision point on, do you challenge with the Madam Mim Elephant, or do you sing Into the Unknown? Ollie went for singing Into the Unknown, but the big advantage of challenging with the Elephant is actually getting those 2 damage counters onto your own Elephant is actually an upside, because you can then move those damage counters and remove basically 2 threats at once almost.
Yeah, it's basically taking out the Nala now denies 1 more lore on the next turn, but maybe taking out the Lady instead of the Nala, and then with the start of turn trigger, taking out the Nala could, over the next 2 turns, enable you to deny more lore to Liam here. I
think realistically in that position, even though it's a very interesting discussion, it probably didn't actually have an impact on the outcome of the game.
Right, but I think I try to not focus on whether it would have actually helped you.
Sure.
I was trying to look, is there maybe something you could have done differently that got you into a slightly better position, or like that there was a slightly better play. But you're very right here. I think that was a very, very tough situation to get out of.
Yeah, that Prince that comes down alongside Tiana, the 0-5 bodyguard, very difficult to deal with. And I mean, if we look at the opening that we saw from Sapphire Amethyst there, maybe the one thing that was slightly suboptimal is one jump ahead on turn 2 instead of, for example, playing Sail and another one drop.
Yes. It's like, basically, you want to ramp on 2, but you'd much rather do it while developing a body. So both Tipo or Sail and a good one drop could have been, or is what you would be looking for, rather.
Yeah. And the one jump is a very interesting card because if you see it in your opening hand, you could maybe mulligan a little bit more safely. But one thing that I really like about the one jump as well is the combo of, I can imagine particularly against Sapphire Emerald, it being very strong, Tipo on turn 2, and then on turn 3, singing one jump with Tipo gives you that like little bit of extra ramp.
Right.
And now that How Far Go doesn't exist, maybe one jump ahead a little bit more.
Yeah, especially because against Emerald Sapphire, you want to get, you deplete your hand a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, so we are back in the game. We see the altering phase again.
Yep, Ollie going to be going first in this one. It's going to be their only opportunity to do so in this top 8. Liam still definitely got a good shot of winning this one, even going second, I would say.
Yeah, I think in both, like, no matter which side you're playing, the player that will be going first has the advantage. But I would argue it's harder for Blurple to win on the draw, for Sapphire Amethyst to win on the draw than it is for Amber Steel to win on the draw.
Yeah, I would definitely agree.
I'm so impressed with like the card inclusions of Liam's deck that aren't as popular, right?
Such as what?
Both the Bolt and the 0-5 Bodyguard.
Yep.
What's its name?
The Prince.
The Prince. Both of them performed incredibly last game.
I've got to say, I've actually seen it once before at one of the tournaments over in America on the first weekend. I can't remember what tournament it was, but the player that won that tournament, because I was over in Austria watching it with Elmeister, and the 0-4 Bolt combined with the Bodyguard and Tiana was in that list that won that tournament on the opening weekend. So great to see those cards still performing really well.
Right, and that I would say, like, we know that you can build the deck like that, but I would say if you are playing against an Amber Steel, those are not cards that you're like, oh,
No.
my opponent definitely plays these cards. Which also, in closed decklist, makes it even more difficult to play around, right? Something like this Elephant could be like a safe line, but then you get hit with the Bolt and you suddenly can't challenge it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bolt's got some nice, interesting synergy with Tiana as well, right? You could go turn 1 Aurora, turn 2 you get down your Tiana thanks to the cost reduction, and then turn 3 you quest with your Tiana, and suddenly you play Bolt. Okay, it's exerted, but it's much more difficult to remove because of the synergy there with Tiana. But Ollie's going to be kicking things off. Inking Sail. For 1, it's going to be Rafiki.
Okay, so Liam already knows, okay, they had the 1-drop on 1, but they also will have ramp on 2, otherwise the Sail would have never went into the Inkwell.
Mind the stick. That is the flavor text of Rafiki. Fortunately, no hyenas available for Liam, because that's always terrifying to play a hyena against Rafiki. Aurora into the Inkwell for Liam and just deliberating exactly over. Oh, okay, hello. He inks the common or the uncommon non-foil Aurora, plays the epic. I'm glad it wasn't the other way around, as we see Ollie playing Sail. Draws a genie and sort of shakes his head slightly, maybe looking for an extra 1-drop, because he doesn't find it.
I think, well, it's just an assumption. I can't properly make out his hand, but I think one reason might be drawing, like the genie is completely fine, but maybe drawing an uninkable forced you to ink that into the unknown.
Sure.
And maybe now leaves him exposed to like an early Tiana opening.
Yep.
Again,
nobody likes inking an enchanted card.
I don't mind it. But we see not the turn to Tiana opening, instead just flooding the board a little bit more with Mulan.
Yep. The 0-cost Mulan coming through for the second time, but that Aurora is going to be able to be taken out by Rafiki if Ollie chooses to do so. And the fact Ollie's going first here, it's a little bit of a different situation. He could just take this challenge on Aurora with Rafiki and bounce it back with the Elephant. We saw the other side, as we do see Aurora and Daisy come down. It's a big old wide board, but you can see the difference in the play-draw disparity here, right? In the previous game, when Ollie went second, he couldn't take this challenge, but now he would be able to. But it's going to be the genie instead that comes through. No Elephant here.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, when you see your opponent discarding Doc with Mulan and flooding their hand the way they did right now, you know there's another Doc in their hand. So they won't run out of steam anytime soon.
Yep, Rafiki takes down Aurora, but it has been left exerted, which means it is ripe for the taking. Daisy Duck's an interesting one. Are you taking the challenge of Daisy Duck here, or would you rather just quest and risk giving your opponent that extra card in hand? I'm sure that they're going to take a challenge onto the Rafiki, but the question is, which card do you take the challenge with and which do you quest with?
Personally, I'd likely still value one more lore over not giving them a potential card.
Liam agrees, and they quest with Daisy first before anything else. Why is that?
Generally, you just want to do whatever. If you plan through your turn, and there's any game actions that you want to be taking that give you more info for the other game actions that you want to be taking that don't give you any new info, just always do the one that gives you new info first, because now you have more info. What do I want to be inking? What's the rest of my turn look like now that I know I gave them a Basil?
Yep.
Maybe Basil doesn't change it as much, but what if it was like an Elsa or a Bale that you gave them?
Yep. Aurora's going to take out Rafiki, and look at the Prince come through. Yet again, that 0-5 bodyguard is an absolute menace for Ollie to deal with. And we saw Ollie, of course, inking that Enchanted into the Unknown and grimacing while doing it. Well, that would be quite handy to deal with the Prince right about now.
The saddest part from Ollie's perspective is how good Elsa would have been on turn 3 in all of these games.
Yep.
And it's just the way their hand worked, they were either forced to ink it or went for another play instead. But I think these games still kind of display, okay, the strength that Elsa has as a 4-drop that you can ramp into to challenge Amber Steel's board.
Yep, Liam with 2 cards in hand is going to draw for turn. We have a strong suspicion that there's a Doc in hand based off the fact they already discarded one. I believe they might have just drawn that 0-4 Bolt that quest for 4. Ollie decided to quest with Genie, perhaps lining up Basil and Iago combining to take out the Prince next time. What do you think about that Genie quest from Ollie instead of sinking in 2 damage to the Prince?
I'm a little bit surprised by it. I think there is a lot of worlds or like potential lines that you can go into where you might profit more of the 2 damage on the Prince than maybe gaining the 2 lore already.
Double Doc. Doc comes through, discarding a Doc from hand though.
Are you surprised to see them not just play out 1 Doc without effect, or would you also just go for like the more aggressive line, try to find higher questing characters?
It's a very difficult spot. We do see Tiana come through, though. I mean, right now, this looks like, in hindsight, the right call from Liam.
They definitely got rewarded with this Tiana. And there's a lot of cards that you'd rather play than Doc, but there's also spots where, like, you might have just preferred to have another 1-3 and some more characters in hand.
I think the decision in this moment comes down to how comfortable does Liam feel in the game. Does he want to take the safe play, which is just develop both Docs and then draw 2 cards? Or does he want to take the more aggressive and risky line, potentially? Yes. And he went for the risky line and it paid off. This is the higher ceiling line with the lower floor, but he found the high ceiling with this Tiana.
Definitely. I think to make this decision, maybe you could also quest with the Daisy first to like inform that decision a little bit more first. Because I do think it was always questing this turn. But still, I do think not playing that dog was great foresight.
But of course, it worked out in this case. It's not always going to work out in your favor. You don't know what you're going to draw off Doc until you go for it. But Liam took a calculated risk, and in this occasion, it paid off. Yeah. Back on over to Ollie. That bodyguard Prince is still down.
And so, also, Ollie took a big risk by playing this Iago. It might have been a move slightly out of desperation, but this is a card that is very easily taken out by a deck that plays usually 4 strength and about 3 fire the cannons. But sometimes you have to analyze the game state and say, like, okay, if I don't play this, how am I getting back into this game? I need this character to survive, or I'm in trouble anyways.
It's 9 lore to 2 in favor of Liam. The player that was going second in this game is on the front foot here. Ollie with Basil and Iago to potentially combine and take out the Prince. Let's go back to that Genie quest last turn. We could have seen 2 damage counters on the Prince right now and 0 lore for Ollie.
Right, and not taking their hand into account, if there was 2 damage on the Prince, what would that enable you to do? You could support the Genie, have 2 characters challenged for 4, take out both the damaged Prince and the Daisy Duck. Whereas now, without any help from the cards in your hand, you would just be leaving up the Daisy Duck again.
We are going to see Basil Quest putting Ollie up to 3 lore. Going to support the Iago, and it will be the Prince that is taken out. Genie is still ready and waiting to take a challenge. What are we going to see from Ollie come through? It's going to be Elsa. Surely not exerting the Tiana, because that wouldn't probably help him too much. Genie and Elsa going to combine, I believe, to take out the Daisy Duck.
Yeah, going back on that Genie quest, it really led to you now taking out 1 lore less, right? If you had put sunken 2 more damage into the Prince, now you would have been able to either take out the Mulan additionally or the Aurora additionally.
And when you're playing against aggro, it's usually best practice to just keep them at arm's length as far away from 20 as possible, and then Ollie can take over the late game, right? So maybe even though Ollie got 2 lore, he could have denied Liam 1 lore, and probably at this stage in the game, that was probably better for Ollie to just not quest and deny that 1 extra lore from Liam in hindsight.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because sometimes it's not even 1 lore, it also means now they still have 1 extra character. Maybe that means they can, like, they stick a character for another turn and could result in maybe even 2 lore.
Liam with 4 ink available. I believe it's 2 cards in hand because of that dock. And oh my goodness, it's not a card that we see
It's
all
when
that
will
often.
my life begin?
What's this one doing?
Yeah,
Iago vanished! That's what it's doing. Iago can't challenge during the next turn, that's for sure, because it's been vanished. And it was sung by the Tiana as well. That is not a card you see all that often. Another spicy inclusion for Liam, and it's doing the business right now. This is a card we saw a little bit in Emerald Steel in days gone by with like the Ursula Deceiver of all synergy.
right. Where you just like needed extra songs that say, okay, draw a card to draw multiple
And
cards.
there's the strength of a Raging Fire being hard cast for 3 ink. Elsa has been dealt with swiftly. Basil's going to be traded out by Doc. Doc stands tall.
And suddenly Liam is just playing for board control
Yep.
again. It's not like Amber Steel can try to win the board. And that's the beauty of aggro decks in modern Lorcana. I think there is a lot of ways you can play them and benefit of not just questing out.
Back on over to Ollie. Liam is 9 lore away from victory. His board is currently questing for 5.
Yeah,
So Ollie's got a little bit longer to work with, but he needs to start clearing as many threats as quickly as possible, and that Tiana is a problem.
it's the Tiana is a problem. On top of that, this is now that Liam was able to swing the board a little bit. Again, looking back at that questing decision, now it's not just 1 more lore that they gained, but also still another character on board that will very, very likely result in at least 1 more lore being gained for Liam.
Yeah, and right now, Ollie's at 3 lore. But this doesn't really matter at this stage in the game because it's just all about Ollie just trying to stop Liam from getting to 20. And then Ollie can start thinking about getting to 20. It's a very difficult balancing act, isn't it, when you're playing against aggro? Like, when do you find those key moments to quest? And when is it that you have to take some unorthodox challenges instead? Tiana being exerted.
The tricky decision is also 2 lores never equal 2 lore.
So, Genie
So
challenging the
Yeah,
Tiana.
just to take an extra damage so that you can bail for 3 damage now.
Yep, so the Genie did 0 damage to Tiana. We're going to see then Basil come through. You just see the power of the Tiana right there. So Ollie just challenged the Tiana with a 0 strength Genie. They did not pay any extra ink to keep the 2 damage, and then they just used Bell to move the damage counters on over to Tiana, but she still stands strong.
But that's like, I think it's a great analysis to realize, 1 extra damage makes the world of a difference in this spot, because let's imagine you want your Basil to not support or it gets taken out by fire cannons. Now your Bell is able to take out the Tiana without paying the 3 ink next turn. So just letting that strength reduction happen and still being able to challenge for 1.
It's 2 cards in hand for Liam. We saw the strength come through, and I'm still here last turn. What have they got remaining in hand? We've already seen 3 docks from them. 2 in the discard right now. 1 is still on the board. It's going to be Penny, and it's going to heal the Tiana, and it's going to give her resist 1.
So now you might have to pay that 3. Or, I guess if you challenge for 6, it would still challenge for 3, which would 2 damage, so that's no longer enough.
No surprises to see Liam's characters all going on a quest, and Liam now has Story on board. 4 lore away from victory, which means that Ollie needs to start clearing right now, or they will be out of the tournament.
That being said, they can deal with this on the board if they just pay the 3 ink by challenging Tiana with Bell. It would still get through that resist, and then maybe both Mulan and Genie take out a character. You leave up 3 lore for Liam Doletsky. So you definitely have ways to stay in this game, but you need to also swing it around as much as you can.
It's going to be Genie for Ollie. Probably not the ideal card at this stage. It's going to be 2 ink for a Vision of the Future, maybe looking for an Into the Unknown, perhaps?
Likely picked up off this Genie, as otherwise they would have played that Vision first to find something that impacts the board a little bit quicker than the Genie.
Into the Unknown is the card that was selected from the Vision of the Future by Ollie. Of course, can be sung by either Genie or Bell.
I mean, and playing this Vision, I mean, it depends on if you already had an Into the Unknown, but other than that, it's very risky playing this Vision, because now you could no longer pay the 3, but at least now you can sing the Into the Unknown that you just found.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain they didn't have one, because we saw them ink that one earlier. And yeah, Genie and Vision played so far. Genie is going to sing Into the Unknown. It's going to deal with that Tiana. And I suppose here as well, if they didn't hit Into the Unknown off this Vision, then the Tiana's just staying there, right?
Because yes, then you're not challenging anything, basically.
But I really like that decision from Ollie. They recognize that they really need the Into the Unknown now, or they lose, and they just took that calculated risk and said, okay, I'm gonna roll the dice. If I get unlucky, I'm out. But if I find what I need, I might just be able to hang in there and give myself a little bit of a better position.
I don't feel like the Into the Unknown did that much more than just challenging.
Sure.
So like, I wouldn't have minded just inking and paying 3 either. But this way they were able to take a little bit less damage on their characters at least.
Liam can quest for 3, which would put them up to 19. They don't look too happy about what they've just drawn into, though, do they?
And I've been in this exact situation a couple times yesterday. And when they were able to quest to 19, the one card that's really tricky to answer is either a Sven, which lets you have 2 ready characters, or just playing 2 characters. As we talked about, in Sapphire Amethyst, it's kind of easy to deal with 1 active character. Dealing with 2 is very difficult. You really need that Elsa at that point.
Right, Pete comes down, and Ollie doesn't seem very happy about what he's just drawn. It's a 1 jump ahead off the top. It's an Elsa in hand, but he doesn't have enough ink to play it. And that means that this Pete will not be getting removed. And Liam is your winner. 2-0. Look at the reaction from Liam. What a performance. Amber Steel marches on into the semi-finals.
Yes, and they were... I mean, this game doesn't end if this Elsa hits the board, but they are so close to then maybe being able to stabilize, and then you get to turn around the game very quickly with both of these genies being able to quest over the next turns.
What a great performance from Liam. I do wonder if we could try and get a little backup match going. We'll see if we can get that for you. If there's some other top 8 games going on, maybe we can jump in with them going into their game 2 and 3, because that was quite a speedy game, wasn't it?
Yes, very, very much so. I think that's one of the biggest surprises to me, is that we don't see more Amber Steel in the top cut, because we see so much Blurple, but every time we see the Amber Steel Blurple Sapphire Amethyst matchup, Amber Steel seemed to be dominating it.
Yep. Yeah, certainly has been. And I think the key card really for me was the Prince, this 0-5 bodyguard.
Yes, very
It's a
much
2-cost
so.
uninkable, but it just caused so many problems for the Sapphire Amethyst player.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, when building that deck, the Nala is one of the best cards in the deck. The Daisies are some of the best cards. Fire the Cannons is great right now. The Tiana you have to play. The Docks you have to play. But the deck can get away with playing a lot of uninkables, because most of them you're never sad to play, right? And they're part of your early curve. So you're like, okay, I'll ink the inkables, I'll play my good uninkables, and you're usually free to do that, even if you draw a hand with like 3, 4, maybe even 5 uninkables.
And you've also got the Mulan as well, which can help filter and discard uninkables. Of course, you can't ink uninkables, hence the name, but you can discard them. So Mulan puts in some work. How many uninkables do you think was in this deck? We're looking at what, like 23, 24? This kind of ballpark?
What? I don't think that's the case.
You reckon it's like 20?
Well, so let's go through them. It's like 4 Tiana,
Yeah,
4 Doc.
yeah.
Let's say 3-ish Fire the Cannons.
3
is
probably fire the
usually,
cannon, so
but
that's 11.
that's 11. Then 4 Nala.
Yeah, that's 15. The Prince.
There's the Prince. We don't know how many. Let's say.
Let's see if I
two.
can find out.
I would imagine it's still less than 20, but it's still a lot of uninkables.
Mhm. Let's see if we can find out and if there's any we forgot about. So there's 4 Tiana,
Yes.
4 Prince, that's 8.
Okay.
There's 4 Nala, that's 12. 2 Fire the Cannons,
Okay.
that's 14. 4 Doc, 18.
18. Okay, so not quite 20, but very close.
Getting there.
And yeah, I mean the Fire the Cannons is great, but you have to make some room for the including those 4 princes.
Yeah.
Which performed incredible. Do you know how many bold they played?
2.
2 bold.
2 bolts, the 4 cost. Actually, they actually only have 2 Daisy Ducks, which is interesting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, did we count the uninkables wrong? Did we count them as 4?
No, I think maybe. Let's try again. 4 Tiana, 4 Prince, that's 8. 4 Nala, that's 12.
Oh, we're getting an interview.
2 Fire the Cannons, 14. 18. Wait, it is 20.
That's 20. Okay.
20 unequals. Yeah.
Winner and loser, and we're working on backup.
Awesome, thank you. We're working on a backup match. We've got interview. Did you want to interview, Jan? Okay.
We're doing the other guy as well. So
Come join us. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Gosh, okay.
That was an impressive win.
Thank you very much. It was very, very tough match, especially game 2 on the draw.
Yeah.
I was like, there were so many outs he could have had that I was just like, okay, scared of Hades now, scared of Into the Unknown, but I'm just to play Bolt.
Yeah. Let's talk about this decision in game 2. You had 2 docs in hand.
Yes.
You had 4 ink. You play a doc and you discard the other doc. You could have gone for play the doc, no trigger, play the other doc. What was the thought process in that one? Because what ended up happening, you played the doc, you discarded a doc, and you were able to play a Tiana. So it worked out really well, but what was the decision making going into that?
It was exactly that. I was like, I have Aurora on board. I've not quested with her yet. I mean, you probably saw my opening hand was just like a bunch of 1-drops after the mulligan and then doc, and I was like, okay, I kind of know how Blurple wants to play. They want to go like super slow, ramp up, start removing things. And I was like, if I just go so wide that you can't deal with everything, I've got a really good chance of winning, even if it means I get to 18 lore, stall a few turns, and then go from there. But I was like, well, if I just discard this other doc and play something else, I think I'm okay at this point.
Yep. And we were just looking at the deck list. We're trying to count the uninkables. Do you know how many there is off the top of your head? Is it 20?
It's 20.
And how's that been working out for you?
I mean, there was
I like it for what it's worth. I like it a lot.
Yeah, there was one game yesterday. I think it was my second to last match. I had a hand of 7 uninkables, and I was on 1 ink.
That's unbelievable.
And I went, quest with Daisy, pass. And he went,
Did you win that game?
did I win that game? Yes, actually I did.
What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Amazing.
It was incredible. Yeah, I just drew inkable after inkable. I was like, okay, ink, okay. I'll play Tiana, quest, yoga.
And you say you're very happy to be playing Bolt. Tell us about that 0-4 Bolt.
Insane. It's the ultimate greed card. If you can get it to stick, it's insane. Like playing Bolt into Sven.
Yep.
Guaranteed
Oh.
10 lore.
Wow.
Especially into like those green-blue matchups where they don't have a lot of strength to begin with.
Yep.
If you can get it to stick, it's insane.
Is it a card that you're only really playing when you're going first, or does it have its moments to shine going second as well?
Yeah, I think going second, it could arguably be better.
Really? Why is that?
I think if I'm going first, my line is like a lot of things that quest for 2 and 3.
Sure.
If I'm going second, I'm kind of being a little bit more conservative, maybe playing like the Troubadour turn 2.
Okay.
I have the option to sing strength or something else turn 3. And then if I can get rid of a dude and they've only got something with like 1 strength, 2 strength, even a Mim Elephant, I'll just slam the bolt down and go, deal with that.
Yeah. It's so cool to see, and the Sven synergy is also brilliant. I mean, is this the best tournament result you've had so far? We saw your reaction and you looked very, very happy.
So it's to say, like, this is my first like big Lorcana event ever.
Yeah.
And to get into top 4, I would have never ever predicted that. So
Brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Do you have any other upcoming tournaments planned? Or is this the big one for you?
This was the only one I had booked.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I'm just going to go all in on this.
Brilliant.
My testing partner, did shout out Gary. We tested every Thursday, the day after locals, and tweaked the list a ton of times. And yeah, this is where we ended up. I was.
And
like,
is Amber Steel been your go-to deck for a long time, or is it just coming into post-rotation?
just this set.
Yep.
I've only played since the start of set 7. I started on like the DKP list,
Sure.
and then I tried Amethyst Steel thanks to your videos as well.
Amazing.
Which is really cool. And then I was like, you know what, Tiana in set 9
Yeah.
might just be the one.
Mhm.
Yeah. Especially if everyone's going super greedy with Blurple. And
Yeah, and it's certainly working out for you right now. And you're marching into the top 4. It is a top cut dominated by Blurple. I'm not sure how many are still left. What seed are you? Do you know?
I came 7th after yesterday's results.
So far you've been going on the play.
Mhm.
Might not continue. We'll have to wait and see. But how are you feeling going into the top 4?
Nervous. Like the nerves have been crazy. Even from round 1, I was saying like, I don't want it. Round 1.
We couldn't tell.
I don't know. I'll have to watch the stream back.
No, we couldn't tell. Not one bit. You look very confident and comfortable, and we were really impressed by your gameplay. Love the deck. Big congratulations. Is there anyone you wanted to shout out?
Yeah, shout out my local game store, Gemini Games. Shout out my mum if you ever watch this back.
Yeah.
Shout out my friends, Amber, Johnny, who've been messaging me, cheering me on. George, Alistair, and my testing partner Gary.
Fantastic. All right, well, thanks so much for joining us. We'll let you get quite a long break now before the semi-final. That's the beautiful thing about playing aggro, right?
I mean, yeah, every round's been finished in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can see why I haven't had a stream game until now.
Yeah.
They'll have to fill a lot of time, yeah. But
All right, I think we're going to have Ollie jump in for an interview, but
yeah,
big congratulations and good luck with your semi-final.
thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Hello,
Hello!
Jen. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Very well. We are here at Firestorm Games in Cardiff. We just had the quarterfinals, the top 8 of the main event. We will be moving into the semi-finals very, very shortly, so don't go anywhere. I'm joined by Jen to talk about the next CCQ happening within the UK. Where is it taking place?
It is happening in Wakefield at the end of November, and I'm so excited. It's going to be amazing. Especially after like being here this weekend.
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah.
It's been such an awesome.
Yeah, so many players, such a buzz in the room. The atmosphere is absolutely crazy.
Absolutely.
This store is absolutely gigantic. And
It's huge.
speaking about how many players we fit in here, I believe this was just over like 310, 320 players.
300 something, yeah.
Going to Wakefield, it's going to be 512. That's crazy. Just for a CCQ. But it's like, I'm really happy to see that. Of course, you know, unfortunately this season we didn't get a DLC within the UK. But these CCQs, you know, if we can hopefully get one of these kind of per set, I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Just being able to interact with the UK community. And also, it gives it a real opportunity, you know, of course, other people from other countries and stuff can travel over. But it's really nice to kind of test the UK player base and see who kind of comes out on top, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I feel like, we know this community is just wonderful. Like, I've made like 3 new friends today alone. And it's just, yeah, I can't wait for Wakefield. It's gonna be great. I mean, yeah, 500.
That's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people.
Yeah. So you're going to be one of the casters, correct?
I am, yes, with Ed and LD.
On LD, yes.
I'm so excited.
LD recently winning the influencer
Yes.
set championship as well, with a very spicy deck being Emerald Steel, which was very, very, very cool.
Which I played this weekend.
Really? Wow. How did that go?
Not well.
Not well. You can blame Steve, at least. You can blame Steve.
How dare you? No, it's a really fun deck, though. I did really enjoy it. And I was saying to people, like, it was interesting because I feel like no one steamrolled me. I was putting up a good fight in every single game. It just wasn't quite there. There's clearly just like a next level of gameplay.
I think it's a very tricky. I think it's a very tricky deck to pilot as well. I think it's very easy when people maybe see a winning list or something that performs so well, and like to me, it was very clear that Steve put a lot of effort into not only building the deck but practicing with it and getting many reps with it. Because when he played against me, he really took his time. It seemed like he knew every different line to take, and I think that's what he can kind of take it to the next level, is putting in that practice, putting in so many reps. You know, like it is. I don't think I could play that deck nearly as well as he played it, right?
Oh, I mean, I clearly didn't play it as well as him. I didn't practice it enough. I'm excited to play it more, but I need to practice it more.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it does some very, very unique things. But yeah, super excited to see Ed back in the booth as well. Previous DLC caster, yourself, and I think LD will also be making his like caster debut,
I believe so,
which is really, really exciting.
Ed is a longtime friend of mine, so I'm excited to hang out with him for the
Yeah,
weekend
I think Ed did a fantastic job hosting the last season of DLCs. So yes,
just what he does. He's just, you know. He's got that host.
Host
thing.
vibe, right?
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. So I'm super excited about that event. I hopefully will be attending myself. Hopefully I will be able to play. And that will be a set 10 event, so Whispers in the Well.
I know. I'm so excited.
So many new things, like completely new decks, probably a completely new meta as well. We don't know. We don't know what's going to be played.
I have no idea, because it was so interesting, obviously, going into this set with the set rotation, which is new. So that's been really like, for me, it's been a minefield, because I'm like, I don't know what's going on half the time. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
100%. Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. And yeah, this is us just kind of like setting the bar for what CCQs are going to be, right? Like we had this one, we're going to have Wakefield, and hopefully we'll have even more to come within the future. So Jen, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having
I look forward to seeing you at the event.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Me too. Can't wait.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully see lots of you there.
Yes, indeed.
So excited.
Woo!
Enjoy the rest of your day.
think we're still muted.
We are muted, yes.
Hello, we're back.
We're back.
We've got
and
a backup, little sneaky backup game to tide you over because we're still waiting for other players to finish their games. But we've got the game 3.
Game 3, and I
Game
believe
3.
it's a Blurple mirror match.
Yeah, and we've got Atlantis back again. We've seen her previously take the win first game today. And she's back again. She's still going.
Yeah,
Could win it all.
Game 3, Blurple mirror match. We had Moyen on with us yesterday casting, and he talked about a lot of elements that are really important within the Blurple mirror match. Starting off with Basil is extremely strong. Obviously, as we all know, being on the play, of course, is massive. But I think Blurple mirror matches are kind of the games that would be likely to go to time as well. Sometimes they can get really, really, really long. So we'll be getting into the game as soon as possible. Don't you guys worry. This is the top 8. After this, we will have the semi-finals, and then
The finals.
the finals where we crown our first Challenge Championship qualifier winner. Okay, let's go to the
We're getting
game.
straight into it. It is Amethyst Sapphire versus Amethyst Sapphire. This should be the third game, so both players have a game win each.
Yeah. One player snuck a Pete referee into their deck, which is very appropriate.
Very appropriate. It stops those into the unknown.
It does stop into the unknown. That is very, very true.
Yeah, it can stop that Finders Keepers. It also helps stop that second star to the right.
Yeah, in terms of the timer, just so you all know, we're going to just leave it static. The judge has the timer in hand. If it goes to time, we will be able to talk about that. But right now, players are just altering the hand. We just got an update. There's 16 minutes left on the timer right now. So, as we all know, what do the players want in their opening hand? They want turn
They're gonna
2.
wanna turn
ramp.
2 ramp.
Mhm.
And if they don't have that turn 2 ramp in their opening hand, they're going to want to alter that hand for their turn 2 ramp, ideally a Sail, the Azurite Sea, or a Tipo. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 sneaky one jumps. Maybe some of these players might have a 1 jump in here too.
I mean, yeah, it's always interesting because the more Blurple mirrors, it's any different card is kind of considered spicy, even if it's I don't know, one player, like Moyen said yesterday, one player plays TikTok and the other player plays Anna, right? That's quite interesting as the subtle differences between the decks and maybe the differences that they have that they feel might benefit them within the mirror match. An example here that we just saw was I think it's Never Came Back, which is the 3-cost inkable Amethyst action card. So we see that inked here for Atlantis. No 1-drop on her side, unfortunately, but Alberto starting out strong with this 1-cost Sapphire Basil.
Absolutely, being able to use this Basil to support your other characters, being able to challenge for a little bit more strength has made all the difference. And it is going to be turn 2 ramp for Atlantis. She's going to sail the Azurite Sea, and she's also going to ink an additional card this turn.
Indeed, yeah. Alberto seems to have hit his turn 2 ramp as well, drawing with sail the Azurite Sea. Going to be inking another card, getting up to that 3 ink total.
Absolutely.
And this is so interesting because not having the 1-drop for Atlantis it's pretty rough, honestly.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate as well. With playing Sail, you could have been able to utilize that extra ink, being able to going into the inkwell, not exerted, but unfortunately not a 1-drop in the hand. We are going to see a Genie wish fulfilled, and Atlantis is going to draw an additional card. But Alberto being able to use the additional ink off Sail here, being able to play the Royal Guard, and utilizing that with cards like Genie, being able to draw an additional card is going to be able to bring Royal Guard's strength up later on in the match if he does decide to challenge with it.
Yeah, the interesting thing here as well is every little 1-drop is kind of an extra lore point in this mirror match, if that makes sense. So the typical play we see here is the Elsa comes down, probably exerts the Genie, and then both the Elsa and the Genie hit in. But with the Basil remaining on the board, does give... actually going to go for the Into the Unknown and take out the Royal Guard. That is a very nice tempo swing from Atlantis there. Granted, it does ramp Alberto, so now instead of being on that potential 5 ink, can actually go all the way up to 6. However, it's not as important as if he was going to go up to 7 to reach something like a Hades, right? So 6 ink within the Blurple mirror match is kind of the turn where there's multiple different things that can happen, so we could still see... I mean, honestly, we could still just see Alberto play the 5-cost Elsa, quest with Basil, buff up the Elsa to then take out the Genie. At least then deals with the potential threat on the board. So that wouldn't be the worst, and then Alberto can just kind of ink anyway. And now Alberto kind of has a little bit of an ink advantage potentially, right?
Absolutely. I do like this play coming off Atlantis instead of challenging with both characters into the genie, being able to sing into the unknown, not leaving 2 damage on the genie, and then Alberto, if he was able to play a bell this turn, he could have moved that 2 damage off the Elsa onto the genie to banish Atlantis Elsa, but instead we will see Elsa the 5th spirit coming down for Alberto is going to challenge into Atlantis' Elsa the 5th spirit. I'm going to quest with that Basil to give it the extra strength, and then it will be able to send it to the discard.
Yeah, players just making sure the lore values are correct right now. It is 4-0, I believe. Alberto just thinking about what card they would like to ink currently.
Absolutely.
I do also like this play of the Elsa taking out the Elsa. Because sure, some players would be like, okay, why not take out the genie, right? It quests for more, but the Elsa, there's a few different things that you can do with the card. So I really do like seeing this play. The Bell coming out, that's actually a big example, right? Because that Elsa already had some damage on it, so Bell would have been able to help it. But still, Atlantis is able to utilize the Bell, move the damage around on Alberto's characters, and still sing a second into the unknown with this genie wish fulfilled. And now we have to see what Alberto has available in the hand. Are there any options? Maybe some big characters will be hitting the board very shortly. Maybe we'll see a Hades, but then potentially Atlantis can answer back with a Hades. You know, Monstro doesn't really help out in this exact situation because there's only an exerted genie, which has evasive on the board. There is a Hades going to be coming down right now. And I do respect getting rid of the genie over the Bell here because, like I said, it's evasive, and right now it's a little bit trickier to deal with.
Absolutely, but it is going to be a Hades coming down for Atlantis to get rid of Alberto's Hades. Atlantis being able to build back up her board and hopefully take control of Alberto's board, not being able to keep his characters there for very long. Really being able to utilize her into the unknowns right here.
But now maybe Alberto can just start dropping a couple of, like, you know, 4-drop, maybe like Genie. Is going to be playing Vision here. Might be able to fish for the exact card that he needs here. Couple of different options available. I definitely saw Tipo as an option. That will not be taken, clearly. That will be put on the bottom of the deck. So it looks like there's about there's 6 ink to play with, and the card can't be inked. Maybe a second Hades. And Enchanted
It is going to be the Hades.
Hades comes down. Very, very, very nicely done.
Absolutely. One of our reprint cards this set. From set 1, reprinted this set, and it's going to be another Hades coming down again. It's like a Hades battle off. One Hades, I've got a Hades too. Hades sending Alberto's Hades into the inkwell.
And that's the thing, right? It's like, if you keep having this back and forth Hades versus Hades, Atlantis is basically still winning this race because she can just freely quest with her bell. Alberto is going to answer with an Into the Unknown, just going to establish a bell of their own, just a 5-cost inkable 4/4 that quests for 2. Not going to use the ability, there's no damage on anything, but yeah, just wants to kind of establish a body right now. Is this another Hades? It's not, it's Finder's Keeper, so going to try to get some value here, fill the hand back up, get a few more cards on the board, and Dumbo hits the board. This is going to be a card that Alberto really wants to answer if possible.
Absolutely. We saw the power of the elephant in the room today. Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, coming in. I really like how players today have been like using Dumbo to kind of help them finish out a lot of the time. If they have another evasive character already established, it has been great to see Dumbo getting used as one of the new cards this set. But we are going to see Hypnotic Strength coming in for Alberto, going to give Bell the extra strength and take the damage off the Hades. Another Bell Accomplished Mystic coming in to move that damage off the Bell onto the Dumbo to clear Atlantis' board. This game isn't over yet, folks.
Incredible play. This is just a back and forth. The Monstro answering the bell. The Basil being developed. Absolutely crazy right here. Phenomenal play by Alberto there.
Absolutely. We saw the power of this Monstro in many of the Amethyst decks this weekend. Being able to discard a card, ready the Monstro, especially teaming up with a card like Basil, but you don't even need to team up with Basil here to support it. Monstro's already got 6 strength, and it's going to
Oh
be
my God.
a second star to the right for Alberto. Going to draw 5 cards. Had enough ink, most likely due to all those back and forth Hades earlier, going to be able to hard cast second star to the right, and then he's going to be able to sing and into the unknown with Bell.
Very, very interesting. It's kind of crazy. Like, usually when you have to spend 10 ink to just draw 5, it's not very good. Luckily, Atlantis didn't have too much of a board established, so this was probably the turn that Alberto could really afford to hard cast this card, and didn't even have to sacrifice his Bell, was able to sing into the unknown with the Bell. This is such a back and forth game right now.
Absolutely. We saw how players earlier on have bricked their hands with second star to the right, but moments like these is exactly when you want to have it. You'll draw 5 cards, but we are going to see Elsa the 5th Spirit coming in, going to challenge into the Bell on Alberto's board. Atlantis really taking back control here of the board state.
Yeah, and Alberto is going to have to build up a pretty decent board of his own if he wants to answer this. Like, to be able to cleanly take out this Elsa, you're probably looking for an Elsa of your own. Let's see what comes down here. It is
the Elsa 5th Spirit coming back in, going to exert the Rafiki, I believe.
Yeah, and this is tricky, right? It's like you kind of want to take out the Rafiki. It's a 0-2. Elsa doesn't have any damage on it. But then you also want to cleanly take out the opposing Elsa. So Curious is going to choose to take out the opposing Elsa. This could be quite nice if there's another Bell follow-up to be able to cleanly take out either the Basil or the Rafiki. This could be very, very nice here for Alberto.
Absolutely, exactly what you want to be able to see, utilizing all of the possible cards. But we are going to see a TikTok Baker's reveal. He loves to see this card being played. We're going to see TikTok, ever persistent present pursuer. We are going to see a Hades Infernal Schemer coming down for Atlantis. Going to send that TikTok into the Inkwell for Alberto.
Yeah, going to use the Basil support ability to buff the Genie, take out the Elsa. Hades is really not what Alberto wants to see. The TikTok would have been the perfect body to cleanly deal with the Genie. I think Alberto is just making sure, can we please move the discard potentially under the deck? Or sorry, yes, just slightly away from the main board to distinguish between the active characters in play and the characters within the discard.
Absolutely, just to not cause any confusion or anything like that. We are in our top 8 match. This is the final game between these two players. Still a lot of cards in Alberto's hand. Really interesting to see what he's going to do here. Will he have a Monstro of his own? But no, it's going to be Elsa, the Spirit of Winter, coming in. He gets to choose 2 characters to exert, and they won't ready at the start of Atlantis' turn.
Yeah, I'm going to establish a Dumbo. I think you're right, Kim, though. I think like what Alberto really needs to see here to swing the game is a Monstro.
Absolutely.
I think Monstro is exactly, but the problem is, even if there's a Monstro in the hand, it then also matters how many other cards are available in Alberto's hand.
Absolutely. We saw second star to the right coming in to give him 5 additional cards. But unfortunately, it looks like there's only 2 cards left in his hand. Even if he did have the Monstro in his hand, he wouldn't really be able to discard enough cards to be able to challenge enough characters with the Monstro to be able to discard a card and ready it again.
Yeah, the card that might actually be perfect for Alberto is if he's able to potentially sing another second star to the right, potentially find the Monstro, would be able to clean up a lot of this board here from Atlantis. But there's only 3 cards available in the hand.
Absolutely. We know most players building their deck are only playing one of
One or
second
two,
star to the right to avoid having that uninkable hand. Like the uninkability of a deck is already really important, especially playing something like this. Tipo can definitely help being able to put that uninkable card that's stuck in your hand early on into the Inkwell. But I'm really intrigued to see what Alberto is going to be able to do here to try and clear Atlantis' board.
Plenty of ink available. Alberto really taking his time. We did see, and this is correct sequencing from him, if he has the ink available, wants to draw with the Dumbo first, get a few more options available in the hand. Seems to be separating into a pile of 7 right now. Is this a potential Hades? It's the Monstro! It's actually 8. My mistake.
Absolutely.
Monstro coming onto the board. This is absolutely huge, but like we said, there's only 2 cards available in the hand to discard, so Monstro will be hitting a total of at least 3 times.
Absolutely. Isn't going to be able to...
there's actually an additional card in the hand. My mistake.
Yeah. Isn't going to be able to hit that Genie, though, because the Genie is evasive. Monstro is not.
But Monstro just gets so much board control back. Just really needs to value, okay, am I hitting the Hades first? Am I hitting the Rafiki? How much do I care about these cards in my hand as well? Yeah,
Absolutely. You also have to consider if Alberto here is discarding a lot of his cards to ready Monstro, yes, he can regain a lot of board control, but also going forward then, if he doesn't top deck a good card that's going to help him draw more cards, but he does have the Dumbo on the board, which can help him next turn draw an additional card.
Yeah, I think it seems like this final card in his hand he really values, so he didn't want to discard it to just ready Monstro to make another challenge. But now, Atlantis is going to play You Never Come Back. They never come back.
They never come back.
So this is, go ahead.
3 cost, inkable, an action card, which up to 2 chosen characters can't ready at the start of their next turn, and you draw a card. So I believe Atlantis is going to choose the Monstro and the Elsa to be able to use this ability. And we are going to see a Hades come down for Alberto and a Tipo. Alberto really trying to build up that wide board state. It does make me think maybe the Hades is the card that Alberto had in his hand, which makes sense why he didn't want to discard it off the Monstro.
100%, yeah. And Hades being the perfect answer for the Dumbo. Like, every single Dumbo that we see hit the board is just another way to draw additional cards. And every single card, every single resource matters here. But I do believe there was 0 cards available in Atlantis' hand, so that Monstro can only hit for 1.
Yeah.
But it's still cleared off Elsa, which is a big threat for sure.
Absolutely. And with only 1 minute left on time, Atlantis is at 14 lore. Alberto is at 5. Could possibly go here to turns.
Indeed, yes. Seems like it could be going to turns. I did hear in my ear that there may be a 1 minute extension as well. But as you said, Alberto really needs to be building this board back up. Very interesting. Decided to bounce the Monstro, which will then be replayed. Use the rush to take out the opposing Monstro. Absolutely fantastic from Alberto here.
Yeah, even in the mirror, it's so important to be able to clear your opponent's characters. Alberto here really showing how he can gain back control. After we really thought Atlantis had taken control back, got her Monstro to clear off the Elsa. Alberto being able to play Madam Mim Elephant, bounce the Monstro back to hand, replay it, and able to clear off more characters. We're going to see Hypnotic Strength coming down. He's going to give 2 extra strength to the Madam Mim to draw a card. Vision of the Future being that card, helping Alberto here dig through his deck to possibly find more answers if Atlantis top deck's a good card to play that could possibly put an end to his game.
Yeah, just to note, we do have time on round on the screen, but I do believe there's a little bit of a time extension. So as soon as that happens, the judge will inform production, and production will inform us. So we'll keep you guys updated as soon as turns start here. But now, Alberto has the lead. We'll be able to quest for at least a total of 5, getting them up to 13. And with Atlantis only 1 card in hand, doesn't seem like they have much that they can do right now. Second star to the right.
I talked about this yesterday, and I was like, how amazing would it be if a Monstro and a Tipo sang second star to the right, and that's what we're going to see. They're going to sing second star to the right, and he's going to draw 5 cards.
Absolutely insane here. Establishing a Genie, just going to put even more pressure on. I mean, it's exactly what Alberto needed. Needs to build. There's just so many characters on the board right now. Next turn, there will be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore. And with these 2 quests, it's threatening game right now.
Absolutely. Atlantis, which I believe only 1 card in hand, draws another card off her deck. 2 possible cards in hand. But such a large amount of characters on Alberto's board, Atlantis isn't going to be able to do anything to stop it. And the game is going to go to Alberto.
Yeah, fantastic plays by both players. They played absolutely insanely. I just think seeing the back and forth between those Blurple players, like, they put on a fantastic show. And the game ultimately just, it kept going from one side to the other side. And then back to the other side, you know, swinging back and forth with the Monstros, with the Hades, with the Into the Unknowns. And then, like, once the resources on the board were exhausted, it was so important to have the cards like the Finder's Keeper, so to have the second stars. I can't believe I just saw a game where a second star to the right was hard cast, but like we said, it was like the perfect turn where there wasn't so much characters on the opposing side of the board, could kind of take the turn off in a sense to spend this 10ing to regain the resources, regain the cards in hand. Because usually, you know, if you have to hard cast a second star to the right, it's not very good.
It's
right?
not great, definitely not. But especially if you have characters like Alberto did already on board, you're able to use them to sing possible songs.
For the
that
second
come off
one, it was fantastic.
Like the
yeah.
second, being able to use your monstro and your tipo. I never thought that would happen. To be able to sing second star to the right, absolutely phenomenal. Amazing game by both players. Just goes to show, like, even in the mirror of Blurple, anything can happen. And like we saw Atlantis clear Alberto's board, and then Alberto cleared Atlantis' board. He regained control. Monstro being such an impactful card, but you have to consider when you go to play Monstro, do you have enough cards in your hand? Do I want to discard these cards? Because honestly, discarding the card that you need could cost you the game. And for Alberto, choosing not to discard the Hades, being able to play the Hades next turn, definitely helped him here.
100%, yeah. And we are going to have an interview with Alberto himself. What a fantastic game that was. We'll have him on the stream right now. So, Alberto, congratulations on your win. I think that was a phenomenal showcase of just what the Blurple mirror match can be. Every turn, it felt like it swung to one side and then it swung back. And, you know, the utilization, I think on your opponent's side, you know, being able to utilize the two Into the Unknowns quite early to get a lot of tempo, while that was great, gave you a lot of ink to play around with, right? How did that game feel for you?
Yeah, so at that point, I knew like my game plan was to not ink as much and just like play, you know, on 7 ink or something. And yeah, it worked. But yeah, as you say, like it just swings, you know, a lot. So I'm not used to this kind of mirrors back in Mexico. So yeah, definitely. I love what that was.
It was absolutely crazy. It was like one Monstro answered by the other Monstro, and I think the play you made as well to use the Madam Elephant to bounce your Monstro, replay it, and then take it out. My co-caster Kim mentioned, you know, we could see when you played the Monstro, I think you had 2 or 3 cards in hand, you know, choosing to discard, clear up the board. It was very clear that there was one card in your hand that you didn't want to get rid of, and we assume that was the Hades, correct? Yeah.
That's right.
And that was very vital to then take out the Dumbo that was played,
yes,
right?
I needed to have the Hades just to ensure like they wouldn't be like drawing any cards or anything. So yeah, they actually, I thought they were gonna Hades me, but they Dumbo, which was worse, I think. So in that game state, right, with no cards in hand and no card draw. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing, though, is I just said as well, I can't believe I've just watched a game where someone hard cast, second star to the right, but it's exactly what I described. It was the perfect turn where there wasn't so many characters on the opposing side of the board, there wasn't so much of a threat, that it was kind of the turn you needed to take off to get the cards back into your hand, right? How did it, were you happy to cast it in the time? How did you feel with having to do that?
I'm pretty sure you saw my face, like, let's
do it.
Let's gamble, you know, like 'cause I just had to do it because I think they were running low in hand. I think they had 1 or 2 hands. So I said, you know, if I draw the nuts, yeah, I'll have it, right? So
amazing, yeah. So you're moving on to the semi-finals, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. You're creeping up there. So congratulations. I'll let you take a rest, take a breather before you go into your next game.
Thank you.
And I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, can I make a shout out? Is that it?
Yes, you can. We're back. Yes.
I can? Oh, okay, sorry about that. I want to shout out my team, Testigos de Kronk. Hello, guys. Here we are. Thank you. That's it.
Amazing, man. Thank you so much. Everybody to the semi-finals of the very first Challenge Championship qualifier within the UK here at Firestorm Games in Cardiff. I'm Kawa, that's Baker, and I'm very excited to cast this game.
What a match this is bound to be, but I'm still trying to get over that last one.
Crazy,
that Blurple Mirror. I was sat at the I abused my power a little bit to sit right next to the feature table because I want to see this up front because I'd been watching them play round the corner before we brought them onto the feature match. I've never seen a man have so much ink in his life. He started counting out his ink for turn. I was like, when's it going to stop? So yeah, that was a banger, but we got the semi-finals coming up next. One step closer to someone punching their ticket to the European Championships, Cara. It's a big prize.
100%, and I do know that the players that we have to showcase for this match are, one is a very well-accomplished Lorcana player. Luke Smith went to the European Continentals, performed very well within DLC Birmingham.
Love it.
But the other player, Liam, I've just been told he only started playing in set 7, and this is one of his first ever big tournaments.
It's amazing how many people I've met this weekend that have said something similar. Like someone, the latest was someone's like, I started at July. Like literally that's when I started, and then they were in top cut. I don't know how far they got, but that's an amazing accomplishment, and it's so reassuring, Kawa, to have so many new people jumping into our game, falling in love with Lorcana. I think Fabled is a fantastic jumping on point for people. So yeah, it's been a great weekend. Can't complain, and we've got lots more to come.
100%. Yeah, I'm super eager to jump into this game as soon as possible. I know the players are seated. They're probably looking over each other's deck lists at the moment. I do know, as we're about to see right now, it is going to be Amber Steel versus Amethyst.
Very cool.
Steel. What do you think about this matchup, Baker?
Well, for a start, it's nice to see. I can't remember the last time we saw an Amethyst Steel versus Amber Steel.
It's been a while. Maybe yesterday, I don't even remember.
Maybe, but I definitely wasn't casting it. But yeah, so the first question I'm always going to have, slightly boring but relevant, who's on the play? So we think about the lines these decks want to take. Amethyst Steel, for an example, is a deck that, again, I've brought this name up before, but like over in the States, a relatively new player, Tiago, taking the Lorcana community by storm with their version of this deck, going back-to-back at very large, respected third-party events. Had the pleasure to sit down with him and have a proper talk about it, and it's what allured him to that deck, along with just the miles he's already got on it and the experience. It's just consistency. Like you 9 times out of 10 you get to play the game. We talked earlier when we were looking at Emerald Sapphire about how it can. Amber Steel is on the play, I've just learned, so we'll get into that. But yeah, Emerald Sapphire, when we were casting that earlier, was saying this is a deck that's power level is so high, the ceiling's high, it has the tools to deal with everything, but it can lose to itself. And we kind of saw that happen with Ryan, like in game 1, a very unimpactful turn 3, turn before ink, didn't hit the Clarabelle turn 2, and it all just sort of fell apart for him. Amethyst Steel, you generally get to play the game. Your power level isn't necessarily as high as some of these other decks. You sort of cap at like a 5-ink character like Belle and Elsa. Sometimes maybe that new Jasmine who can have evasive and get up to a hit for 7. But I expect consistency from Amethyst Steel, whereas Amber Steel, I expect a lot more gas. Okay, so we're talking about things like maybe there are Auroras in the list. I haven't seen those yet, but bringing out a turn 2 Tiana is pretty good. And it's building this wall, Cara, right, where you want to put as many high questers on the field as possible, on the board as possible. Get your Tiana, preferably pair that up with a Pluto guard dog so that your opponent's perspective answers are not as many. Maybe you can get the strength to get rid of the Tiana, but then you've still got a Pluto guard dog to get through. So I think for Amethyst Steel, it's going to be an uphill battle right away, but again, it's got those low-cost, high characters. What are your thoughts on this? How do you expect this to go?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and ultimately, like, you know, both of these players have the steel package within their decks, and they're pairing with two respectively very powerful inks as well. You know, Amber Steel having access to the likes of, you know, Aurora, Tiana,
Daisy Duck,
Daisy, all of these really high questing characters. But then on the steel side, probably the two biggest cards within the meta, it's the Dock and the Strength. Like this, the Strength is so incredibly important, and Strength on the Amber Steel player side, if they are able to kind of cheat out that Tiana a little bit earlier, suddenly have this Singer active way earlier than what Amethyst Steel might have that Singer active. Like, you know, they could perfectly wait until Amethyst Steel plays their 3-drop character, then Sing Strength, get rid of that 3-drop character. So that's a huge bonus that they have, but ultimately it's also, I think more so for the Amber Steel player, it's really going to come down to, as the game keeps going on, do they find their docks? Do they have this draw engine to kind of keep themselves into the game? Because on the Amethyst Steel player side, yes, Dock is incredibly important, but as we've seen in some builds, There's in the full illusion build, you've got like the Treasure Guardian, but even in the non-illusion build, a lot of people are playing like Dolores Madrigal, and this is just a solid card. It's just a 4-cost 3/3 quest for 2. If this specific condition is met, just draw a card. And the body alone is really, really difficult for Amber Steel to engage with. Amber Steel also doesn't really have a lot of characters that can challenge back into the Amethyst Steel players' characters.
Yeah, the Amethyst Steel deck is not one that really wants to be challenging. If you're turning sideways, you want to be gaining lore. So I think your point is great. Who's going to find the first strength? Who's going to find more copies from Strength for a Raging Fire? And again, like just the pack. You talk about Doc, you talk about Strength, you talk about Elsa, you talk about Belle, you talk about like these just staple cards, the genies, of course. That is such an incredible package. One thing that I'm very interested in, and maybe we can find this out for a courtesy of the deck list, is our Amber Steel player playing Troubadours. This is something that they are playing it. Thank you very much, the Ultimate Specimen, Joe Curley, in my ear. They are playing the Troubadours. So let's talk about that for a moment, because I do think it changes the deck somewhat. Post-rotation, they basically came out the lists. We lost Zeus. We don't have Storms anymore, so less Singers. So people moved away from the Troubadours, but as was proved by Sky over in America, the first player to qualify for the North American Championships, courtesy of winning a CCQ, he was playing those Troubadours and made a really good case for them. A lot of our 3-strength characters we don't want to be singing. Pete's fine, but other than that, you'd rather be questing. But not only that, on the draw, it lets you play Strength for a Raging Fire before your opponent, 100%. And that can absolutely come up in this matchup when our Amber Steel player is on the draw. So I think those are going to be very impactful. Was that 20 uninkables I just heard in my ear, Greater Luminary? 20 uninkables, 2 Daisy Ducks.
Wow.
Oh, 2 copies of the 0/4 Bolt, who quests for 4, and I believe enters play Exerted.
Yep.
And 4 copies of the 0/5 Bodyguard, the Prince. That can be an incredibly annoying character. We talk about the Pluto Guard Dog, being able to play that from turn 4. I believe the Prince is a 2-drop.
Yes.
So being able to set like multiple of these up alongside a couple of Daisies, and maybe there might be Nalas in there questing for 3. This is going to be all gas, no brakes. You know what I mean?
I think it's going to be really interesting, because now that we know, we have the knowledge that Bodyguard card is an inclusion within the deck. There's some really, really good opening lines. As you mentioned, the Troubadour. If you're on the play or if you're on the draw, for example, you go for a 1-drop, you'll go for your Troubadour. Turn 3, you play Lady into your 0/5 Bodyguard. And I think against Amethyst Steel in particular, that's just going to be a wall that they really, really, really will struggle to get through. Excuse me. So I'm excited to see how they tackle that. And yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about the Lady as well, we've seen it being utilized as like, yes, it's this card that can basically get a 2-cost character out for free, which means you can maybe quest a little bit more aggressively. But having that extra body is actually very relevant for when you want to be singing Strength of a Raging Fire.
Exactly. Every body counts. Every point of strength counts. And we see our players here looking down the deck list. And it's funny because we've seen so many Blurple matchups today. And they follow the script, they ramp on 2, and they get access to that Elsa or the Belle all the sooner, especially if they go Genie into it. And the Genie's got this full willpower that you can usually benefit from. With Amethyst Steel, it's going to take a little bit longer to get there. Is that little bit of breathing space going to be exactly what Amber Steel needs to just put itself that 1 turn ahead? So I'm buzzing for this matchup, and they're clearly very talented players. Again, you already talked about the CV of these players already, so I know they're very keen. They're hungry. I keep saying this, Cow. Lots of hungry players this season to make their name in Lorcana, whether you were a player last year and you were just on the edge of that invitation to Euros or North American Championships or Worlds. Maybe you're a brand new player like these people that we were talking about that have only been playing since Set 7 or July. People want to make a name for themselves, and why not? Lorcana's got some incredible prizes up for grabs.
100%. This is the perfect example of that. Liam being the newer player coming here, and Luke Smith, as I mentioned, had like previously qualified for European Continentals, played at the event, and now, if he takes down this event, will already punch his ticket to the next one.
Takes the pressure off yourself a little bit for the DLCCs. And although not that much, I'd still want the prizes. I
still want that golden Mickey, mate.
Still want that golden Mickey, still want the foil Elsas, the playmats, things like that, but at least you can again, you can half relax.
Yeah,
knowing,
yeah.
okay, I have punched my ticket to European Championship, so yeah, it's going to be a banger of a match. Thank you so much to all of you that have been joining us over the course of this weekend. A huge shout out once again to, well, Cardiff in general, but to Firestorm Games, who have been incredible hosts. This building is amazing. If you ever get the opportunity to come to Wales, please come and see this store. They do all sorts. It is amazing. I want to shout out Ben from Ravensburger and, of course, the whole team, Emma, Leah. We've got Alex from Ravensburger here as well. And I want to thank you again, Carol, for all the work that you put in this weekend. I know you've been running around like a headless hey-hey.
Yes, but honestly, it's just been an amazing experience hanging out with all of you guys. And honestly, I'm actually really, really happy that we've all really gotten to chip in and do a few different roles.
Absolutely.
Right? You know, I was not expecting to be on the casting desk, but I've really enjoyed it. It gives me a nice little bit of preparation for next week. And, you know, I have to shout out, of course, like Moyne and Spessy for helping out on the side of production as well.
Absolutely nice. A pleasure to have you, man. Super looking forward to Bologna. It's going to be a good weekend. But we've got Lorcana coming up right now. Our players have finished their deck checks. Again, this is open deck list. Both players will know exactly what's coming. And here we go into game one. Amber Steel is going to be on the play.
Can see a couple of one-drops, putting a lot of cards back. I believe it was the 3-cost Genie and the 1-cost Captain Hook kept for Luke here.
This Steel Genie Satisfied Dragon has no right being as powerful as it is. A 3-cost. In Amethyst, you need 4 costs to play that exact same stat line. And hey, I get it. Different inks should be better and worse at different things, right? But this Genie Satisfied Dragon has been an instant staple. We're in an evasive, heavy meta game. Genies, the inclusion of the Ninth Wonder of the Universe, Dumbo. This Genie is a player, and he can sing our favorite song from Mulan.
Indeed. I'm super, super excited to see how much work this Genie can put in. It's just also a solid body. Hopefully we'll be able to challenge against a lot of Liam's characters. Now, Liam being on the play is Amber Steel. We have to think about what are the best answers, the best tools that Amethyst Steel has against potential Tianas, these bodyguard characters. Tiana is going to be the biggest problem for Luke, I believe, here.
Yeah, so what I would like from Luke here is I would like to double check if we can find out, are we running Madam Mim Tiny Adversaries, or as I like to call her, Avril Mim?
Yep, Skater Mim, right?
Skater Mim.
Yep.
What was that, Joe? Have we got any? Not sure, he's just double checking that, but that is an answer to the Daisy, especially on the draw. But we do see an ink of Sven, who I really like, good in the mirror match to ready up that opposing Tiana so that you can make some challenges.
But no one-drop.
But no one-drop is absolutely awful. We do have the Captain Hook, which was the point I was getting to. This hits for 3, and if a Daisy had come down and now quested, we would be able to put down the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, or indeed just the Hypnotic Strength. That being the case, I think Liam probably would have a good read of that play and would play around it, but that slows him down. But no need, no one-drop. That's awful.
Yeah, it's really not what you want to see on the side of Amber Steel. Now, does have the Milan. I'm very much assuming that was just drawn, because if not, we would have seen that turn 1.
Unless we are having uninkability problems.
That's very true.
That's
very,
the
very
other
true.
occasion where maybe you wouldn't see the one-drop played. Like, assumedly no Daisy, you would always play an uninkable one-drop. But an Aurora or a Mulan, yes, you're absolutely right. We would play that on turn 1 unless, like, 20 uninkables, Joe said. So maybe that's a contributing factor here. I do see the Troubadour in hand, though. Yeah, so Joe just letting me know that yesterday, apparently he had a game where he couldn't even ink on turn 2, which sounds like a terrible start. So well done for him making his way here. Fire the cannons, Mr. Smee. Right, Captain Hook. That feels wrong.
I mean, it is pretty good for Liam here. He's able to regain a little bit of tempo, keeping his character on the board. Captain Hook is now gone, but will we see potential Calhoun come down? Yes, we will. This character, in my opinion, it has truly been a staple since it was released.
Absolutely. And the thing I like about Calhoun is this is a nice character on the draw. I mean, it's good on the play, but it's fantastic on the draw, like providing those comeback mechanics, which we talk a lot about the play draw disparity. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of room for skill expression for good players to, you know, win from this like disadvantage of going second. But if you know you have good positive lines going first, you should take them. And here we see Kawa, the lady family dog, and she's got a cat friend in the form of Nala, one of the most playable new cards from Fabled, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. Now, it's great to see Nala come down. The only thing I'm looking at here is I really hope Liam has a pretty good bodyguard to be able to protect this, because I was going to say we do see the Hook and the Calhoun, but just Calhoun alone is like the perfect character to challenge in and take out that Nala.
Absolutely. So I want to see a guard dog come down here, or even a couple of copies of the Prince. The Prince is uninkable as well, but we saw a Troubadour in Liam's hand. What is Luke going to play here? I've got I think it's...
Is that two? That looks like two Dolores Madrigal.
Yeah, 100%. And a dock. Yeah, and a dock.
Okay. So plenty of card draw available.
Yep. 100%.
This seems like a pretty good spot for Luke right now. Of course, we're going to have to see what Liam has, but to have all of that fuel in the hand and also have like a pretty decent board at the moment.
Yeah, beat sticks absolutely matter in this format, but especially against Amber Steel. So these 3 characters that can hit for 3 are fantastic. Not to mention we might have a Hypnotic Strength or maybe even the Jafar Aspiring Ruler to give Challenger to.
Yeah, I can see a Pluto guard dog in the hand of Liam, so that could come down, protect his characters a little bit, but even with the potential, this is going to be a total of 9 strength represented on Luke's side of the board. So with 2 challenges can take out the Pluto, and then if the Nala is left exerted, one of the other characters can then challenge in and banish it.
Do you hit the gas here purely because your opponent doesn't have a strength singer?
Yes.
Like, is that a big factor there?
I think potentially. I think the Pluto guard dog probably still makes sense here.
Because if we had a 3-drop, we could potentially go 1-drop, and then sing, get rid of the Pluto, and then maybe you can make some challenges. But I think this is the right turn to put on the gas.
Yeah, but this still seems really like not the worst for Luke, because what Luke can do here is use the Captain Hook to just simply, of course, going to do Dolores. So you always want to draw your card first.
Absolutely, let's sequence properly.
Here, you use the Captain Hook to challenge into the Pluto, reduce it down to 1 strength, use 1 Calhoun, it takes no damage, gain 2 lore, use the other Calhoun to challenge and banish the Nala, gain another 2 lore, and now Liam is just left with 2 characters on the board and is not very well protected, and these Calhouns haven't even taken any damage.
There you go. That resist 1 coming in at spades, and 1's going to go take a challenge into that Nala. So Liam getting a bit of early lore, going all the way to 6, but not able to defend his board as well as he would have liked if we were able to find that Tiana or something like that. So
honestly, if there was like a Strength of a Raging Fire available for the lady to sing to take out one of the characters instead, would have completely changed like the breakpoints. At least the rest of the board would have still been protected.
100%. This Dolores Madrigal, of course, drawing a card if the opponent has an exerted character, which isn't always a surety, but we see some players prioritizing her over the Treasure Guardian. Some Amethyst Steel players like this illusion package, but with the popularity of green-blue and heads held high, which can just pop illusions, maybe that's a little bit of a reason to back away from that a little bit and go with this Dolores Madrigal, who does a very similar job.
Now, I did see a peek into Liam's hand. I saw a bolt. This is one of these 3-cost bolts and another Nala. So, you know, these are high questing characters, but facing off against this board, you know, like the bolt is going to come down and just instantly be dealt with, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, a really strong character if you can to get it to survive long enough to quest for 4. And the 4 willpower we know is bulky, but down comes the Nala, and we're just going to stay ready around the board. A bell in the hand for Luke is going to be really impactful. We're not going to do much yet with no exerted characters, but that's going to be a really important tool in this match, and especially if there are Nalas on the board who have that resist 1. Moving damage counters is not the same as challenging.
Yeah, no exerted character, so even by playing the Dolores, won't actually be able to trigger the ability.
Yep.
I won't be able to draw a card, but I could honestly just potentially see it played just for a little bit of tempo, or we could even just see the bell being played here as well, just to establish a 4/4 like quest for 2.
Yeah, like I think some players, one of the things you learn is you don't always have to get maximum value from a character. It's important just to be sticking characters on the board. Again, especially to your prior point, Kawa, Strength of a Raging Fire, every number matters.
Yes, 100%. And as we know, Luke also has a dock in hand, so it's fine to kind of start emptying the hand as much as possible and then refuel by playing that 2-cost dock.
And Luke going ahead in the quest race here, going all the way up to 8, again showing the value of these Calhouns getting to gain 2 lore for making favourable challenges. There's that bolt going into the inkwell, and here's the dock.
And another, a dock and bolt were picked up.
Oh, wow. Okay, how much ink do we have left? We have 3 left floating.
What?
Do we just play the bolt?
Do we play the bolt and hold into the dock? That does not seem very good. Straight into a bell, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
With it being exerted, you open up a wide world of plays where you can get some Calhoun value. Stock on dock action. Mama said dock you out.
Oh my god. What's crazy is this is actually like usually this is if Liam was in a more advantageous position, this is exactly what he'd want to be seeing, the dock into the dock into the dock, but like being behind on bodies on board, and like when they quest and are exerted, all of Luke's characters are going to be able to cleanly challenge into them right now.
Yeah, Luke really had the perfect 1-2-3 cut. Again, we didn't play a 3-drop on 3, but less relevant than just applying these high-statted characters. Like, just the 2 Captain Hooks in the discard that I've put in so much work already, and they're just 1 cost. Yeah, not the fire start that Liam was looking for, but still plenty of time for this to all turn around. We're going to pass back over to Luke, who's going to ready, set, draw, as is the tradition in Disney Lorcana trading card game. Paying 3 ink for the giant Cobra. That tells me one very important thing, Cowl. What is that thing?
There's another dock in the hand.
There we go. Down comes the bold knight himself. Draw a couple of cards. Snow White would be so proud.
Indeed, indeed. A Raja inked, a Diablo established, and now this is such a massive board. And you and I know, Baker, Amber Steel just unfortunately does not have the tools to deal with this board.
No, it is not a deck of brute strength. It is an intelligence deck, gaining lore, searching, solving mysteries, but challenging. We're not the one, and that quest was very important. If he'd have delayed just the 1 turn, Liam gets to go ahead in the quest race, but Luke with a wide board maybe could answer it, but here he is going to 8 lore. Sorry, I was going to say, I thought we were already at lore, for that's 14. I think this is nearly as good as over. Do we have a strength?
This is nearly game. Yeah.
Do we have a...
I did see one picked up. There is a strength in hand, yes.
Okay, how much do we think it matters?
Not too much, unless we do like strength into dock into strength. We don't even have enough characters to sing that, but you know, we'll see what Liam can do here at least.
When will my life begin? And funnily enough, that seems to be the card that is causing Liam some decision paralysis here. We're going to sing When Will My Life Begin with Lady. This allows us to draw a card and a chosen opposing character can't challenge during the next
correct.
turn.
And in this instance, it was basically just targeting the Cobra. Therefore, it is banished due to the vanish keyword.
Yep, the vanish key. These illusions all have that vanish keyword. Target them with an action. They are no more, but slightly higher stats to kind of make up for that nerf, quote unquote.
Indeed. So now, yeah, like Liam really trying to figure out how does he face off against this board. Unfortunately, it just looks like it's too overwhelming. He's going to hard cast the Strength of Raging Fire. Will be able to take out that Bell Accomplished Mystic. But Luke sitting quite quickly. Is that the 4th dock, is it?
I think it's the 3rd.
Okay.
Unless he discarded one already, which I've missed.
I think he did discard another one. I'm pretty sure.
Then we have 4 docks in the top 15% of the deck.
Absolutely
That's it.
crazy.
He's going to pack them up, going over to... Hey, it's literally over. Luke with a wide board, already at 16 lore. Amethyst Steel player looking at the Amber Steel saying, how do you like it? How do you like someone going this fast a game?
Absolutely crazy. And I think that might have been a result of, like we said, the uninkable count, especially like missing the 1-drop at least.
No 1-drop. Absolutely huge in that matchup. 100%. Wow. Yeah, that was quicker than I was expecting, to be honest. I was really expecting to be a while before anything turned sideways, but yeah, no 1-drop, no Tiana. Amethyst Steel got these big beat sticks. Again, the Calhoun, man, such a powerful card in the game, and I think it's very healthy for the game as well.
Yeah, I think that the very important turn, in my opinion, was that turn 3 you mentioned that Luke didn't play a 3-drop, but actually opted to play the 2nd Calhoun and the Captain Hook. Like we mentioned, because of all of those 3 bodies, that was the reason why the Pluto was able to be taken out cleanly, and then also that extra body could challenge in to another character. So I think going a little bit wider than just playing one little beefy body was really important.
Yeah, absolutely, because we, like you said, we can 1-bang the Pluto with strength. It never feels good if you're 2-for-1ing yourself into that. But yeah, Liam hoping for a more optimal start here. We're looking for ink. We're looking for Daisy, a 1-drop at the very least, but we're looking for daisies. We want to get that Tiana line. If you are at this point, Cower, and like you're the top 4, okay, you're a game down. How aggressively do you alter here for like absolutely optimal, or how safe are you playing it at this point? I think the odds gonna differ depending on who you talk to, but in your experience,
yeah, it's really difficult. I think at this stage I'm probably just going for it all. Like I really like, again, I'm on the play, so I know I have the advantage. I know I have a lot of uninkables, but I need to have an extremely strong opener to have a chance in this fight. And as you mentioned, the Calhoun is such a great kind of comeback card for the Amethyst Steel opponent. I think that card is what's gonna... I mean, we saw it's what caused Amber Steel the most problems, right? So kind of have to be aware of that. what is the one thing I can do? Maybe potentially establish the Troubadour and stuff, as we mentioned. Just like
Yep.
try find that strength, try find the answer for that Calhoun.
I see an Aurora, so good odds that we do see a 1-drop this time from Liam. But yeah, it's a tough decision, right? Because maybe you say, okay, I'm on the play. Maybe I can be a little more conservative, win this game, and then on the draw game, I have to go for
wild.
like
Yeah.
ultimate.
Yeah.
Like this needs to be the perfect hand to get over this. But we'll see how Liam wants to navigate it. Liam will be going first, so Luke will do the altar first. That is the one sort of advantage to going second, is you get a little bit of information how many cards your opponent is going to alter, which can, well, if you're anything like me, that sometimes will implement what you want to do. There's the Tiana Cower.
Yeah, double Tiana I saw picked up. So
Double?
that's going to be maybe a little bit
Yo,
tricky.
turn 2, turn 3 Tiana with
Maybe
the Aurora.
if the Aurora comes out here, yeah, it could be quite good indeed. I'm not too sure what cards Liam sent back, but I did see when he was like shuffling through his hand, I did see like 2 Auroras together as well. So
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible, but somehow if you get like the double Aurora and then double Tiana, as we said as well, Tiana is also the card that's going to cause Luke the biggest problems, because even if Luke has the Calhoun but doesn't have the strength to kill the Tiana, then the Tiana keeps the Calhoun in check, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It might just be need a little bit of patience from Liam to set up like multiple Tianas, then maybe even because the thing is, if you go Aurora, Tiana, you still haven't really played much that's questing.
Yeah, you haven't built up a board to really protect, if that makes sense.
I mean, Tiana's quest for 2, fine, but like you really want a couple of daisies, you want Nalas, things like that to be questing behind them. So maybe a slower start to, as I've been calling it, build the wall might be optimal. But Liam on the play. I think both players altered 3.
I have seen a Strength of a Raging Fire in the hand for Luke, so I do think that's going to be pretty good if this Tiana comes out, which is most likely to happen in this game.
Inking the Mulan disguised soldier, and down comes that Aurora. And Mulan is a princess as well, worth noting. Another card that can reciprocate the Aurora ability. We find the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist, a wonderful reprint, but wasn't in our reprint set. It was a bit of a surprise in set 8. Actually, my reveal card for set 8, this alternate art of the Forceful Duelist. This was actually, well, the original art was the first Lorcana card I ever saw, Kawa.
Wow.
And that was what sent me down the rabbit hole.
Amazing.
And that's why we're here. That's why I'm here
and
right
it's
now.
still meta relevant.
And here he is to wreck the day.
So we see the Jafar. This is the 3-cost Inkable 3/2, that quest for 2 that gives Challenger 2 on play. But yes, the Tiana does come out here. So, you know, having to quest does mean that Luke can challenge with the Captain Hook, cleanly take out that Aurora.
No time wasted there. Just get rid of that. Get rid of that straight away. Make sure the sense the Captain Hook's going to survive. That Raja, also an illusion, so will be instantly removed if targeted by an action. But for a 2-cost character, you don't care too much.
Yeah, no, this is quite interesting. As I said, we do know that there is a second Tiana available in the hand. In my opinion, I think if Liam has the option, it would be great to try and do like a lady and go a little bit wider. But, you know, it's also another uninkable. You kind of want to get out of the hand here.
Yeah, absolutely. But you mentioned it in the first game. Just the going wide, increasing these strength numbers is very important. You've got to think Luke's going to be aware of a line that's going to lead to Pluto, but only 2 cards, I think, in hand for Liam, maybe 3. We're going to ink a Raja, and down comes the White Rose. We've lost the Merlin Goats, but we can still gain 1 lore just from playing this White Rose. 3/3, and again, a perfect strength singer.
Yes, 100%. And as we know, there is that strength available in the hand here for Luke. So the way that Liam might be able to deal with this is if they have a strength of their own, they could use a Tiana. They, of course, have to play an additional character. What has picked up? Another. I just saw another Tiana.
See that look on his face?
Oh,
like,
my
oh,
God.
okay. Oh, baby, a triple.
I mean, they can remove one. I can just play another one, right? That's.
Yeah.
I believe it was either the semifinals or finals that we saw Sky do something similar, where he literally went like basically quadruple Tiana. And sometimes, like, yeah, sure, I think it was against Blurple, they Into the Unknown, one of them. But if you just keep playing them, they need to have multiple strengths to deal with them, right?
All bookings full at the restaurant belonging to Tiana, the restaurant owner. You're going to have to book 6 months in advance if you want to be cooked for by Tiana. Exerting 3 ink from Liam. And here she is. Yo, someone screenshot this. What on earth?
We're opening the restaurant. Open for business, baby. Open for business.
1 Tiana's not enough, not for the guest list that we've got. Look at the big smile with the laugh from Luke.
Luke's just like, well then.
Hey, at least your game up, Luke. You can breathe a little easy.
Yeah, what would be like, I mean, like we said, like that, the 1 strength definitely does help out here. But yeah, and Liam's just simply going to pass. Doesn't even need to quest here. Quite interesting.
Super interesting. Go down, down comes the genie. Words are hard. Going to draw a card. That white rose is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. So that's 1 cook down.
2 more left as well. Maybe the 4th one will come out to play. We'll have to wait and see. What other options does Liam have available to him? That is the question right now.
I think it's going to be a while before Liam can really start turning anything sideways, unless this turn we can like hyperextend. But even then, with Luke's board like this of 4 characters, you can sing Strength, and then you could kind of just pay the cost. This Diana does has 4 willpower though, so nothing that can take that out in one shot yet. We're going to ink Penny, really interesting card. 2 cost inkable, 1/2 quests for 2, and on play you can heal up to 2 damage from a character and give resist 1 to them. You don't have to heal any damage to give them resist 1. This is a really... Are there rhinos in the deck? I would expect if you're playing pennies, because obviously Rhino has resist 2 while he has no damage. Maybe you challenge something that has 3 strength. You take 1 damage, resist 2 is gone. But hey, here's a penny. Let me have that back, please. The power hamster has been super strong.
I think that this play by Liam is extremely powerful, though. Did have the option to do the Pluto, just play the Pluto, which would have been good enough. But once again, a little bit more aggressive. Like this 0-5... might as well be a Pluto when there are 2 Tianas active, honestly.
Absolutely.
You know? So Luke, again, like the only real answer here would have to try and buff up characters enough. And also, I mean, it's just not even possible. You'd have to pay 6 alone to get past the Tiana tax, right?
Yeah. No, the prices are high at this restaurant. Can Luke afford the bill? There's a Hypnotic Strength in hand, which gives Challenger 2, and allows us to draw a card. A Dock in hand as well, and I think an Elsa is that 3rd card. Keeping us in suspense.
If there was an additional way to, like, somehow, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe a genie, I don't know if the genie's available in hand, to, like, draw a card, if that card's exactly Strength, then sing the Strength. I mean, it wouldn't even be on the Bodyguard, it would be on one of the Tianas, most likely, right?
Yeah. Hey, play to your outs, right?
Yep.
Play to win. We're going to ink Elsa, taking us to 5. So he has a Dock, a Hypnotic Strength, and a Mystery card in hand that I've missed so far. We're going to pay 2, so that's probably the Strength. As in Hypnotic Strength. Yep, we're going to play Hypnotic Strength on the Raja. That's going to mean it's got Challenger 2, so we can hit for 5. So that will, if we've got the ink tax, we can take out the Bodyguard in one swell hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, because 2 Tianas are on the board.
Now we'd have to pay 6.
Okay, so this is going to be dealing a total of 2, correct?
2
yes,
damage.
yep.
Okay, there we go. Blimey, these Tianas, man.
Yeah.
Like, all it took is us losing things like Brawl, Medusa, Big Sisu, and suddenly she is shining. Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen.
And now, like, as I said, we know there's a Pluto available in the hand for Liam here as well. I believe this is a Pluto and another 0-5 Bodyguard. So just keep playing these. As long as the Tianas are kept safe, I think Liam can just keep turning things sideways.
Yep. Looks good. Yes, you can use Hypnotic Strength on your own Raja. The vanish keyword is when an opponent chooses this character for an action, banish them. So, yeah, no problem with Hypnotic Strength used on our own Raja. Here's the ready, set, draw. Liam at 13 lore now, and this is looking pretty good for Liam so far to take it to a game 3. We'll see what Luke's got up his sleeve, though.
I think this is the perfect example of, like, you know, sometimes it feels really weird to play multiple Tianas very early. Like you said, a little bit clunky, not really having that board to then protect them. But in this case, it's kind of like you develop the Tianas first, play as many as possible. If one gets removed, you still have a couple, and then you develop your board, right?
Absolutely. And now there's a guard dog here also keeping watch over the restaurant. There's a giant cobra and a bell in hand. This bell is certainly a way that we can apply some damage. The Tiana tax is only based on challenges. Yep, so we're going to move the damage from the Prince onto the Nala. Moving damage counters is not the same as challenging, so resist 1 is irrelevant. And then we're just going to start turning them sideways and hope that we can win this race, Cree.
Yeah, there is 7 total lore represented on Luke's side of the board, so we'll be able to get up to a total of 18. For Liam here, it's going to be 6 lore, so very, very close to winning. So it was actually essential that Luke was able to remove that Nala.
And not to mention that he has the ability to go to 18 with a giant cobra in hand.
Oh my God, look at this. Oh, does he really?
He is giant cobra in hand.
Okay, so this is important then. So it's incredibly, incredibly important. Can the Pluto take something out? You'd need Pluto to take out something and then a Tiana to take out something, right? If Liam recognizes this, I believe.
So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 goes to 18. You only need to take out one lore.
Okay, just one lore.
You
Just
only
one
need to lose
lore.
one lore. Giant Cobra.
It looks like he's considering it, which is very, very important.
Yeah, and Luke probably praying that this doesn't happen. He's saying, just quest, just quest.
So there is 2 cards available in hand for Luke, right? And even
So
if one was
but
drawn,
top of the
exactly,
deck.
yes.
Exactly, yeah. So that Giant Cobra, a really nice hold there.
And makes the challenge.
Pluto
okay.
does go into the White Rose, okay, so that's going to take out the White Rose. The Pluto takes 3 damage, meaning his strength comes back down to 1, and then we're going to turn him sideways the good old-fashioned way. That takes us up to 18 lore, I believe.
Yes, I believe it does, and I'm just double-checking the math again on Luke's side of the board. Has the ability to quest for a total of 6, getting up to 17, so the Cobra would not be enough. It's crazy how games can come down to
Literally.
a single challenge, right?
And I've got to think that Liam did that being fully aware of the potential for Luke to jump ahead in the game state here.
I think the only thing would have been if it was exactly a Cobra, discard something plus a White
Plus
Rose,
a White
right?
Rose, yeah. Or what's the 2 cost that lets you gain lore?
Honey Marin,
yeah,
yes.
if they have an
Yes.
exerted character. I'm not sure if any of those are in the deck, but who knows? It's actually one more card in hand for Luke than I thought. I thought it was just the one, but we have a Cobra, a Doc,
And a Genie.
And a Genie.
Yep.
It's pretty good cards to have. Is it too late? Can we answer all of this board? I think we're going to a game 3 personally, Cree.
I think so. Like, I don't even know what can be got off the dock. Like, there's just nothing, right? It's like you play the Cobra, discard the Genie, play the Dock, and you've got 1 ink left, you know?
Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah.
No. Nothing else.
Not even like if you play the Dock and then get like, I don't know, double strengths, obviously still not enough, you know? It's like as long as just this one lady remains on the board, then Liam quests to win next turn.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident we're going to a game 3, but if Luke can prove me wrong, I will be the first to admit it. But we do like a game 3 in the booth, though, don't we, Cree?
Indeed, yes, we do. I'm just like, I'm still kind of baffled about this Pluto challenge. It is, this is why we play and why we watch competitive Disney Lorcana. Like, this is the learnings you have, right? I think
100%.
if you're an Amber Steel player, you feel, I'm in a great position. I'll just quest and I'll win the game. And then if you lose this way, the thing is, you'll never lose that way again, right?
Exactly,
You'll always
exactly.
think about, but what if they have the Cobra? Don't let them play to their outs if possible.
100%. We see a little shake on the head of Liam, so maybe he's fearing something, but I'm not sure what could happen here. We're gonna play a Doc. Yep, perfectly reasonable. We discard the Giant Cobra. There's the eyebrow raise of like, okay, so you did have it. What did we find?
Yeah, just gonna scoop. Yep, simple scoop.
Makes sense for me. We got plenty of time, but the game's as good as over anyway. So Liam taking game 2, but Luke was able to break serve in game 1. We started off with Liam, our Amber Steel player, on the play. Missed 1 drop, which was brutal. Luke able to break serve. Now Liam wins his second on the play game, but for the first time now we get to see Luke on Amethyst Steel on the play. How much does that change the momentum of this match?
It changes it completely, and I think on Liam's side of the board is really going to have to look for kind of his catch-up stuff, which, as we mentioned, is kind of potentially the Troubadour and the Strength. I think that might be what they need to get back into the game, because even if they do, you know, the Aurora and Tiana is also good if you compare it with the Strength. But if it's just a typical same opener like this with the Tianas and stuff, I think with Luke being on the play is massive, because he'll get to his 3-cost card first, which means he'll then be able to sing Strength first, establish all of these characters like the Hooks, the Calhouns.
So you hard, is this the situation where you're like hard altering for like your ideal start? You're looking for Strength, you're looking for the Troubadour,
I
so
think
you can
so.
get ahead in the race.
I think so. Yeah, it's just kind of what needs to happen. I think if I also see the Aurora and Tiana, I mean, what we saw, it could still be a case of if enough Tianas are played, that might do it. But I don't know if I'm ever, I've got 3 Tianas in my hand, I want to keep all of this, right?
Exactly what I was looking for.
That feels really weird to keep, right? Because there's so many uninks. If you do that and then, alter the rest, maybe you can't even ink turn 1. Could you imagine?
If that happens again, then I will go and hug Liam, because he deserves some love. But here we go. Moving into game 3. If you are just joining us, where have you been? It has been an incredible weekend of Lorcana. We had over 300 players in the room yesterday, 9 rounds of Swiss, the first CCQ in the UK, and now we find ourselves, we had a top 64 cut, and now we're in top 4, and one of these players will proceed to the finals to fight for the pleasure and the prestige of being invited to the European Championships. Again, thank you all so much for joining us this weekend. We super appreciate it. And here we go into our final game of the top 4 that we're watching here. Luke being on the play will do an altar first. I want to try and get a peek at Liam's hand, Cree, and see what I can see. There is a Strength or a Raging Fire. There is a Tiana. I see a Pluto. I'm not seeing the Troubadour. It could be tucked away at the bottom of the hand there.
On Luke's side, putting the Elsa back.
Been kept the Genie?
Yeah, kept the Genie, kept the Diablo, I think kept the Cobra. Cobra as well, honestly, pretty decent for Luke on the play. The only real answer Liam has to it is like the fire the cannon stuff, but this 4-4 body is actually really, really relevant.
Yeah, and Pluto could obviously still potentially get 2 for 1 out of that. There was some like Luke kept putting the Genie from one pile to the other. I don't know where he finalized his decision there. Yeah. Again, on the play, I think perfectly reasonable to hold a Genie at the moment.
Yeah, I think Liam's still trying to decide. I know it looks like there's a Mulan, a Tiana, and a Strength definitely being kept. If an Aurora is found for Liam, I think that could be quite good, right? You know, able to sing with the Tiana a little bit earlier. See a Doc and an Aurora and a second Aurora pickup. That seems pretty good.
That's not bad at all. That's what you're looking for from an altar. Low-cost characters, Ink, and again, a Doc to reset us when we reach that point in the game. Amber Steel, doesn't have Rapunzel anymore, cannot rely on those sort of like huge value draw turns to refuel, but Doc does a decent job at it.
I'm looking here, and I don't know if Luke has a solid turn 2 play from looking at the hand. It looked like there was a lot of 4, like Genies, Doloras. Looked like there was a couple of 3s there as well. So it is going to also be extremely important. Like if Luke doesn't have a solid 1 or 2, that's drastically going to impact this game.
First 2 games, we've seen the Captain Hook putting in work. Game 1, those Calhouns coming through in spades. So maybe it's Luke's turn to have a bit of bad luck. But I do know there's a Diablo at the very least. We're going to ink the Giant Cobra. And down comes Happy. Also perfectly reasonable. This is a 2-1, quest for 1. Gains evasive during your turn. Not many evasive characters in the Amber Steel deck, but this works with Dumbos, which I'm assuming are in the deck. And hey, just establishing a 1-drop, right? Because the Hypnotic Strength takes out the Daisy. This is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is much better. Could you imagine if this was just a 0-1 Diablo that can't challenge into a potential Aurora even, right?
Yep. Although that being said, you've been like the amount of games where like I've just ignored a Diablo and be like, you've quested for 6. Like what happened here?
Yeah. It's true.
Down into the Inkwell goes Aurora, and we're gonna play the epic one. Good choice, yo. If he inked the epic and played the normal, Spessy would have lost his mind.
Yeah. So you see the Happy being able to quest for 1. What is the 2-drop available? There is the Calhoun picked up. Absolutely huge here for Luke.
It's the perfect one if this Aurora does decide to lower the cost of a queen or princess by questing, then this Calhoun is going to be licking her lips. Yum, yum, yum. No damage, 2 lore. Yes, please.
Yeah, and honestly, though, it looks like Liam might still have to try and play this Tiana, right? Because if that happens, it's okay. It's really difficult. If he's able to quest, play the Tiana, and then Luke plays a 3-drop, in order for Liam to be able to play the Strength and answer the 3-drop, would also have to probably play like a Lady and a 2-drop, right? To have enough bodies to utilize the Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, 100%. There is a Cannons in the hand for Liam. Not going to do much with you do deal damage with cannons, so resist does come into factor there. What is going to be the choice? We're going to ink that When Will My Life Begin?
This Calhoun is just so important to hit the board, right? If it's like even a Raja, maybe the cannons can come down and take it out. The Calhoun, so difficult for Liam to easily be able to take out. Yeah, so we see the Tiana being dropped onto the board.
I like my Rajas in the Inkwell and my Calhouns on the board. And we do see that restaurant owner coming down, open for business, Cree, and Calhoun going to waste no time in chowing down on this Aurora. That's going to gain 2 lore, and the Calhoun taking no damage in return. We're looking at inking a Captain Hook. Do we play a 3-drop or do we go wide? We're going to play that Satisfied Dragon, perfect Strength Singer. Next turn, we can play an extra character. Looking good for Luke so far.
This is actually the Genie, in my opinion, is the perfect 3-drop because
100%.
Even if Liam has that thing that I described, which is the Lady plus 2-drop, can't even sing Strength to take out this Genie.
I mean, you can sing it, but like, it's not doing it.
It's not very good.
No, it's if you're not one-banging something, then it's just doesn't hit the same, Cree.
Yeah, it does not indeed.
Man, 3-4 and a 3 cost. What is going on?
The
Such a
4
good
willpower,
card.
it's
No,
such an important
it
break
really
point.
is. Like if this was a 3-cost 3/3, infinitely worse. But every damage matters. Certain decks are capped at like what damage they can hit on certain turns, courtesy of challenges, combos, etc. So this Genie is so well positioned in our metagame at the moment.
100%, yeah. And I think Liam is really going to be taking his time figuring out what is the best thing that I can do here.
We've got plenty of it. 36 minutes left on the clock. This is game 3 of our top 4 match. So I've got nothing against the players taking a little bit of time.
100%.
That being said, pace of play has been very, very good.
Oh, Pete will deny the potential strength of a Raging Fire. Do you think that's enough to still freely quest with this Tiana?
No. Absolutely not. I'm leaving this sitting up until I've been able to establish more of a board. But this Pete does certainly help. The game's referees are 3/3, and when played, your opponent can't play actions until the start of the next turn. So no strength for a Raging Fire, no hypnotic strength.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think questing with the Tiana might be a little bit greedy. That being said, I think maybe some of the only answers would be, I don't know, Lilo, the 3-cost Lilo that gives everything Challenger +2. Even the Jafar, the 3-cost Jafar wouldn't have been enough. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know, it seems a little bit greedy, but maybe this 2-lore could change the game. So it's recognizing what cards, and you know, it was open list, what cards, if it's all action-based, maybe could get away with the quest, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think you make a good point, because you don't need to worry about Fire the Cannons, which would be the punish for a play like that, to do the 2 damage, and then you just pay the 3 ink to Calhoun. So, no, I think you make a good point. That could have been a safe quest with the Tiana, but Liam not wanting to take the risk, obviously, if he loses the Tiana on this turn, then it's just like...
Yes, 100%. I definitely agree.
But I think you make a great point. It could have been a safe quest. Liam veering on the side of caution, though.
Indeed, yeah. And this board for Luke slowly getting bigger and bigger. As I said, we do not have the strength of Raging Fire is available, unless it was put into the inkwell, which I think we would have seen if that happened.
We would have absolutely noticed that.
Yep.
But I'd like to think that.
Yep.
Down comes the Mulan Disguised Soldier. Little looter effect, going to draw a card and discard, and it's going to be the card that we just drew, the Aurora. Hey, at least we're filtering through. We're thinning out our deck, hopefully being a bit more consistent. We take it.
How do you feel about the... I kind of like it, the Calhoun quest here. It seems pretty good, like gives Liam the opportunity. Sure, you can use your Pete to trade into it, but, you know, has already got the 1 lore value out of it. And it's also the crack back, if you will, the challenge back, the damage back from the Calhoun will also take out the Pete then.
Yeah, please give up your perfect singer. I would love that. Like, again, Tiana can sing, but I'd rather she sang than quested. So, yeah, I'm all... At this point in the game, you can afford to kind of give up these characters for the sake of the long game, right? So, yeah, I agree. I think that's perfectly fine. Could take out the Happy. If you really want, that is what's going to happen. The Tiana, 1 strength, but it is enough to take out this dwarf. There's the Penny, who's going to heal 2 damage from the Tiana and giving her resist 1, so even trickier to take out now.
Yeah, and what do you think the strength might be used on here? It's very tricky, I think, right?
It is going to be the Genie. That's not specific enough. The wish fulfilled Genie.
I think it makes sense because it is an evasive character. It's harder to interact with. And then also, as long as there's... I mean, you know, this Tiana having resist 1, even if this Genie on Luke's side of the board can sing a string, it's not going to be enough to be able to take out this Tiana, right?
Yeah, no, you're going to need 5 damage in 1 swell hit to take out this Tiana. The Dolores Madrigal coming down, taking advantage of the exerted Pete and Tiana, going to draw a card. And the Captain Hook, again, just get those stats on the board. Captain Hook, I'm really happy with this reprint. I think it's super good for the meta.
Was that another strength picked up? That is absolutely huge in my opinion. Yes, because the tricky thing when you're Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel, like Luke has a pretty good lore advantage, so Luke can kind of say, yeah, you're questing, but I could just quest faster.
Yep.
And the Amber Steel characters don't have enough strength to be able to easily challenge in. So the likes of Fire the Cannon, Strength of Raging Fire, so crucial to be able to like sing and also keep questing yourself. This was a huge pickup for Liam here.
Strength is always good to pick up, especially when you've already got a bit of a board established. We are going to be singing Strength with that Tiana, taking out the Genie Satisfied Dragon. That's a good card to get rid of. Yeah, who can hit the most strength for Raging Fires and the Fire the Cannons on the hook. And down comes the Doc for a refresh, drawing 2 cards. Okay, Liam's looking pretty. Luke at 9 lore, but lost a lot of his board there.
Yeah, and I think with this Tiana exerted now, could simply quest with this Pete, the Mulan, and the Penny. I think the reason why you potentially wouldn't have sung is if he wants to make this challenge, which I think I actually respect at this point as well. It's completely fine.
Yeah, now that you've reduced the amount of characters 100%, there was a Doc and a White Rose in hand. I'm not sure what we found off the top. We are going to play that White Rose, and we are going to be able to have enough ink to play the Doc. We have ink off the top, so the Raja, down comes the Doc, and here we go again. Top, discard your hand. No hand to discard. Draw 2 cards. Dolores going to quest us up to 11. Or 12, okay?
Yeah, I did see a Bell Accomplished Mystic picked up as well for Luke. It's a pretty big lore lead. That's what I mean. Like, Luke can... It's rare that this happens, but Luke is kind of turning into the aggressor against Amber Steel of all decks,
That's
right?
what I mean. That's why in game 1, it was like, how do you like it when someone just races the game? And yeah, Luke's put himself in a wonderful position to just be ahead in this race and not have to make, like, unfavorable challenges and things that are going to put you in a worse position, making Liam do the work.
Yeah, and the closer that Luke gets to that like 17, 18 threshold, there are these cards like the White Rose and the Cobra that can close the game out even faster.
100%. People are asking why the Mulan and the Penny didn't quest.
Yes,
I think Bell is definitely a factor there.
Potentially. I was also going to ask your thoughts on that. I was a little bit confused as to why those characters didn't quest the previous turn.
I mean, you would definitely at least expect the Penny to quest. Maybe also just wanting to make sure that we keep enough bodies on board if we find another strength off the top. But yeah, I think I would have taken the quest there. It'd be interesting to, if we get a chance to talk to Liam, to see what his thoughts were there.
Okay, there's a Bell, a Calhoun, and a Genie. Honestly, it's not looking fantastic. However, what can happen here is potentially the White Rose, exactly what you mentioned about the Bell. The White Rose or the Doc could challenge into the Mulan. It doesn't deal any damage, but 2 damage is put on.
Exactly.
Play the Bell, get rid of the Jafar. You're slowly stopping the board at least a little bit.
Yeah, and then you've just got full value out of this 5-cost 4/4.
And you're establishing a 2-quester, exactly.
Exactly. So, yeah, I can kind of see what the thought trail might have been. Again, maybe we'll get a chance to find out. Luke shuffling the hand.
Yes,
super
Calhoun and
aggressively.
Genie. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I really like this Jafar Aspiring Ruler. I was talking to Tiago, again, mentioned this name a lot, but again, I think this is going to be a superstar in Season 2 of Lorcana, and talking about the split of Hypnotic Strength and Jafar, he likes having a couple of copies of Hypnotic Strength for the Iagos, which could be brutal, but this quest for 2 character is super good. The White Rose is going to do that. Challenge, take a couple of damage, play down the Bell, and move that damage over the Jafar, just as you just predicted, Kawa. Great.
This is still, like, very much Luke's game to play for. On 13 lore, has 5 lore represented on the board. And as we keep mentioning, the Amber Steel player doesn't have a lot of high-strength characters to fight back with here.
It's all strength, really. Strength of Raging Fire is hopefully removing the most dominant thing, and then you're just turning everything else sideways. But Luke can potentially go to 18, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 18 next turn, maybe even 19 if something turns sideways, and we can challenge with the Calhoun. For that reason, I doubt that Liam is going to allow that, because then it would just be a White Rose off the top of the deck for game. At least at the moment, a Giant Cobra would do it, but I don't think he's holding any cards in hand.
No, I honestly think at this stage, I think this is Luke's game, because as soon as anything is exerted, as you said, by Liam, Calhoun gets great value from it. Like, if there's a Pluto, or if there's like a pretty big bodyguard, that would help out, because then you can't, because, I mean, the thing is, even if there's no cards in that, like, Luke could just start paying the tax now, and still
100%.
take advantage of it, right?
The chat are a little confused about the previous turn. So the Tiana tax, it doesn't stop you challenging, it just lowers the strength of your characters. So we challenged into the Mulan. We didn't do any damage to the Mulan because we didn't pay the tax, so our strength was reduced, but we still took 2 damage from the Mulan, and that allowed Bell to be played and move damage counters over to Jafar, which is not the same as a challenge. So that's how it works.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, even thinking back to, would that 2 quest have mattered? Would maybe the Penny and the Milan quest matter? Even now, it doesn't look like that's the case, but it could have,
and
exactly.
Again, these are the sort of things that, like, coming out of this game, like, I'm sure, Liam, you said, a very experienced player, I'm sure we'll watch this game back and we'll be all the more aware of that in the future, because it may not matter now, but you never know. Like, if we do get to a point where he's 2 lore short, then it did matter. Down for the first time in play, we've seen it inked, comes the Bolt, down but not out. I did have to check that, I'll be honest, I didn't know that one on the top of my head. 0-4 quest. quest for 4, count them 4, Kree, but it doesn't apply Exerted.
Okay, Liam can't establish another character. If he could have, and if Luke couldn't win this turn, Liam could quest to win the game. Because right now there's only a total of wait, it's actually 9. Wait, never mind. This could be enough to win. If Luke can't win this turn and can't remove a single character, this might be Liam's game, right?
That would be a pretty good comeback.
However, pay the 3, challenge, take it out.
Yeah, there you go. And
That's
it's
the thing.
gone.
Yep.
So yeah, it is not compulsory to pay the tax for Tiana. It is completely optional. Yeah, their challenging character gets -3 strength unless their player pays 3. So you are perfectly entitled to challenge and just not pay the tax, even if you can afford the tax. As we just saw, perfect play there to get our Bell on board.
I think that's the game.
I think that's over, yeah, unfortunately. A really slow start from Liam in game 1 has kind of set the tone for this entire match so far. Liam was able to win game 2, but Luke's sitting pretty right now at 15 lore. Can he take it all the way to 20? You keep saying, Kree, this Amber Steel deck doesn't have a lot of really preferable challenges. And there it is. Luke Smith wins 2-1 on the draw against Liam and will proceed to the finals of our CCQ here in Cardiff. What a match, Kree. So many lines to observe there. That was a banger.
Absolutely amazing. You know, great plays from Luke, honestly. I think really recognizing, okay, when can I start to turn on the gas? I felt like he was in control of the entire game, honestly, but still have to give full credit to Liam. I think towards the end of that game, you could really see what the deck was trying to do.
Yep.
But the issue was they were so far behind in lore that they couldn't be the... And the penny. I think the reason why you potentially... Absolutely
That was
huge in
another
my
strength.
opinion, yes, because the tricky thing when you're Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel, like, Luke has a pretty good lore
Exerted
strength
the game, you can afford to kind of
to trade.
caution, though.
Indeed, yeah. And this board for Luke slowly getting bigger and bigger. As I said, we do know that the strength of Raging Fire is available, unless it was put into the inkwell, which I think we would have seen if that happened.
We would have absolutely noticed that.
Yep.
I'd like to think that.
Yep.
Down comes the Mulan Disguised Soldier. Little looter effect, going to draw a card and discard, and it's going to be the card that we just drew, the Aurora. Hey, at least we're filtering through. We're thinning out our deck, hopefully being a bit more consistent. We take it.
How do you feel about the... I kind of like it, the Calhoun quest here. It seems pretty good, like gives Liam the opportunity. Sure, you can use your Pete to trade into it, but, you know, has already got the 1 lore value out of it. And it's also the crack back, if you will, the challenge back, the damage back from the Calhoun will also take out the Pete then.
Yeah, please give up your perfect singer.
Yeah,
I would love
yes,
that. Like,
yes,
again, Tiana can sing, but I'd rather she sang than quested. So yeah, I'm all... At this point in the game, you can afford to kind of give up these characters for the sake of the long game, right? So yeah, I agree. I think that's perfectly fine. Could take out the Happy. If you really want, yeah, that is what's going to happen. The Tiana, 1 strength, but it is enough to take out this dwarf. There's the Penny, who's going to heal 2 damage from the Tiana and giving her resist 1, so even trickier to take out now.
Yeah, and what do you think the strength might be used on here? It's very tricky, I think, right?
It is going to be the Genie. Well, that's not specific enough. The wish-fulfilled Genie.
I think it makes sense because it is an evasive character. It's
Hard to
harder to
remove.
interact with. And then also, as long as there's... I mean, you know, this Tiana having resist 1, even if this Genie on Luke's side of the board can sing a straight, it's not going to be enough to be able to take out this Tiana, right?
Yeah, no, you're going to need 5 damage in 1 swell hit to take out this Tiana. The Dolores Madrigal coming down, taking advantage of the exerted Pete and Tiana, going to draw a card. And the Captain Hook, again, just get those stats on the board. Captain Hook, I'm really happy with this reprint. I think it's super good for the meta.
Another strength picked up. That is absolutely
That was
huge in
another
my
strength.
opinion, yes. Because the tricky thing when you're Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel, like, Luke, the strength of Raging Fire...
We are going to be singing strength with that Tiana, taking out the Genie Satisfied Dragon. That's a good card to get rid of. Yeah, who can hit the most strength for Raging Fires is... And fire the cannons on the hook. And down comes the Doc for a refresh, drawing 2 cards. Okay, Liam's looking pretty. Luke at 9 lore, but lost a lot of his board there.
Yeah, and I think with this Tiana exerted now, could simply quest with this Pete, the Mulan, and the Penny. I think the reason why you potentially wouldn't have sung is if he wants to make this challenge, which I think I actually respect at this point as well. It's completely fine.
Yeah, now that you've reduced the amount going to get their promos, but everything else that's on offer for prizes is in the room.
Yes,
the
correct.
play mats
Yep.
from both the 2024 and 2025 competitive season. There are displays out on the table there. Ben was very proud. He was like, Baker, come here. Do you like my pretty display?
Tower
I
of
made
display
base?
is,
Tower
yeah.
of display.
Yep.
So the boosters are here. The play mats are here. There are copies of Villainous Unstoppable out there, which I tried to slip into my bag. I tried to slip it in my bag. I've been told off for it, but that looks like a banger as well. What a day. Yes, we would love an interview. Please, Moyen. Yo, Moyen's working hard today as well.
Yeah, Moyen's working very, very hard. And it's a pleasure to have him.
It is a pleasure
know,
to have him.
it's great.
Glad he didn't make Top Gun. I'm sorry, Moyen.
I think it's a similar thing because when we were in Malmo Games Week as well, he didn't perform too well. But honestly, the thing is, it's just nice to see him with a smile. He's having fun. He's enjoying himself, right? You know?
Moyen's a player that who I know like puts a lot of pressure on himself, and hey, fair play. You know, like I'm all for the competitive spirit, but it's nice to see him like relaxing a little bit, just having some fun with us backstage. So it's been great. Honestly, it's been an incredible weekend, mate. Spessy, yourself, Kim. We even got to speak to Jen, who's going to be casting Wakefield along with Ed and Lorcana deck list. That's going to be very exciting. I think me and you were looking to get into the players' scene.
Oh,
for
definitely.
That. Yo, round 1 feature match. In fact, no,
Let's get it.
I haven't beaten you before. I don't want that to be. I don't want.
We've drawn a lot as well. Yeah.
I don't want the smoke. Do you want to get this interview, my
Sure,
guy?
sure thing,
Let's
sure
do it.
thing.
Fantastic. So, please come and take a seat, sir.
You can pop the headset on, sir. So, Luke, firstly, congratulations.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It has been absolutely insane. You know, coming into that game, you knew you were on the draw, so immediately you're like, okay, this is going to be very, very difficult to win. But turn 1, Ink, no 1-drop, you're probably saying, okay, I'm feeling okay.
There's levels of elation. That's a pretty high one. I won't lie to you. I don't think from the deck list that my opponent actually plays Daisy, but the
apparently,
feeling of
I've
seeing
heard that there's only 2
daisies.
Daisy, yes.
I should know that from looking at the deck list, shouldn't I, really? But yeah, it's really, really bad if they play Daisy on turn 1, because my 1-drops don't get past that.
Yeah,
Like,
are you running like the Madam Mim skater where
I
you could
actually
buff up?
don't.
Yeah, because if you had that with the hook, that would be
with the hook,
something,
it goes
right?
past it,
yeah.
right? But so when I built the purple steel deck, I wanted to be bigger than the average build, because that's how you complete with Blurple. You know, you're competing to draw who can draw the best cards in the end game, and the more good cards you have to draw, the more likely you are to draw good cards. Obviously.
Definitely.
Drawing Doc is my spirit animal apparently, so that's been pretty well. But yeah, not seeing Daisy on turn 1, not seeing Aurora on turn 1 is incredible in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the matchup a lot, and it was like super interesting to see. The thing that was most impressive on your side was basically kind of turning into the aggressor versus Amber Steel, where it's kind of like, how do you like it? Where you're the one, and the thing about Amber Steel is, right, their characters, they aren't so well statted to be able to challenge back into your stuff, right? All they have to rely on is like strength, the fire that cannons. The Jafar maybe helps out a little bit, but I think in game 2 they definitely did a great job of, like, you know, they played so many Tianas.
Tiana's insane.
Following up with the bodyguards was like really, really good. But you know, in the game 3, I think you really had full control. The play, chat was actually very confused, and it was a fantastic play by you, where you used your White Rose to challenge into the Mulan. You take the 2 damage, you get rid of the Nala. That was very well done by you.
Yeah, we're just playing for tempo at that point. Like, I thought game 2 was well in hand, right? I had 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got strength of
Perfect
raging
curve,
fire.
yeah.
Things are fantastic. How can I lose? And then the second Tiana came down, and I'm sort of like, okay, well, you know, we can strength 1 of these, pay for the second one. It's not that bad. The third Tiana comes down. We're like, this is getting worse. Bodyguard. No, we've lost. Game's over. That was a hell of a swing. I thought I was doing pretty well in that game, honestly. And on the flip side, I thought I was in a much worse place in game 3 than I actually turned out to be. I was talking to my opponent about this on the table. That was a really weird inversion of the roles in this matchup. You go into the Amber Steel matchup being like, okay, I'm the control deck in this matchup, because they are very definitively the aggro.
Yes.
But when he's playing Pete alone on turn 3 for nothing, and then singing strengths and singing things like playing fire the cannons on my guys, and I'm like, all right,
He was like turning into your deck, right?
Am I just sideways now? Is that
Yeah.
my role in this
The role's
game?
reversed,
And
exactly.
As it turns out, it was.
Yeah.
No, it was like in the first couple of games, I thought I had it well under control. In the third game there, it was looking a little bit shaky. I didn't have the dock immediately in the opener. When I did eventually find one, it drew Bell and Calhoun, which are good cards, but I don't have the ink to play any of them on the turn that I play them, so I'm losing a bit of tempo there. I do have more Bells than the average version of this deck. I play all 4 rather than 2 that's in the standard purple steel variant. Again, to be sort of like the bigger variant for the mirror matching against Blurple. So, and drawing them, as it turned out, it was great to be there. I think Elsa is pretty bad in that matchup once Tiana's down. Like, you can exert their guys, but if you can't challenge them, that means literal nothing, doesn't it, really?
It's usually only good where if they've played the Tiana, but it's not exerted yet, and then you can use the Elsa to kind of get rid of something before the Tiana is exerted. Yeah, there was a very interesting moment, very small moment, but like I think it's really good to be able to kind of look back on some of these games and see, you know, is there anything that could have been done differently? It was actually the turn, I believe it's the turn that the Pete came down, and you had, I think it was like 3 characters on the board, and the Tiana didn't quest, and usually it's like, you know, you really want to protect this Tiana at all costs, but after, with this being open decklist and seeing a lot of the tools that are available to you, you know, strengths, if there was hypnotics and stuff, I think recognizing, you know, usually you would never want to quest with this, but in that specific moment, you could have gotten an extra 2 lore, and then if that had mattered where they get to 18 in the end, you look back and say, you know, this looks like a moment where maybe I shouldn't quest, but if you can recognize this piece stops everything that could buff up the stuff, you know?
I think questing was correct there with the Tiana. I don't have an answer to it. Obviously, there's always the, you know, 6-drop and... Sorry, the 4-drop. 6-drop, what am I talking about? The 4-drop, but Pete prevents Strength of Raging Fire, which is my only real answer. And I don't have... I inked my Giant Cobras because his build is playing When Will My Life Begin in addition to the other songs. So Cobra seems like a really risky proposition on just in general, even though it is a 4-4. But yeah, his Tiana quest was almost entirely safe there, realistically. I don't have a way to get rid of it. I can't play Strength of a Raging Fire. And if I attack and pay for Tiana, obviously I can't play any of the powerful 5-drops that I'm playing because I don't have the ink for that. So there is a potential for 2 lore there. On the other hand, though, my opponent made a really heads-up play towards the end of the second game. Attacking the White Rose with the Pluto was absolutely...
Oh man, it was crazy because like that moment was defined whether you would win or if you would win. It's crazy to think that one challenge literally determines the entire course of a game of Disney Lorcana.
Like I'm trying to like I'm picking up the pen and being like,
You questing?
Can I mind game you into questing here? Because I've got this Cobra. But then he attacks and I'm like, all right, well now I'm on draw exactly the White Rose.
Yeah, White Rose and Cobra is the only thing.
Yeah,
right?
This is it, right? And I sat there for a while when I drew it and I was like, okay, so we've played 1,000 more guys. There are like 50 bodyguards in play. I can leave 2 bodyguards alive and not die. So I'm like, can I ink this, play Doc, discard my Cobra, draw exactly Doc and a Strength, Strength something, play the second Doc, and draw two
more
Strength of Raging
strengths.
Fire, and maybe survive? And I'm like, is this the line? I don't see another line.
I think that's really important, and it actually speaks to it. It's great for everybody listening. It's like playing to your outs, and that's what you have to do in a game. And it's kind
regardless of how small they are,
100%, and it's exactly what your opponent did as well. Is like I would assume the reason for the challenge is I would hope, you know, it's to say if they have the Cobra,
I don't want to die to
exactly,
that. Like,
exactly, yeah.
Oh, he's absolutely in that position. He's playing the game of what do I lose to rather than how do I win. Like he's so far ahead in that game. That he should absolutely be playing around. Honestly, there might have been room for a second challenge there from one of his other guys into my Doc.
To prevent the White Rose.
Yeah, the White
stuff.
Rose Cobra line doesn't happen then as well. And I mean, there's almost no way I'm getting rid of his board. So you may as well, you may as well again play to not lose, basically. Which
100%.
is absolutely.
Well, Luke,
it was a fantastic game.
I've been bigging you up throughout the stream, saying, you know, you qualified for European Continentals last year. I was saying that you, I believe you were the one to knock Alphos out of the qualification spot in DLC Birmingham. So
we were sad about that because I played his opponent in top 16.
Oh,
so
really?
If he'd won his top 32 match,
you would have had a rematch.
We would have had a rematch
No way.
in top 16.
Oh man!
But unfortunately, he fell afoul of the timeout procedure.
The timer. Yeah. Well, this could be it. As I said, you've qualified last year, and one more win, and you've punched your ticket to the next European Championship.
Hoping.
Yeah. Well, listen, Luke, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely.
Best of luck in the finals, and we will pass it over to the other player for the second interview.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We are here in Cardiff. I'm joined by Moy, and I'm going to pick his brain a little bit about Blurple. And we are about to bring you the finals: Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Sapphire. Moyen, you played a bit of Amethyst Sapphire this weekend.
Yes.
Didn't go the way you wanted it to, but secretly we were kind of happy because we got to have you join us in the booth, and we were super happy to have you here. Tell us a bit about this matchup. Did you get to play any Amethyst Steels, or what does the Blurple player kind of want to do in terms of trying to gain board control here with this Amethyst Steel player?
Okay, I might have to go soon. In general,
Yeah.
I didn't get to face any. But in the matchup, if you can somewhat stabilize early, you're pretty good. Biggest advantage is you get to like Elsa first if you don't miss ramp, even if you're on the draw. But what Amethyst Steel can do is they can like flood the board a little bit more efficiently. They have the more efficient card draw with just like Dolores, Genie, Doc, sometimes even Isma. And there's like a lot of these characters that you want to remove, but they're very cost efficient. So removing them efficiently is pretty difficult if you're just like can't Hades all of their characters, you can't Elsa all of them. Sometimes like a Genie, Dumbo, Dolores will get to do the work. And then Strength of a Raging Fire is a big one. If they can develop a wide enough board to really benefit of that, they're generally good to go. I did get a... Huh? No, you can cast. No, you wanted to cast. What else? Okay.
Okay, Moyen is going to join me. We are going to bring you the finals of the Cardiff CCQ. At the end of this, we are going to have our first person qualified to the EU Continentals. Moyen, how excited are you?
I'm super excited. This is what you play for. I think this is the well, I think speaking from the mind of a competitive player, if this tournament had no pricing at all, I'd still play it, because just qualifying to the next stage, that's the biggest prize that you can aim for. Of course, the pricing on top of it is very nice to have, but qualifying to Continentals, just that's what allows you to maybe qualify to the World Championship, and that is a huge goal, but also a dream of many aspiring players.
Absolutely. I think as well, if they're able to secure their spot today going into the DLC season, and we kick it off in Bologna next week, going into the DLC season, they know they've secured their spot for the EU Continentals. They're going to walk in there, they're going to say, oh, I already have my spot, I'm qualified, but do you know what? I'm going to win it. I'm going to go win it. I can just play, and then more people will get to be qualified. A Golden Mickey, they're going for the Golden Mickey Mouse. They want it. They're going to take it home, but they've already got their spot in the EU Continentals.
I think, yeah, even if you're qualified for the Continentals, that wouldn't stop you from wanting to get more wins and your name on the
You want to get your Elsa promos, you want to get your Simba's promos, you want to get your Mulan promos. They'll be going for everything.
And also you just want to stay sharp so that once Continentals comes around, that you're still on the top of your game.
Absolutely. And especially like everyone here this weekend, you know, they're getting ready. Everyone's testing all the decks for next week, preparation. Everybody looking at this weekend thinking, going to see which deck comes out on top. Maybe people are going to take these decks, maybe add their own spice. We've seen a card, They Come Back, being used a lot this weekend.
They don't come back.
They don't come back. They never come back. Have you used that card in your testing? Have you seen any of that card?
I haven't at all, but I was very, very impressed looking at that list. I think it's what Atlantis played.
Yeah.
With the very, very high top end, 3 8-cost Elsa, 3 Monstro. And then suddenly, when you do play, let's say, 3 to 4 of the Spirit of the Winter Elsa, suddenly they never come back. It seems to make a lot of sense and enables you to go into like this race situation and be able to win that race. It comes at the cost of the hypnotic strength, but still you have ways to deal with illusions. And when the illusions are played, often if you do hypnotic strength, you're not doing much else anyway. So like it's not the biggest difference that you have to pay 3 to get rid of an illusion while drawing a card. Yeah, so no, I'm looking forward to testing more with a version like that, because I do think it enables you to play a lot of Elsa and higher top end. And with this Never Come Back, you're like better in the mirror, but maybe also better against Amber Steel, just because of the fact that you're playing more 8-cost Elsa. We have a pack opening as well.
We have curly cards coming in to open some cards. Enchanted.
Where do we have
And
the list?
we're going to
by the
bring
way?
you the finals of the Cardiff CCQ really, really soon. They're just getting seated. They're getting ready. They're just reading each other's decks. They're getting ready. It is Luke Smith versus Alberto Salas, I believe. We have Alberto from Mexico, and Luke is actually from Northern Ireland. So it's a Mexico versus Northern Ireland finals here in Cardiff, Wales. I'm super excited. It's not a Blurple mirror, and I'm so happy to say that it's not a Blurple mirror because we've seen a lot of Amethyst Sapphire this weekend. We've seen the power of Monstro. I know I asked you previously about your opinion on Monstro, and a lot of people running 1 Monstro, 2 Monstro. Do you ever think you'd bring it up to 4 Monstro? We've seen the power of Monstro this weekend.
No, I definitely think you could. There's a line on if you play too many of these 8-cost characters, maybe your early game, your mid game gets a little bit too inconsistent. But I think 3 I can easily see, and even 4 is worth considering. What I love about this finals is really, I think when you come this far, all the way from Mexico, you that shows how much dedication and passion you have for the game, and to see that rewarded is just the most beautiful thing. We have lists now.
We're just being handed the players'
Thanks
deck
to Curly
lists.
Cards.
Thanks to Curly Cards for the deck list. Also, thanks to everyone here. Thanks to Kawa on production is holding down the fort. All of the judges have put in so much hard work. Ben, Alex, Emma, everyone at Ravensburger, and everyone who just came along. And you guys at home sitting there watching us, thank you for joining us for this finals. And after this finals, we are also going to bring you the finals of the Infinity side event that we have here in Cardiff. And so we are going to have Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Sapphire. Do you want to tell us a bit about this matchup, Moyen?
Sure. It's also now, instead of just the generic matchup, I think we could look into their specific lists. Now players are already starting their altering phase. I think one cool thing about this purple is that there's both of the 1-drops that are good at challenging. There's 1 of the Rafikis and 2 of the Royal Guards. Kind of, instead of, I think a lot of people they aren't so sure which one's better, but playing both of them gives you the option to choose. Okay, it's in the situations where you draw both, you can then decide, would I rather have the Rafiki or the Royal Guard here, which I think is generally the sign of a good player. This recognition.
Absolutely. We've already seen the strength of Amethyst card draw and teaming the card draw up against like those cards like the Royal Guard, Octopus Soldier, and Second Star to the right, being able to buff up the Royal Guard strength, and cards like that can definitely be utilized in these kind of matchups to clear the opposing player's board.
For this matchup specifically, I do wonder how open deck lists could maybe change how these games are played, because I think maybe some of this list could be like taken advantage of.
Absolutely. When you've got cards like Dolores, Madrigal, and being able to play an Elsa, exert other characters, and being able to play cards like that can help you like Amethyst do what Amethyst does and draw cards.
Yeah, definitely. And for the opposing side, maybe they're like, as soon as they are approaching this 4 ink turn, they might be more cautious of, do they actually want to exert the character, or maybe they want to try to play around that Dolores Madrigal.
Absolutely. We're going to see a turn 1 Basil for Alberto, and Luke follows that up with a turn 1 Diablo. Absolutely. And just to mention that this round is untimed, hence why the timer is 0-0 players. With a lot to play here, a lot here to play for. Players are going to take a full advantage of the untimed round.
Yeah, you want to win all of these matches, but now there's the continental spot on the line, and this is the grand prize.
Absolutely. Both players having 11 wins under their belt. Alberto being on 11 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, and Luke being on 11 wins and 2 losses. Both are here in the finals, ready to play for their spot in the EU Continentals. We're going to see a Diablo going into the Inkwell for Luke, and the all-powerful Calhoun coming in. We've seen Calhoun put in a lot of work this weekend. She has resist during your turn. Whenever you banish an opposing character off their board, you can gain 2 lore.
Yeah, now that Blurple is on the draw and ramped, and they also play the 1-drop on 1. They're basically set for the early tempo. I think they will do completely fine regarding that. Now they have to be careful that they also do fine for value and don't run out of cards in hand. The Genie is a good first step in that direction.
Absolutely, we're going to see Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, going into the Inkwell for Luke. He's going to play the Cobra, probably deciding here whether or not he wants to discard a card and gain 2 lore.
And now, I think if they have a dock, they're very, very likely to discard. Without it, they might opt to keep the extra card in hand to be able to like ink a little bit better without inking the cards that they actually want to play. We see there's like I think a strength in their hand.
Absolutely, but also choosing to discard so early on can leave Luke open with not a lot of cards to play later on. Definitely did decide not to choose and discard a card. We do see a strength in hand, definitely probably wanting to value that strength. Gets the Cobra out, probably wants to try and build up a wide enough board so he can play strength at just the right moment.
Yeah, and this is a bit tricky because you could get rid of the Cobra this turn if you have something like Hypnotic Strength, but that could mean that you're doing nothing else over the entire turn. But not getting rid of it this turn would mean that you are open to getting Strength of a Raging Fired.
Absolutely, we're going to see Elsa, the 5th spirit, coming in. Alberto is going to decide to exert the giant Cobra and is going to challenge with the Elsa. He did quest with the Basil to support the Elsa, give Elsa that extra 2 strength, and is going to challenge that giant Cobra.
This leaves Basil exerted for the Calhoun to take advantage of, but now that the Calhoun is on 1 damage, either the Genie or Elsa could finish that off, as Luke doesn't have access to the Bell yet, as they're still on 4 ink this turn.
Absolutely, and we know Sapphire players are looking to ramp up to that all-important 7 to 8 ink threshold. We know Alberto plays Monstros in the deck. If Luke is able to build up a wide enough board and Alberto can play a Monstro at just the right time to be able to challenge enough of these characters, discards enough cards to be able to ready his Monstro, we could see that happening here if Alberto really wants to regain board control.
Yeah, also, it's easier said than done to say, okay, my opponent plays 4 Dolores Madrigal in the deck, I'll just not exert my character, because exerting your characters is very important to deal with the opposing questing characters, to be able to sing stuff. You can't just say, okay, I'll never exert, so there's still these situations where it comes in very, very handy.
Absolutely, and like players don't want to leave themselves open for possible challenges, things like Bell happening, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. And Alberto is going to play the Bell, Accomplished Mystic, going to move 3 damage off the Elsa onto the Dolores Madrigal, and Dolores is going to go into the discard, and along with Calhoun, really making a great decisions here by Alberto, really taking back board control. And all that Luke is left with here is the Diablo.
Yeah, they very much capitalized on their ink advantage that they were able to obtain by going first, but also by having access to the ramp in Sapphire. And I think the biggest way where Luke could come back is if Alberto was to run out of cards, but them inking this elephant kind of signals to me, oh, I don't think they're running out of cards. They can probably deal or play meaningful turns for a while.
Absolutely, and I do like this Elsa, the 5th spirit, coming in for Luke. He's going to challenge Alberto's Elsa, the 5th spirit, and if this Elsa on Luke's board is able to stick around a turn, Luke could possibly play a Bell of his own and move the 2 damage off of his Elsa onto one of Alberto's characters.
This is a matchup that really shows how good Bell can be, as like there's a million opportunities to be able to get value out of that card.
Absolutely, and another Elsa, the 5th spirit, coming in for Alberto. He is going to exert the Diablo. We see the Genie and an Elsa taking out Luke's Elsa, and Bella's going to challenge and take out that Diablo. Alberto really keeping the control of the board here. Doesn't want Luke to be able to keep a lot of characters on his board, but Luke is going to bring down a Bell, Accomplished Mystic of his own. Going to move 2 damage off Alberto's Elsa onto the Genie, and being able to send the Genie into Alberto's discard.
Yeah, kind of playing from behind, Luke was never able to use the Bell to heal one of your characters and deal damage to one of the opposing, so they were forced to just like move damage from one of the opposing to another of the opposing characters. I was slightly surprised last turn to see Alberto maybe challenge the Diablo. I think with how little lore Luke was on, maybe Alberto could have just said, okay, I value this 2 lore more and start the race, and then deal with it on their terms. I think they might have been in a position where they can just say, okay, I value the lore that I gain more than the lore that you gain at this stage, which is unusual for the matchup, but the roles can quickly change in any matchups depending on the game state.
Absolutely, and we know that Luke is going to have strength in his deck, strength of a Raging Fires in his deck. He's going to want to try and build up a large board presence to be able to hit Alberto's characters with enough strength of the Raging Fire to be able to banish them. But unfortunately, Alberto's really taking control of the board here, doing such a great job of keeping his characters so wide on his board and keeping Luke's board down to a minimum.
Yeah, I think we've seen the strength of a Raging Fire kind of getting stuck in Luke's hand until now, just because Alberto was always able to clear one more character that just got played readily.
Absolutely, we're going to see a Genie and a Calhoun coming in for Luke, and he is going to sing the strength of a Raging Fire to clear Alberto's Dumbo.
Yeah, and while Luke was playing from behind for the first 5 turns, you could easily see how the strength of a Raging Fire is really what might enable them to swing the board back, and now it's 4 characters on the board for Luke, while it's only 2 for Alberto. Now Alberto kind of needs to find some of their top end. Like a Hades is usually a big tempo swing that you can go for here. A Dumbo can maybe bridge you into that late game. We also see there's 2 Monstro, which are a pain to deal with, as Steel kind of relies on actually dealing damage to characters to be able to banish them.
Absolutely, just like what you said, we're going to see Hades, Infernal Schemer. Alberto is going to ink Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe. Bring the Hades in, going to send a card of Luke's into the Inkwell. We're also going to see an Elsa challenge the Diablo and send it into the discard. It's going to be a Giant Cobra into the Inkwell for Luke, and he's going to play a Dock. Going to be able to draw 2 cards. Definitely searching for answers here to help him deal with Alberto's strong board.
Yeah, so what do you need here? You need maybe more strength of a Raging Fire to do with this board, but also, I think specifically you need characters that replace themselves, like Dolores Madrigal, like Genie, and the density of them is very high in their deck, as they opted to play 4 of both of those.
Absolutely, and Luke now having 5 characters on his board, giving Alberto more characters to deal with here, but it is 9 lore till 3. Alberto, 3 characters on the board, does have the ability to quest for 5 up to 14.
And that's the fascinating part about this to me, is that it kind of looks like Luke would be asking the questions, but I think Alberto can quickly just say, okay, no, instead of challenging, I will be the one questing, and you will have no option but to challenge into me, and I will be the one asking the question.
Absolutely, and I love the use of Dumbo, especially after players have established the invasive character on the board. Alberto here being able to play the Dumbo, he's going to be able to use Dumbo's effect and exert to the Elsa, being able to pay 1, exert the Elsa, gain a lore, and draw an additional card, possibly helping him here find the vision of the future. He's able to search for possible more answers. Maybe he's searching for perhaps an Into the Unknown, maybe to help him deal with some of Luke's characters further down the line.
And now a big question that you have to ask yourself is, am I ready to be the aggressor, or am I scared to then get like out controlled on the board? Am I ready to turn these characters sideways and enable some of the advantageous traits for Luke? But I do think you definitely can, because if your opponent's characters are challenging, they're not questing.
No, absolutely. And Alberto is going to choose 2 quests with the Hades and the Bell. Luke does have a load of characters on the board who will be able to challenge both the Hades and the Bell. He does have 2 Genies satisfied dragons on the board, which do gain evasive on his turn, meaning he will be able to challenge the Elsa 5th Spirit if he does choose to.
Right, and the scary part is the evasive character is a problem as long as the Dumbo's there, because it can draw cards, but at the same time, your opponent's at 14 lore, you might just be forced to have to take out the Hades and the Bell as they're questing for 2.
Absolutely, especially if he didn't draw a strength of his own, a strength of the Rage of Fire, he wouldn't be able to deal with that and not exerted Dumbo. And he is going to use both Genies to challenge into the Elsa 5th Spirit. both genies taking back 2 damage from the Elsa in return.
Lawrence and Calhoun might be able to take out the Hades very efficiently, as yes, the Lawrence doesn't. Okay, as the Lawrence would take damage, so it no longer has that 4 strength, but still it needs to be taken out, which takes some time. Instead, they opted to double trade Calhoun into the bell on the board and just turned the Lawrence sideways, saying, okay, yes, I can control the board a little bit more, but I do think I need to pressure a little bit on my own by questing here.
Absolutely. We do see that Monstro we were talking about earlier in Alberto's hand. I believe if he does ink a card here, he will be able to get up to 8. But he does choose to sing with both of his characters. A second star to the right, and he's going to draw 5 more cards.
And this would almost not be possible without the Monstro, but with the Monstro, you can turn these cards that you just gained into gaining back tempo immediately.
Absolutely, being able to ink a card here. Being able to sing with these characters is so vital because he still has all of his ink left to play with. He's going to be able to play the Monstro and being able to draw 5 cards with that second star to the right, meaning he does have the opportunity to discard a card multiple times and ready that Monstro and challenge into a lot of Luke's characters here.
And the big question is, okay, so you probably want to take 2 challenges and your Monstro is still alive, maybe take out the Genie and the Lawrence, but do you want to really discard another card just so it challenges into the Genie while getting banished itself? So okay, it opted to take out the 2 Genies here, and now the question is, do you really discard a card to take out the Lawrence?
Absolutely, because you also have to consider, if I discard so many cards now, am I going to need them next turn? Yes, Alberto is on 14 lore. It's 14 to 8, but could he need a card next game to help him finish out and close this game 1?
Right, I guess taking out the Genies makes a lot of sense, just so your Dumbo is at least protected on board, even if there's still the opposing Genie on the board. And as discarding cards completely fine, if it means that you're drawing more cards over the next turns just by the Dumbo being alive and you being able to trigger that for draw a little bit more often.
Absolutely. There's going to be a Dolores Madrigal coming in for Luke. Alberto's cards are exerted, meaning he is going to draw an additional card. And it is that Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, coming in for Luke. With already an evasive character on the board, he would be able to use Dumbo's ability, but I believe he is going to quest. It's going to be 11 lore to 14, and we're going to go back to Alberto.
Yeah, these have been amazing draws for Luke. He was completely out of cards after the dock, and suddenly Genie off the top into just flooding the board a little bit more. Now the Dolores and the Dumbo kind of being able to use a lot of his ink while still being very, very low on cards.
Yeah. Alberto using Dumbo's ability here to pay 1 will exert the Dumbo and gain a lore to draw an additional card. We do see a Hypnotic Strength in the hand there. I believe it's also a Tipo. We did see previously there is a Hades, and he is going to use the Hades on Luke's Dumbo to send that into his inkwell.
No more draw for the Dumbo. This is like a very, very high priority target, and both of these enchanted Hades having dealt with that very, very well.
Absolutely. Another one of the cards reprinted in this set, and I'm so happy it has an
Another
enchanted.
Genie!
But it's going to be another Genie wish fulfilled for Luke. He's going to draw a card, and will it help him? Oh, it's going to be a Dolores Madrigal coming in again, and there is characters exerted on Alberto's board, meaning he is going to draw an additional card. But no, it's not the answer. It's not going to help Luke here, and it is going to be game 1 going to Alberto.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible how every turn Alberto was dealing with the threats on Luke's side of the board, and Luke was running out of cards. But still, every turn he was just playing 2 more 2 questers, Genie Dumbo, Genie Madrigal. And if it wasn't for Alberto just saying, okay, I'm no longer just going to play your game, I'm going to quest myself, these threats would have never stopped coming down.
Absolutely, and I love the use of being able to sing with the characters that are already on the board. Second star to the right, refilling Alberto's hand, and then being able to play the monster. And then he has all those cards he drew off second star to be able to discard and ready the Monstro and get ready again to be able to challenge. But we're going to go into game 2 pretty shortly, and this time Luke is going to be on the play.
Yes, and this combination of cards has been incredible. Both second star and Monstro have been somewhat underwhelming before the rotation.
Yep.
Now that rotation is hit, suddenly both of them are not just individually good enough, but also they synergize so well together. One, Monstro is great at singing second star, but also singing second star makes Monstro so much better.
Absolutely, being able to bring 5 cards into your hand and then play Monstro, especially if you have the characters on board already to be able to sing second star. And we just seen it here in game 1. Alberto showed us the power of having cards on the board that sing together second star to the right. I know you highly rated it in testing and everything. People probably going into next week now in Bologna being like, oh, maybe I will play a second star to the right. People who maybe thought maybe it's not powerful, but look, you can team it up with Monstro, draw your 5 cards, play a Monstro. Just don't play 4. You might end up bricking your hand and being stuck with 4 second star to the rights in your hand.
I do remember the first time I was also talking very highly of the card. I got a lot of feedback. It's like, oh, I played so many second star, it bricked me all the time. It wasn't very good. But I do still think there is a lot of value in that card, even if the highs of the cards are very high and the lows of the cards are very low. But there's some incredible plays that they enable you to do. If you get a single second star off, you're generally winning all of the long matchups where you had time to play it. One of my favorite plays, which unfortunately is only possible if you play like multiple copies of second star, which Alberto is doing as well with the two copies of second star, is when your Monstro sings second star, and then you discard one of those cards to re-ready him, and then you use him and another character to just sing that second star. That is, it doesn't happen that often,
No.
but if you ever get to do it, it's a great feeling.
Absolutely. We saw it earlier. Someone was able to sing a second star with a Monstro and a Tipo, and that's not something you generally see, and something that's really cool.
So we're back at the altering phase. This time it will be Luke going first, which was very crucial to be able to play from ahead. Both of these players, they'd much rather play from ahead than have to recover at all stages.
Absolutely. And we talked earlier about if you would choose a Royal Guard or a Rafiki Mystical Fighter. Luke does play both in his deck. He's definitely going to be wanting to have either one of them, turn 1, definitely a 2-drop, perhaps a Calhoun, and then into a 3-drop. For Alberto, he's going to want to be altering his hand here. He wants to hit that turn 2 ramp.
And in this matchup, I do think you'd probably prefer the Royal Guard, as there's not much there where you really need the 3rd strength. I guess the Calhoun is nice to challenge into, where the 3rd strength or being able to challenge for 3 really helps. But so can the Royal Guard if you're able to ramp with Sail instead of Tipo on 2.
Absolutely. And Alberto here does play... Or doesn't play, actually, any of the Basils. We've seen that previously being a 1-drop opener for a lot of Blurple decks. Not something that he decided to play. Oh, he does play. I was looking at the wrong list. Definitely something he is looking to alter his hand for here. If he has a turn 1 Basil, a turn 2 ramp, either it being a Tipo or a Sail the Azurite Sea.
And Alberto must be feeling very confident. Even if this game might be difficult to win, they're now 1 game away from being able to qualify for continentals in Europe while flying all the way from Mexico.
Absolutely. You've come all the way out here to Cardiff from Mexico. You're not going to want to make that big trip be a waste, and you're going to go into the rest of this season knowing you have your spot in the EU Continentals. And we are going to see a turn 1 Royal Guard for Alberto, followed up by Captain Hook, and then a turn 2 Calhoun for Luke.
Turn 2 Calhoun, incredibly important here. Without it, how can your 1-drop ever quest? Because the Royal Guard's just taking it out very efficiently. But if you can then on the crackback kind of take out the Royal Guard very efficiently, you don't care if Royal Guard's taking out this Captain Hook.
Absolutely. It's going to be a double 1-drop here for Alberto. It's going to be the Rafiki Mystical Fighter and the Basil coming into play. Just a Calhoun now left on the board for Luke is going to challenge that Royal Guard and gain 2 additional lore off that Calhoun.
Yeah, Rafiki will be able to take Calhoun out on the crackback, but at the same time, they missed ramp. But what this double 1-drop could enable them to do is have the Rafiki take out the Calhoun, and maybe you just into the unknown your own Basil, if that's something that they have access to kind of say, okay, I didn't have the ramp I wanted, but my deck's built around ramp, I'm still ramping.
Absolutely. Alberto taking the chance here to play 2 1-drops instead of his turn 2 ramp. Maybe he didn't have the turn 2 ramp, but I did see a Tipo in his hand.
And this is very unfortunate to find that Tipo just 1 turn after you really wanted it. A Tipo on 3 is much worse than a Tipo on 2.
Absolutely. He will be able to ink a card here, possibly off turn, and then play an additional 1-drop. Unfortunately, just next turn, though, he would be able to establish the Genie or a 4-drop, or possibly even a 5-drop next turn if he does have an additional card to ink.
Yeah, also deciding to play this Tipo it's an actual decision. It also means, because you could just ink, play a 4-drop, then a 5-drop. It means they really value being able to play a 5-drop next turn, which to me makes a lot of sense, specifically with the Basil on the board.
Absolutely, being able to establish characters on the board, and we've seen it. Like, both characters are going to want to establish as many characters on the board, and then the all-important decision: when should I quest? When should I exert my characters? And it's decisions like these that I find so fascinating, and players are just able to control each other's boards.
And they're questing for 2. You're kind of implying to me that there's not a strength of a Raging Fire, because this Basil, he doesn't look very threatening, but this Basil can pack a huge punch combined with something like an Elsa. And if you had a strength of Raging Fire, you'd be more than happy to take out a Basil, even if it's just a 1-drop.
Absolutely, because we could see a potential Elsa, the 5th Spirit, coming in here. Could be supported alongside that Basil being able to take out potential Lawrence, or even the Genie, as the Elsa has the ability to exert an opposing character.
Yeah, this Tipo on the board, it's not just like, okay, yes, it came down turn 3, yes, it's not how you wanted to ramp, but against the Lawrence, what it does threaten to do very well is just take that 4 strength of the Lawrence as soon as Tipo will damage it.
Exactly. And exactly like we were saying earlier, he is going to play that Elsa, the 5th Spirit, going to exert that Genie, going to support it with the Basil, and is able to deal 4 damage in order to be able to banish that Genie.
Yeah, and at this point in time, even with Amethyst Steel being on the play, and Alberto ramping on turn 3, I do think they did a good job of stabilizing the spot for now.
But it's going to be followed up by an Elsa of his own, and going to be used to exert that, going to be used to challenge into that Basil and banish it. Not going to let Alberto be able to support any more characters with that Basil.
Yeah, and this is okay, but I do think if they had one of their belts, that might have been an even better play, because it would have not just gotten rid of the Basil, but also re-enabled the 4 strength on your Lawrence. And they did opt for the full 4 count of Bell, which is it's not super common, but I think makes a lot of sense in Amethyst Steel.
Absolutely. And well, we didn't see it from Luke, but we are going to see it from Alberto. That Bell, accomplished Mystic coming in, going to move the damage off the Elsa, going to banish Luke's Elsa of his own.
And Lawrence gained a lot of lore, but it's not fighting for the board very well. As soon as it exerts, at some point, Alberto will say, okay, I will deal with it when I want to. I will deal with it now. And challenge into it without taking any damage. The only reason they haven't been able, or they were able to deal with it in the last few turns, but they always were like, okay, but this Basil Elsa is too efficient. This Bell is too efficient, just to gain control over the evasives first. I think at some point this Lawrence will still be a little bit of a liability.
Yeah, we're going to see a Happy come into play for Luke. And then we're going to pass back over to Alberto. Could potentially see another Bell if he did have it in hand to remove that final damage. Or could possibly see another Elsa coming in. But no, we're going to see a Finders Keepers. And not only just a normal Finders Keepers, it's an enchanted Finders Keepers. Into a second star to the right. So not only did he draw 3 cards off Finders Keepers, he is going to sing second star to the right with his Elsa and his Bell to draw 5 cards. How insane is that?
That is absolutely incredible. Suddenly, so the second star nets you 4, the Finders Keeper nets you 2. You just gain 6 cards in terms of card advantage. But at the same time, now your game plan, if you're Luke, it has to change. It has to be, okay, I'm never winning the long game. My opponent just drew 8 cards. But what they didn't do, they didn't develop any characters. They didn't play for tempo this turn at all, outside of this 1-drop Basil that they were able to fit in. And now this has to be the window of opportunity where maybe you can flood the board, sing a strength, and try to run away with the game. You're already on 7 lore.
Absolutely. It does seem like, as it is 7 lore against 1, Alberto may be on the little downside here, but he has such an abundance of cards. He drew 3 off Finders Keepers, and he drew 5 off second star to the right. Yes, both his Elsa and Bell are exerted, but Elsa being evasive, it's not going to be able to be. It could only be challenged by the Genie unless Luke is able to play an Elsa here and maybe rush into it. Or maybe a Hypnotic Strength to be able to give the Genie more strength to be able to finish off the Elsa.
Right, the hypnotic strength works very, very well here. I think there's another turn where Bell would have been very, very good to like heal your Lawrence, take out the Basil, and then maybe Lawrence can like contest the opposing Bell. But still, they were able to flood the board here, and Alberto, he will win the long game if he gets to the long game. But Alberto will have to play from behind for the next 3-4 turns.
Absolutely. I do like the play here, using the Hypnotic Strength on the Happy, as Happy is evasive on your turn, being able to clear the Elsa off Alberto's board. But with such an abundance of cards in Alberto's hand, he definitely has a wide range of options here to play.
It's generally your turns get a lot more difficult when you suddenly have 8 extra cards in hand.
Yep. And Alberto being on 6 ink here, I believe, could ink a card, and if he does have a Hades in hand, I do see him having another Finders Keepers in hand if he does choose to draw cards, but definitely wants to try and regain board control here. We are going to see a TikTok coming in. He is evasive.
Yes, and this card, I think this is the main matchup you play it for. In some of the other matchups, against Emma Steel, sometimes it's too slow. Against Amethyst Sapphire Mirror, a lot of the time it gets Hades and you're unhappy. But against Amethyst Steel, this is a very, very difficult character to take out.
Absolutely. We are going to see a Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, going into the Inkwell for Alberto. Royal Guard coming into play then. Alberto really trying to build back up his board state to compete with Luke here.
Yeah, I'm really curious that they still kept that Finders Keepers in hand. In my mind, I'm like, they probably have so many cards that I don't think they'll ever need to take a turn off or half of their turn off drawing more cards, and maybe the Dumbo could be better. But at the same time, even the Dumbo can feel a little bit slow in comparison to all of the other cards that they have access to. Elsa comes into play, exerting that Basil, taking it out.
Absolutely. Doesn't want to let Alberto support any characters with that Basil, as that could come down to haunt Luke in the future. Really trying to take back control of this game. But he is already on 15 lore now. If Alberto is not able to do something to massively get rid of a lot of Luke's characters here, we could be seeing it go to game 3.
Right, they're completely overwhelming the cards that Alberto has on the board, because it takes them some time to get all of the cards that they have in their hand to actually impact the board. Even, I think, inking, there are 2 cards left in hand, even inking another card just to be able to play this Captain Hook, because that's how valuable tempo can be. Suddenly, it doesn't matter if you have a worse turn next turn, a better turn right now might be able to close out the game.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, this TikTok is a 4/7, could be used to get rid of that Genie, but it wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, so, okay, so on the board, you have 3 characters that can challenge. You can take out 3 characters. Let's say you take out all of the 2 Crusters, which you can do with the Bell, maybe the Lawrence, with the TikTok, the Genie. So you can take out 5 lore. They still have 3 lore on the board, which is enough to get them to 18.
Absolutely. We also see a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand, could be used to send one of Luke's cards into the Inkwell. But even getting rid of a Genie and getting rid of a Lawrence would mean he only is able to quest for 4, bringing him up to 19.
The tricky card with them, the tricky thing about them being on 0 cards, but so much lore is, you really don't want them to draw into too many of now Dolores Madrigal, Genie replacing themselves and being able to threaten more. And this Diablo on the board, what do you do? How do you deal with it? Because one option that you could have is maybe you Hades that just to deny the draw and then have less to deal with for the turn after.
Absolutely, but he is going to use that TikTok, like we said, and he's going to go into that Genie Wish Fulfilled to banish it. We could also see the Hades coming in to get rid of this Lawrence, then meaning Luke will only be able to quest up to 14. But no, it's not the Hades. It's going to be Elsa, Spirit of Winter. He's going to be able to choose 2 cards to stay exerted, and they can't ready at the start of Luke's next turn.
Yeah, and this is like the one card outside of maybe Monster, if there's a lot of exerted cards, but it's the one card that can maybe deal with 2 active characters. So here they exerted Captain Hook and Elsa. What I do think makes sense why they are even giving them the draw. Are they drawing? Okay, I think they did draw. Yes, they did draw off the Diablo. Okay, so why I do still think it makes sense to take out that Diablo, even if you're giving them that second card, is because otherwise your Void Guard can't take out anything else. It can only challenge for 2, which it can't even take out the dog, which maybe where the Rafiki can sometimes be better. So, beautiful intricacies between these two 1-drops.
Absolutely. Well, already such a wide lore advantage, and still 4 characters on the board. We are going to see Luke, Strength of the Raging Fire, that belt, send it away. Meaning next turn he does have the potential to quest up to 19, or he could quest up to 18,
I guess.
and then challenge with that Calhoun to be able to get up to 20.
Yeah, but on the board, I think we can see that maybe none of the exerted characters will get to see the next turn, because the Elsa can be challenged by the TikTok, and both the Capnook and Dog can also be challenged by Royal Guard and Elsa. Still, I think it's an important decision that this dog does quest, because what this means is maybe it forces your opposing Elsa to challenge, and if Elsa challenges, now you slow them down for 3, or maybe it takes them 1 more turn to get to 20, which enables you 1 more turn to find White Rose, Cobra, Genie, Dolores Madrigal.
Absolutely. And we've seen the power of Bell, and definitely one great way to get around Calhoun's resist is using Bell to move the damage from TikTok, like we just seen here, onto Calhoun, really making good use of all of these characters' abilities to be able to clear Luke's board. And all we're going to see from Luke is a Dumbo 9th wonder of the universe.
And even the Into the Unknown just played to be able to quest with that Elsa. Now what we're seeing is Alberto can quest for 7 this turn. That puts them to 13, which already means they're threatening another 7 for the turn after, which means they're threatening 20 on the turn after. They're taking out this Dumbo, and Luke is out of these finals.
Absolutely. Alberto is going to be your Cardiff CCQ winner, meaning that he is going to take that all-important EU qualification. He is your first player qualified to the EU Continentals. You're going to see him there next year. Yeah. You're going to be feeling good after that.
Right, I mean, around about maybe 5-ish players made it over from different continents to get to the CCQ, and one of them being able to take this down, completely insane. And they didn't even need game 3.
They didn't need game 3, and we really thought we was going to go to game 3 when Luke was able to gain such a wide board control. But Alberto being able to take control back, being able to... We saw an Into the Unknown, we saw in Hades, and Alberto is going to be your winner going into the EU Continentals.
Yes, I can't wait. I think, well, I still need, you always still need to qualify, but at the same time, I think it's the coolest thing to have also in European continents have some Americans that qualified, or the other way around. I think have people from travel across the continent, get that qualification, and then you always have a great time when it then finally comes to the continental tournaments.
Absolutely, especially traveling over from Mexico. You've got to be feeling good. You've got your spot. Not only have you got a ticket to EU Continentals, but you've got a trip to any DLC you so choose.
Right, that's something I completely forgot. That because I always like just hyper focus on the qualifications, but that's also something that they were able to achieve in that round. What was the final score now? They had like 1 draw, 1 loss, and with the finals 12 wins?
12 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw.
12 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. An absolutely incredible day for them.
Absolutely super happy for Alberto. We are just possibly getting them over here for an interview, waiting to see what happens. Should be bringing you also the finals of the Infinity Side event to see who wins that. And the winner of the Infinity Side event is going to win a booster display of every single set.
Of every single one?
Every single set, I believe.
And why was I not playing?
Why were you not playing?
I didn't know.
Did you bring an Infinity deck with you?
No, I didn't realize there was an Infinity tournament.
So we're going to have Alberto. Do you want to do the interview?
Okay. Yeah, I can do it. Huge congratulations, Alberto.
Thank you.
How do you feel now having locked in? Basically, you went for the dream, traveling across continents to get that qualification. How does it feel to really achieve that?
I don't know. I think it hasn't synced in.
Yeah, it will take some time.
Yeah, because you know when he said like, "Oh yeah, I'm done," you know, like it's your game. I was like, I don't know, I couldn't believe it, right? Because I came here like, you know, I wanted to practice for Bologna,
Yes.
so just like winning the whole thing is like, wow.
Right.
You know, yeah.
So will you be staying until Bologna in Europe or?
Oh yeah, I will play.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
definitely.
Yeah, the qualification is nice, but there's more winning to be done.
Yeah.
No, in that second game, I assume. I mean, I don't know how it. Like, you want to win every game, right? But in game 2, maybe you know you're on the draw. If you lose, you have another game, and you miss ramp on 2. You have to like have this awkward turn 3 with the T-bow after playing 3 1-drops. You're like, maybe I'll win the next game. But but you stayed locked in and
Yeah. No, I actually missed the ramp on purpose. I had the T-bow.
Okay.
But I had a lot of 1-drops as well.
Right.
So what I did, I played my 1-drops and made him think that I didn't have, because I didn't have a turn 4.
Yes. Okay.
So previously in a round, I lost because I ramped with no turn 4.
Right.
So I figured, let's not do that again.
Right.
Right?
I think I've had that happen once yesterday, where it's like, even if you ramp, if you don't have a turn 4 play, it's kind of like you missed ramp.
Yeah,
Because what
yeah.
did you ramp to? You just like, it's the same
Exactly.
as if you missed turn 2 and then ramped.
Yeah.
So that's great recognition. We didn't see that you had the T-po already.
Yep.
Because if you let's just imagine you ramp with the T-po and take that challenge. Suddenly you cannot challenge back into the Calhoun that's now exerted.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
that's I'm very happy to hear that you had it and still recognized. Okay, I have a better play here.
Yeah. 100%.
I think one of the coolest moments to watch in that game was maybe when you played the Finders Keepers, found the second star, and now suddenly you drew 8 cards in one turn.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like a whole new world only for me. Right?
A whole new world, but you don't get a whole new world.
I actually told him, oh, I just high rolled you.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like Finders Keepers, and then like I sing, it's like nuts, right?
Right, but at the same time, at that moment you knew, okay, if the game goes long, you'll have more than enough resources.
Yeah.
But also it's scary because one turn you didn't do anything. Maybe they can go wide, flood the board and go close to 20 that way. And they had a threatening board as well.
Yeah.
But
it was either that or playing the TikTok and be like empty-handed, and you never want to do that against.
So you'd have to have inked the Finders Keepers to be able to play that TikTok. So
I said, let's just find something.
Yeah, and
right?
find something.
Yeah,
find something. You
I did. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there anything maybe regarding your list that like you think worked really well that people don't recognize yet, or how you should build Blurple?
Yeah, the 1-drops.
The 1-drops.
The 2 Royal Guards and the 1 Rafiki, they put in work today.
Yeah,
you know.
Immediately when we got handed the list, that was like the main thing I talked about, which was like, okay, so the entire community is like, which 1-drops better? But in reality, sometimes one's better, sometimes the other one.
Exactly.
So I was super happy to see you recognizing that and then having the Rafiki for some situations, the Royal Guard for others.
Because sometimes you just need like that extra challenge. For example, against like a Calhoun.
Yeah, Calhoun or Manala. Against the Calhoun, it showed very nicely, where you had exactly the Rafiki for that.
Exactly. But sometimes like Royal Guard is really good in the late game.
Yes.
Because you can do like throw 8 cards and suddenly he has like 8 challenger, right? So that's pretty good.
Yeah,
right?
that is very good. It says like, and sometimes even early in the game, you just need to challenge for 2, but you are happy to have 1 strength when they challenge back into it. So yeah, personally, I've always been like, maybe I slightly prefer the guard, but I think if you just only very slightly prefer it, it makes total sense to just play both of them.
Yeah. I said, okay, let's try to find the right one in every mulligan, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean you will always have the right one for the right situation, but sometimes you draw both and you can decide, okay, I play the better one for this situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Then there's the one Ursula Voice Stealer as like an extra exert card.
Yeah, so like I have that one. It's like my meme card in my LGS.
Okay.
You know, it's just like sometimes he has won me games and sometimes it has lost me games.
Yeah.
Today it won me the semifinals.
Okay.
Just because it has 4 health.
Okay.
So they couldn't out it with Bell.
Yeah.
So
it's like it exerted something. It still was difficult to take out.
Yeah, and but I mean I have that just to high roll the Into the Unknown, sure, on turn 5, but like against aggro, that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Or just to exert something.
Yes.
Like so sometimes I just need like an extra Elsa.
Yeah.
like an off-brand Elsa, kind of.
Yeah, it's
So-
like you, especially against Amber Steel, sometimes you stabilize kind of, but you still have to deal with the ready characters that they just like draw into.
Yeah.
And having more cards for that situation proved very valuable for you. As one more thing is maybe the vision that you also
yeah.
opted to include. Is this? This is over the develop your brain, right?
Yes, I have no
Right.
develop. Like I would like the develop, but I feel sometimes they're very slow, or sometimes I was finding like not really a window to play it. And vision can see 5 cards.
Right.
And sometimes you just need to find that card that's gonna help you, right? So
Yes. So
yeah.
even if develop is cheaper, you feel like I'm not really finding the card I need
Yeah.
with the develop, and the vision achieves that much better.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, but if I were to make a change to my deck, would be like 4 vision.
Okay, so it performed that good. You just want to play another one.
I think I would have been more consistent with my second start to the right.
Right.
If
Like-
I had the extra vision, because sometimes it came up like, oh, there's the Ursula.
Yeah.
I wish it was a vision.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah.
I can see that, especially with the 2-second star. Like, there's no better feeling than having the singers for second star. And you're like, okay, I'll vision for it, finding that,
Exactly.
closing out the game that
Or
way.
Finders Keepers it as well.
Yeah. So another huge congrats.
Thank you.
I hope to see you at Continentus. I hope I can qualify as well. You now have the very first European qualification, also alongside, I guess, France and Sweden that happened this weekend.
That's crazy.
Is there any shout-outs you would like to give?
Yeah, I like to shout out I'm from Mexico, so I mean the scene is really strong in Mexico. There's really strong players there, but I think we need more support.
Yes,
for
it's difficult
yeah.
to travel to all of these events.
Yeah. There's no CCQ Mexico, for instance. The big events are like made by the local stores. Like, shout out to Reino de Magos, which is like a really big store in Querétaro. Also, the pub game store Cholula, which is my LGS, the one I play every Wednesday. You'll find me there. And to all my friends and everyone that has helped me test, especially my friend Jose. He has helped me a lot testing, you know? I'm really happy, guys. And to my team as well. Testigos de Kronk. Lo logré, chicos. I made it. So, yeah.
So just one more
Sure.
question. So were you the only Mexican that came over to this event, or did you have others as well?
I came on my own.
You came
to
completely on your
play,
own.
Yeah.
Amazing story.
Yeah. So, yeah. And also, I like to shout out, I don't know, every single person that has helped me test and play, And also, I don't know, you guys as well. Because I watch your videos, so that's awesome. And DKP, the GOAT, he helped me a lot.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Again, another huge congrats on
Thank
your
you.
win, and go celebrate with everyone that helped you get there.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
congrats on your second place.
Thank you
finish.
very much.
I always feel it's difficult to congratulate someone after their loss, but second place is still an amazing one nonetheless. To me, I've seen very little Amethyst Steel around the room.
Yeah.
How do you feel it's positioned in the meta?
So I chose to play Amethyst Steel because I felt that the format was triangular. A lot of people say this. Amethyst Steel beats the Yellow Steel aggro deck, the Yellow Steel aggro deck beats Blurple, and Blurple beats Amethyst Steel. The way that I thought about it was that the matchup between the Amber Steel matchup for Blurple is completely horrible, and the aggro matchup for Purple Steel is quite good, right? Purple Steel's matchup is... But the matchup between Blurple and Purple Steel is a lot closer.
Yeah.
It's only about 5% one way or the other, realistically. And if you're on the play as the Purple Steel player, it gets, it's possibly even advantaged for you. Just because you're a big tempo deck. If there are not a lot of things that beat 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, Genie, Strength of a Raging Fire, right?
Yeah.
So I felt that I didn't really want to play an entire weekend of Blurple mirror matches.
Yes.
My opponent...
There was a lot of them.
Yep. My opponent has done that, and he's a better man than I am. But yeah, so I didn't want to play Blurple for that reason. So I thought that Purple Steel was the second best choice, realistically. And I've tried to position it. My problem with a lot of Steel decks in general is that the Steel cards are really incredibly good if you play them on curve, and then really incredibly bad if you play them at any other time.
Yes.
So you see a lot of the Purple Steel decks that are playing the Jafar that boosts attack, or the Lilo that boosts attack, the Smee, the 3-2-1 that gains evasive during your turn, things like that. And though I wanted to be playing almost as few Steel cards as possible.
Yes.
So that I wouldn't draw them into the late game. I failed completely, as you saw in the previous match there. But that was the plan, realistically. And as a trade-off for those, I decided that I wanted to be a bigger version of Purple Steel. So I wanted to be I'm on the full 4 12-drops. 4 Dolores Madrigal, who's a fantastic card. It's basically just Genie, but slightly different stats and not evasive.
And Inkable.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the benefit as well. I just wanted to have as many big things as possible.
Right.
The other benefit of that is that they mean that you are the bigger deck in the mirror match.
Yes.
So in the mirror match that I played in top 16, I looked at my opponent's deck list, and they were playing the Madam Mims, the Jafars, the things like that. And in that position, you're sort of like, well, as long as I don't get aggroed in the early game, my end game is going to be much better than my opponent's. I have 4 more draw card 4-drops than they do. I've got 4 bells, they've only got 1.
Yeah.
Like my draws in the late game are going to be significantly better.
Yeah.
And that's a way of getting ahead in the mirror match as well. Like you said, there weren't that many. I actually think I eliminated the only other Purple Steel deck in top 16, which was unfortunate, really, because I quite like the deck.
Yeah, you built it for the mirror, and when you did face it, you were able to beat it.
I mean, my Blurple matchup is fine as well. I think I played 8 of them.
Yeah.
Maybe 9 over the course of the weekend.
And you won a lot of them.
I lost 2, but I won all the other ones.
Yes.
So
7-2 against Blurple.
Yeah, I know,
that
right?
Doesn't sound like
That's
bad
a good
matchup.
record, right? Overall.
Yeah, and in your deck specifically, I do think just like the quality of draws later in the game is very, very high. Also with the 4 bells. And it must have treated you very well up until the final. And even in the final, I think there was a lot of spots where I was like, Bell would be amazing for you here.
Oh, yeah. In game 1 of the finals, there were about 3 turns in a row where I was like, if I draw Bell, we're significantly ahead in this game. Well, not significantly ahead, but we're back in it, basically.
Right. And that's exactly where, like, still the strength of how you build the deck showed, even if in this particular game you didn't draw the Bell, but by you having 4 in the deck, you really made sure you had the best chance to really get the card for that situation.
Exactly. We found, unfortunately, at the end of that game, we found about 4 4-drops in a row, which is the plan for when we're not about to lose.
Yeah.
But when we are about to lose, those cards are significantly worse, and you need Bell, you need Elsa, you need Strength.
Yeah.
Then the complete opposite happened in game 2, where I really needed to have Dolores, Genie, and these things to keep my board going and keep applying pressure.
Yeah.
But I kept drawing Elsas, and I think there was 1 Bell, and then things like Genie and Captain Hook and things like that are not really... Like, they're characters and they quests.
Yeah, so when your opponent drew 8 cards in one turn, you had all the cards that are good from behind, but now you really wanted to play from ahead.
Yeah, this is it, right? I mean, the there are massive high roll draws in the format in general. I like to joke that we draw our opening 7 cards, we play those 7 cards, and then we flip the top 4 cards of our deck, and whoever has the better 4 cards wins the game.
Right, which is very simplified. That's
it is
not
very
really
simplified,
how it goes.
absolutely. But the idea is that especially with the purple steel deck, your deck is only about 45-50% good cards, and the rest of it is bad cards that you don't. Well, they're
really
cards that are
want.
not bad,
Yeah.
but they're cards that are not the ones that you want in the late game.
Yeah.
And the idea is that whoever draws, if you draw all the bad cards, you lose. If you draw all the good cards, you win. And unfortunately, my opponent's top 4 cards contained Finders Keepers into second star from the right.
Yeah, and
Which
those were
is-
pretty good cards in those situations.
Absolutely, this is it. I mean, dog giveth and dog taketh away.
Yeah, I guess regarding your deck building, that one interesting thing about the way you build your deck specifically is that a lot of Amethyst decks recently they've been built around the Illusions and the Treasure Guardian.
Yeah.
And while yes, you opted for the Dolores Madrigal, but still you wanted to have the Raya in there.
Yeah, I think that the Raja is quite a big part of your early game against aggressive decks.
Okay.
So it's important when you decide to play the bigger variation that you don't weaken your aggro matchup badly enough to kind of defeat the point, because the idea is that you're good against aggro anyway,
Yeah.
and that your matchup into Blurple is okay. So you don't want to reduce your aggro matchup too much in order to increase your Blurple matchup. So Raja's quite important in that. Being a 3/3, it means that it survives an awful lot. There are options for Mr. Smee or something like that as well. Realistically, I think that if your opponent is pointing a removal spell at Raja on turn 2 in an
Yeah.
aggro matchup or a Blurple matchup, that's fantastic anyway, and they're
Yeah.
welcome. They're welcome to do that.
It's not the end of the
Um,
world, and most 2-drops you can play
Yeah.
that are inkable they don't
Yeah.
survive a fire
Well,
the cannon.
this is it, right? Like if you're playing Jafar, Royal Vizier, or Mr. Smee instead, those cards still die to fire the cannons.
Yes.
They just die to damage rather than their
Rather
own
getting
ability.
vanished,
Yeah.
right? That's not
Exactly.
big difference.
There's no
right?
difference there
How they get
fundamentally.
vanished.
But Raja's third point of toughness does often come up.
Yes.
Especially against Basils and against like Royal Guards and things like that in the Blurple matchup.
Yes, and yeah, looking at your deck, what you said earlier, it is a lot of Amethyst cards, but
Yeah.
just the few steel cards that are in there, they're just very good. For example, Dog and Strength.
In the rotation, we kind of lost an awful lot in the 3-drop slot in general for Amethyst. Like we're down Mimfox, we're down Merlin Crab, and nothing that I looked at was really ever as good as Merlin Crab. It doesn't feel like it, but that extra 1 point of challenger
Yes.
really does make a difference.
And even just that it's a 3/3 body.
Yeah, as well. That's ridiculous too. Like if the Jafar, I played the Jafar Aspiring Ruler, the 3/2/1 that gives Challenger 2 for a couple of locals.
Yes.
And every time I drew it, I looked at it and went, "The +2's not enough though."
Yeah. Yeah,
like you're looking at Diablo into their 3 toughness guys and being this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or
Or
you-
to their Calhoun.
Yeah, you're.
It's the big
It
thing
doesn't
is
get there.
I mean, it's one, the +2 challenger often doesn't feel enough, and 2, there is a lot of times where you just have to play your 3-cost character on 3, and then to be able to sing at strength at some point. But you'd much rather have like a 3/3
An actual benefit,
like
right?
quest
Yeah.
for 1, and then like a 3/2 quest for 2, or
Yeah, this
even
is
the
it.
Yelana is an option there.
Yeah, 2/3 is the 2 power is kind of what kills it there. At least the Jafar trades with Calhoun or Raja. Yeah, the Jafar being a 2-quester puts it ahead of Lilo in my eyes. I didn't play Cusco Llama or things like that would give Lilo
Yes.
a thing to do. Obviously, if you go turn 1 Diablo, turn 2 Cusco Llama, turn 3 Lilo's fantastic.
Yeah.
But in almost every other situation, Jafar being a 3/2 and a 2-quester is going to be better.
Yeah,
So-
I agree. I think the higher stats when it doesn't buff your entire board and you have a lot of characters to challenge into usually is the bigger advantage than sometimes having like multiple challenger buffs come into effect.
Yeah, on the stats really matter this format basically.
Yes.
So being a 3/2 is just is significantly better than being a 2/3.
Stats are good. You want to be able to sing strength, not get changed
Every
back
time.
into.
I mean, there's a reason we're playing Genie Satisfied Dragon, right? You know?
Yes, that's a high stat character.
yeah,
That's
it's-
always good to on play.
It's overstated. Fantastic. We'll play it. There
Yeah,
we go.
it's evasive on our turn. Okay, great.
It's the same thing with Lawrence as well, actually. Lawrence is kind of a leftover from a previous variation. So the Happy and the Lawrence actually come from a variation where I was trying out the Scar Finally King from the new set. The idea was that Lawrence was an ally and so is Happy, so you get
Yes.
the benefit of his boost, and you
Yes.
can sacrifice them to draw cards.
Yeah, it's a cool
As it
version.
turned out, I actually really liked the allies a lot better than the Scar himself. So
Yeah.
the Scar didn't make the final cut. But Lawrence being a 4/4, that's
Yeah.
great. Happy, he's fine. The reason I chose Happy over Rafiki is that I'm supposed to be the aggro deck into the Blurple matchup.
Right.
So if we get into the stall of Rafiki versus their Rafiki or Rafiki versus their
want
Basil,
to be able to
I want to be able
quest.
to quest.
Makes a lot of sense.
So Happy I can quest with, and if they challenge, he trades.
Yeah.
Rafiki, he just kind of goes away, and it's really sad.
Yeah, and another huge congratulations on your
Thank you
run.
very much.
Great second place. Will we see you in Bologna?
I didn't get a seat for Bologna, I'm afraid. I had problems with the website when arranging tickets, as many people probably did.
Yes, there was a lot of demand for
Yes,
the
there was,
DLCs.
absolutely. I'm hopeful for Ghent in March. Hopefully with 4,000 seats, I've got a better shot. And I might try Dortmund as well. I quite like the look of Infinity format. We'll see how it develops.
Hope to see you then, and another
Absolutely.
huge congrats.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back, and I'm joined for the first time this weekend by Moyen. How you doing, buddy?
Right, we didn't cast.
We didn't. There we go. So I'm glad we got some time in the booth. Have you enjoyed casting a little bit over the weekend?
Very, very much. It's also always like, if I have the option, I generally rather play.
Of course.
But I love playing very much, and the more I cast, I get to realize this is a lot of fun too.
It is a lot of fun. Excellent. And you've asked some really good questions as well. You're a very experienced player, so you think about this maybe from a different point of view to those of us that don't get as much competitive practice and are in the booth. So it's been really fascinating listening to you talk to some of the players over the weekend. Talk to us a little bit about your run. Obviously, it didn't go optimally, but what can you share with us?
Well, I played Sapphire Amethyst, which won't make me the fan favorite. I started like 4-1.
Yeah.
And then lost the next 2 rounds. My 3 losses were against 2 Amber Steel, which were very close, one of them being on stream. And both of them I lost in game 3, and in both of them, one of the games, they reached exactly 20, and they would have never gained another point of lore over like the next 2-3 turns, because they just like would have drawn a card, played it, and I would have dealt with it.
Removed it immediately.
But they were just able to get over the line, so not able to get the wins against Amber Steel, and then I think I got like 3-ish Sapphire Amethyst mirrors.
Got it.
And one of them, I had missed ramp in game 3, which is also one of how I lost one of the Amber Steel matchups. But that can definitely happen. You kind of have to and it will happen. It's like, you can't expect to never miss ramp over a whole day.
Exactly.
You kind of have to make up for it by maybe winning some games going second that you maybe weren't supposed to win.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But let's quickly go over to this little game of Pack Rush that we've got. The Ultimate Specimen Curly Cards going up against Kim. This is Pack Rush. We're joining a little bit in the way. Magic Mirror on the board, Moyen. Does this take you back?
This takes me back so much. Wait, is it on the board?
It is on. I think it's on the board. I mean, how would it? I don't know how you discard it unless there was a Mulan or something.
And it got Benjat.
Oh my goodness me! This Magic Mirror, an old school card, 2 cost uninkable. But you,
and they ink the Juniors. They're like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
What on earth?
I have item removal for days.
This is the perfect matchup. We've got an Ana on the board who quests for 1 more if there's a hero. Jasmine and Prince Eric on Curly's side, and a Benja. Wow. It's typical that you play the Magic Mirror and then immediately get Benjed.
This Benja was so backbreaking because like usually maybe you wouldn't play as many of these early characters, but
Sure.
maybe Kim was thinking, okay, as long as I stabilize the board, I have the magic mirror to draw cards.
Exactly.
And now they're very quickly
And
very
it's
low on
gone.
cards. Yeah.
Pack Rush, we just played to 15. If you've never seen this before, you just open 2 packs. You take out the marketing cards. You can see the puzzle pieces there on both Kim and Curly's side of the board. You start with 2 ink and you just play a game of Lorcana. And I think the best way to do it is not look. It's nice to be surprised. I once, fun fact, Moyen, playing Spessy, I pulled the Enchanted Tamatoa in a game of Pack Rush.
Oh, last time I played with Spessy, Pack Rush in Sweden, Malmö, I pulled the Steamboat Mickey Enchanted.
That's pretty good. A Dinner Bell, Moyen. The Dinner Bell, this is one of your favourite cards, isn't it?
I love this card. Finally, Ruby has card draw.
Finally, this is what we've been... Why is no one playing this? This is why Ruby isn't doing well. No one's on the Dinner Bell. Forecast uninkable. You exert it and pay 2 to banish a character of yours and draw cards equal to the damage on it. Really easy to get off. Doesn't require any sort of setup. Super consistent. Would you agree?
Yeah, I love this card. I love this card so much. People gift it to me all the time.
How many have you signed?
No, people sign it and give
Oh,
it
they
to
give
me.
them to you. Okay, so you've got play sets for days.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as this is the most relevant, you are ready.
And yeah, and I'll have so many options of which dinner bells I want to play.
Different languages as well?
I think so.
Perfect. There we go. Right, Kim's going to exert 4 ink. Curly taking a look at... Oh, the Rockstar Stitch was inked. We have quite a lot of ink. Oh, because
To
it's
play
the
the
TikTok.
TikTok.
Is this the better play than the Stitch, Moyen?
Well, the Stitch has like the upside of maybe you draw some cheap cards and they get to like cycle.
Yeah.
And you draw some more cards, but I think you need to deal with this board, and TikTok does that a little bit better.
100%, and the evasive is going to let it sit there and quest, or if Spessy gets anything, Dinner Bell best card. Oh, the Alice. This is a kind of interesting new card. I think you put a item into the inkwell on play. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure is the ability here.
And after this pack rush, or after a little bit of pack rush, we go
Sure.
to the infinity